No one's out there. 0 viewers.
Sounds like a very interesting album.
Oops. Some good wake-up music.
Yeah, exactly. Now it's getting in my head all day.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Oh, that's fine. As long as it's not someone who I don't want to hear.
And at least it might make people remember my show, even if it pisses them off.
Yeah.
Bring us back on screen. Hello! Hello. Into the void.
Distance. Yep, the void.
So what time is it for you then? Can't be that
It's
old, sure.
6:33.
Yeah, damn. That is early.
Yeah, it's fun. Waking up this early. Just kidding.
Sucks.
Mm.
And you're sort of, are you Central America or are you the East Coast?
I'm pretty sure on the East Coast.
Okay. And as you go west, it gets earlier or later?
You know what? That is a very good question. I don't know.
Let's see.
It's a possibility.
So what do you call that time zone? Like Western something, or I'm just gonna go coast.
We normally call it West Coast.
Pacific. So the West Coast time zone is the Pacific time zone. Does that sound right?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Okay. Now. 3:35.
Mm-hmm.
So they're 3 hours behind you.
Yep.
Damn. Oh well. Well, you can entertain me until you go to work at least.
How am I supposed to entertain you?
Just be there so I don't feel like I'm talking to myself, really.
You don't really sound like you're talking to yourself because there's two people on the panel.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So just as long as you're there on panel, I won't feel too bad.
Mm.
And oh, someone's out there. I'm excited. I have a viewer.
Oh my god.
Imagine if it's Jill.
Oh god. Please.
Oh, and they're gone
please don't.
again. It was probably a rando checking out live streams.
It's a possibility.
Have you noticed? Have you ever like just gone into the YouTube and gone up the top and clicked live, like in the filters, and you scroll through, and I swear 80% of it is religious, and it's a mix of Christian, Hindu. Like YouTube must be massive in India. It's spooky.
Hi, spooky.
It's a me, a Mario. In a terrible accent.
That was actually a pretty
Show
good
has
Mario.
started. I should probably get rid of that. And I'll get rid of that. Well, while we're waiting for some audience, share this Egypt thing. It's not really the topic I was going to talk about, but it's something to check out at least. Where is it? There we are.
Dumb woman. Some tales even suggest she was the mother of Sobek, the crocodile god, worshipped as the creator of Ba. Neith also played several roles in the afterlife due to her association with the war.
I might speak about playback.
Even in wisdom. Even though not much is known about the real Queen Neith, the discovery of her pyramid is expected to shed more light on her role. Dr. Hawass believes that the newly found burials are from the New Kingdom, which is different from previous discoveries at Saqqara that date back to the Old Kingdom. He mentioned that burials from the New Kingdom were not commonly known in the area, making this a unique find for the site.
The similarities, not just between pyramids, but between construction methods all over the world. In Japan, I had no idea that they had made the sarcophagus covers in Japan that were exactly the same shape as the one, and oddly shaped, exactly the same as the ones they made in Egypt.
Number 5, a geometric miracle tunnel. Kathleen Martinez and her team from the University of Santo Domingo are exploring a temple beneath the city of Taposiris Magna in Egypt when they stumbled upon a tunnel 43 feet below the surface. The tunnel...
So I just want to get the timestamp. It's about 15 minutes.
around 6 feet tall and was built through 4,281 feet of sandstone, which the team referred to as a geometric miracle. According to the Egyptian Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities, the design of the tunnel is similar to Greece's tunnel of Eupalinos, which was a 6th century BCE aqueduct. Some parts of the Taposiris Magna tunnel are underwater. Its purpose remains unknown. Somehow we always have more questions than answers. Martinez is hopeful that this tunnel could lead to the discovery of Cleopatra VII's lost tomb, which she's been searching for over the past 18 years. Previous excavations in the area have given clues that Cleopatra, the last ruler of Egypt's Ptolemy dynasty, may have been buried there. The team believes that the temple in Taposiris Magna was once dedicated to the god Osiris and his queen, the goddess Isis. Isis has a solid connection to Cleopatra, and coins with the names and images of both Alexander the Great and Cleopatra, as well as figurines of Isis, have been found in the area. Apparently, the temple is said to have burial shafts with Greco-Roman burials in them. And if rumors are true, Cleopatra and Mark Antony might be buried in tombs like these if they're even there. Even if the tombs aren't found, though, the excavations of the ruins could give us a better understanding of the ancient city. So far, they've found some interesting artifacts, like pieces of pottery and a block of limestone. Now, remember what the former Minister for Antiquities at Zahi Hawass said almost a decade ago. He believed that finding the burial places of Cleopatra...
It cracks me up, because the last couple of days I've been talking about archaeology, and I've been saying they'll find a couple of pieces of pottery in a lump of stone, and they'll determine all this stuff about the civilization from it. And how funny is that? He literally just said they found some pottery in a lump of jade, a lump of stone.
Damn.
Cleopatra and Mark Antony would be one of the biggest discoveries of the 21st century, and that's exactly what they're now hoping to stumble upon.
The ratio of the pyramid's height to half its base is equal to the mathematical constant pi.
So they want to find Cleopatra and Mark Antony's tombs? Okay.
Which is approximately 3.14. The pyramid's slope angle of 51.5 degrees is also significant, as it is the complement of the angle formed by the intersection of the diagonal of a square and its side. This angle is related to the golden ratio and can be used to generate the Fibonacci sequence.
Egyptian empires come up often when we discuss the Egyptian pyramids, though, don't they? When the old Egyptian kingdom's fourth dynasty fell, it brought an end to the kingdom's extravagance as well. The final great pyramids at Giza were built by Menkaure, the last but one pharaoh of the fourth dynasty. But the fifth dynasty made its own contribution to history, you see. The last pharaoh of the dynasty, Unas, constructed a modest yet remarkable pyramid at Saqqara. Although small in size, the pyramid was impressive, with thousands of hieroglyphics on the inside walls arranged in columns from the floor to the ceiling, each column a different spell. What's even more remarkable is that these hieroglyphics were found to have been inscribed individually. They weren't just stenciled on. These inscriptions are now known as the pyramid texts, and many studies have been conducted on their contents. But what makes them so important? The objective of the pyramid text was to protect the king's body in 3 stages, as the king's body was kept in a sarcophagus inside the pyramid. In fact, Unis's sarcophagus is a beautiful relic and still has all its vivid colors, as there was no weathering inside the pyramid. When the king passed away, the first stage of the text was all about keeping his body safe and sound in the chamber. They made sure that nobody disturbed him until it was time for him to set out on his next journey. These spells kept his body protected from things like scorpions and robbers. Yikes. The second stage was when the pharaoh journeyed towards the west in the sky. They had a set of spells to ensure that nothing would get in the way of his journey. The Egyptians liked to be one step ahead. The west was seen as the land of the dead because that's where the sun seemed to die each day before being reborn in the east the next morning. Tombs and pyramids were built facing west, and when someone died, it was said to have gone west. So when the king passed away, he was believed to make his journey across the sky towards the west on a solar boat, which showed how devoted the fifth dynasty was to the sun god. Finally, the last set of spells was all about making sure that the pharaoh would be accepted into the next world when he arrived. The spells provided alternative options for him to...
I thought go west, at least in modern times, meant be gay. But only because of that song, Go West, something, something, go west. You know it?
I know nothing of that song. Never heard of it.
Pet Shop Boys, I believe they were called. Very, very flamboyantly gay. Wear weird costumes and stuff. Yeah, and they had that song Go West. But apparently means die, so there you go.
Oh, great.
Pretty sure that's not what they were singing though. And Christian Carpenter, good morning. It's still Tuesday for me for about another hour.
to get accepted, like ascending a ladder or climbing steps to the next world. These spells made sure that the pharaoh would get in no matter what. The Old Kingdom left behind some really valuable artifacts like the pyramid texts. These have been giving modern-day archaeologists a ton of helpful info, and they're still trying to figure out all the secrets from those long-lost empires. Now that you have heard of the pyramid texts, there's still more to unravel. Well, there's this mysterious text within those texts that are called the Cannibal Hymn. It may be just as bad as it sounds. Egyptologists have a good understanding of what it's all about. Basically, it talks about Unas eating the insides of his enemies and even some parts of the gods. The idea was that if a pharaoh defeated someone and ate them, he would gain their power. And if he ate pieces of the gods, it gained their power too. We're wondering if it ever worked for them. But here's the thing. Some people wonder if the Egyptians actually took this idea seriously. Did Unas actually practice cannibalism? And did the Egyptians in general? Most Egyptologists don't believe so, but there was one guy, E.A. Wallace Budge, who was the curator of the British Museum's Egyptian collection, who wrote a book in the 1920s saying that he did believe it. The book talks about the story of Osiris, who was believed to be the first person to come back to life after being chopped into pieces and then put back together. According to the legend, the Egyptians believed in resurrection. So some people think that the story was made up simply to stop Egyptians from eating each other, by saying that their bodies were needed for the next life. They would hopefully stop their cannibalistic ways. But not everyone agrees with this idea. Most Egyptologists don't think that Egyptians were actually cannibals, mainly because there's no evidence to prove it. No bones with human bite marks have been found, and there's no mention of cannibalism in any texts, and we're so glad. Because of the lack of evidence, many experts believe that the cannibal hymn was just a metaphor and not an accurate description.
Now, what if part of eating the humans was to treat the bodies very carefully and to only slice the meat off and not eat off the bone? See what I mean? Like we couldn't see human teeth marks in any bones, therefore no cannibalism. It's like, what?
It's funny you bring that up because Plaid was talking about cannibalism yesterday. I don't know as to why.
Yeah. Human bite marks on bones sounds ridiculous to me, yeah. Because even if you're like chewing on a bone, you don't bite the bone hard enough to leave a mark in bone. It's pretty out there.
Of Egyptian society. But if that's the case, what could it really be about? Who knows? Number 6, Pyramid of Meidum. While exploring the archaeological site of Meidum in Lower Egypt, which includes a giant pyramid.
Well, that's a good question. Do we normally find bite marks on...
I clicked on the wrong button.
Do we normally find bite marks on other bones? Well, that's what I'm wondering. Like, from animals, maybe. I'm trying to think of the rare time when I would eat a bone off a bone. Would be like ribs, maybe a shake, like a lamb shake, and I can't think of how. Maybe like scrapes. Cracked open and eat the marrow is the normal thought. Oh, but with your teeth? Damn, that's strong teeth.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose if they've cooked the bones, wouldn't that be better to look for? Cooked bones? Unless they're eating them raw?
I don't know.
I never thought that this stream would end up talking about eating humans. But there you go.
There you go.
Amid several mud brick mastabas, archaeologists stumbled upon a unique discovery. Meidum's pyramid was Egypt's first straight-sided one, but unfortunately, it had partially collapsed due to its structure. However, the collapse allowed the archaeologists to uncover an inner core, which helped them gain a deeper understanding of the ancient civilization's pyramid-building techniques. And as reported on Amazon Prime's Secrets of Archaeology, the archaeologists also experienced a bit of a scare. The 2014 series explained how south of Saqqara, near the oasis of Fayoum, the archaeologists discovered a pyramid of historical significance due to its distinct features. This pyramid, known as the Pyramid of Meidum, was built for Pharaoh Snefru, the founder of the 4th dynasty.
Snefru!
It's different from all other pyramids because the architects working for Pharaoh Snefru believed they had found the secret to the perfect form. They abandoned the previous step structure, filled in the platforms, and made the line of the pyramid smooth and sloping.
A representation of history, just like a Genghis Khan statue would be a representation of that monster.
The documentary talked about how the statues of the ancient pharaoh and his wife were discovered in the rubble. It said that it was a groundbreaking idea, but something went wrong, and the external supporting walls fell in, causing the blocks of limestone to slip, revealing the internal part of the pyramid that we see today. Similar to the pyramid in Saqqara, the Meidum pyramid was surrounded by the tombs of princes and dignitaries, and that the statues of Prince Rahotep and his wife can be seen at the Cairo
Hmm. You're muted.
Yeah, I didn't mean to pause it either.
Museum. The archaeologists had a strange experience while they were there. When they found the statues, they were frightened by their lifelike expressions. In fact, they looked so real it took them a minute to come to terms with the statue looking back at them. But the scientists moved past the jump scare and were able to explore the inside of the cave that had opened itself up to them.
Talking muted. What did I say? I said I think that the name of that video, Joe Rogan, archaeologists are lying about Egypt. About Egyptian pyramids. I think it was a bit clickbaity. There wasn't much to support that. Oh, you've got to get to work. Hope you have a great day. Don't work too hard. And I'm going to stop sharing that one. Ooh, ancient tomb discovered in Egypt 13 hours ago. Future Unity. Here we go. So this channel, which I'll put the link in the description once I get it going, is called Future Unity. I don't know how I feel about it yet. I've only just sort of found it, but they cover a lot of, I don't want to say conspiracy stuff, but
Sounds like it.
Fringe stuff anyway. Oh, and of course I didn't share it. There we go.
In the past, every minute in my life, thinking about something in archaeology.
This is the tomb we think might originally have been intended for the burial of Tutankhamun.
Archaeologists made several amazing discoveries recently from the tomb of a previously undiscovered queen, a falcon shrine with a weird message, and a sizable tunnel beneath a temple. These mysteries have lain undisturbed in ancient Egypt for thousands of years. Slowly and surely, we're learning more about these marvelous secrets. Here are a few of the most astounding archaeological finds from ancient Egypt. Number 1. Queen Neith's tomb uncovered. Archaeologists in Giza have made a significant discovery almost one whole century after the discovery of King Tut's tomb. It is said to rewrite much of what is known about ancient Egyptian royalty. The discovery was made at the Saqqara archaeological site where hundreds of tombs were unearthed, which may include the closest generals and advisors to King Tut. According to Zahi Awas, an archaeologist on the dig, a huge limestone sarcophagus and 300 beautiful coffins from the New Kingdom period were found within the site. The coffins have individual and unique faces and are adorned with images of the Book of the Dead. The name of the deceased is on each coffin and often depicts the 4 sons of Horus, who are known to protect the organs of the deceased. The most exciting discovery, however, was a pyramid the archaeologists believe belonged to an ancient Egyptian queen, unknown to them until now. According to Dr. Hawass, they recently found out about a new queen named Neith, who was previously unknown in the historical records. It's incredible to be able to add a new queen to the documents and rewrite history. Neith was considered the Egyptian goddess of war as well as the patroness of the city of Sais. She was an influential figure in Egypt for a lengthy period of time, from the pre-dynastic period up to the arrival of the Romans. Legends say that she was present during the credited the sun god, king of deity creation. Some stories even say she was mother of Sobek, the crocodile god, and worshipped as the creator of birth. In addition, Neith served several roles in the afterlife because of her association with war, weaving, and wisdom. Although much of the life of the real Queen Neith remains a mystery, the discovery of her pyramid is expected to provide more insight into her role. Dr. Hawass also thinks that the newly discovered burials from the New Kingdom, which differs from previous discoveries, Saqqara, dates back to the Old Kingdom or the late period.
The fact that we're still discovering pyramids just blows my mind. Like, what is buried in the sands of Africa, you know?
Period. He noted that burials from the New Kingdom were not known to be common in the area, making this a unique finding for the site. Number 2, a geometric miracle tunnel. During their ongoing excavation and exploration of a temple beneath the ancient city of Taposiris Magna on the Egyptian coast, Kathleen Martinez and her group from the University of Santo Domingo in the Dominican Republic stumbled upon a tunnel 43 feet below the surface. The tunnel was around 6 feet tall and built through 4,281 feet of sandstone, a design the team called a geometric miracle. As per the Egyptian Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities, the design is similar to Greece's tunnel of Eupalinos, a 6th century BCE aqueduct. Some part of the Taposiris Magna tunnel are submerged in water. This purpose is yet to be determined. Martinez is hopeful that this tunnel could be a breakthrough in her 18-year-long search for the lost tomb of Cleopatra VII. Previous excavations in the area have given clues suggesting Cleopatra, the last of Egypt's Ptolemy dynasty, could have been buried there. The team assumes the temple in Taposiris Magna was once dedicated to the god Osiris and his queen, the goddess Isis. Isis has a strong association with Cleopatra, and coins with the names and images of both Alexander the Great and Cleopatra, as well as figurines of Isis, have been found in the area. It has been reported that the temple holds burial shafts containing Greco-Roman burials. It is believed that Cleopatra and Mark Antony may have been buried in similar tombs if they were there. Regardless of whether the tombs are found, an excavation of the ruins could provide more insight into the ancient city. So far, the tunnel has uncovered some fascinating artifacts, such as pieces of pottery and a block of limestone. As the former Minister for Antiquities, Zahi Hawass, stated over a decade ago, discovering the burial places of Cleopatra and Mark Antony would easily...
Osiris? I thought Osiris was a god. Oh, was he a gay god? Homo was pretty popular back then. Jill?
be one of the most significant discoveries of the 21st century. Number 3, mummification in ancient Egypt. Have you ever heard that the ancient Egyptians used mummification to preserve a body after death? Well, a new museum exhibition suggests otherwise. According to the museum's curator of Egypt and Sudan, Campbell Price, it turns out that mummification was actually used to guide the deceased towards divinity, not just preserve their body. This is a significant change from what we all thought we knew about mummies. Price explained that this misconception started with Victorian researchers who made an incorrect conclusion about the ancient Egyptians' burial technique. They thought that the mummification process was similar to preserving fish, since both used salt. However, the salt used by the ancient Egyptians was different and consisted of a mixture of minerals that were abundant near the Nile River. It's interesting to think that this misconception has persisted for so long, but with new insights we can now understand the true purpose behind mummification in ancient Egyptian culture. According to Price, the ancient Egyptians used a different kind of salt than what is used today to preserve food. The substance, called natron, was a blend of different minerals and was abundant near the Nile. It was a crucial component in the process of mummification. Price also mentioned that natron was not just used for mummification, but also in temple rituals and to cleanse statues of gods. Another material typically associated with mummies is incense, which was used not only as a gift to the gods, but also to make the space divine. The word for incense in ancient Egypt actually means to make divine. Victorian Egyptologists also considered that the dead would require their bodies in the afterlife, which contributed to the misunderstanding of mummification. Number 4, Luxor Valley of the Kings. Egyptian archaeologists have made a stunning discovery in Luxor with the finding of the first burial site in the ancient Egyptian 13th dynasty. The sarcophagi remains and artifacts found at the Dra Abu al-Naga necropolis date back to between 1803 BC and 1649 BC, almost 4,000 years ago. The Director General of Antiquities of Upper Egypt, Dr. Fathi Yassin, was quoted as saying that despite discovering over 1,000 burial sites in Luxor before, this was the first one in the 13th dynasty. The site is said to be over 50 yards wide and 70 yards long. The experts were impressed by the entire sarcophagus made of pink granite weighing approximately 11 tons. It was also marked with the name of a minister called Anko, who lived during the rule of King Sobek-Hotep II. They were also intrigued by the Ushabtis, small figurines made of wood and painted white, which stood out because they were written in hieratic instead of hieroglyphs. This was a first for Dr. Yassin, who has labored in this field for around 25 years. Hieratic was the typical written form of ancient Egyptian between the 3rd millennium BC and the mid-1st millennium BC. The Valley of the Kings is a fascinating place, and it's said to have over 60 tombs and 20 unfinished ones that were never completed. It's been said that the tombs were located on the western bank of the Nile for a reason. It is believed that the sun god descended and died on the western horizon. The Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities has shared this information. As for why the valley was chosen as the final resting place for the kings, it's due to its secluded nature. The tombs from the Old and Middle Kingdoms had been looted, and so the rulers of the New Kingdom wanted to avoid a similar fate by hiding their underground tombs in the remote desert valley. Number 5, 1800-year-old Roman city unearthed. Excavations in the southern Egyptian city of Luxor.
So there you go. It chose that valley so they could hide their bodies.
Resulted in a remarkable discovery, a complete 1800-year-old Roman city. The Secretary General of Egypt's Supreme Council of Antiquities, Mustafa Waziri, reported that the city is from the 2nd and 3rd centuries AD and is considered to be the most ancient and most influential city found east of Luxor. Waziri shared the news on Twitter, stating that a complete residential village was found, including 2 pigeon towers. These towers were used to raise carrier pigeons for message transportation to other parts of the Roman Empire. Along with the pigeon towers, the excavations that started in September also uncovered various tools, pots, and Roman coins made of bronze and copper. Luxor, a modern-day city that sat on the Nile and was once the site of Thebes, is home to the renowned Valley of the Kings and Valley of the Queens, and in 1979 was appointed a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Waziri deemed this discovery as a rare find in an already excellent season, as Luxor has always been a site rich with archaeological discoveries. In January alone, a number of tombs were uncovered. The latest discovery comes ahead of the opening of the Grand Egyptian Museum in Cairo later this year, which will display the country's ancient riches and is expected to boost the tourism sector after the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. Number 6, remains of a pillared hall. It was recently reported by the Egyptian Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities that the Egyptian Archaeological Mission working at the Temple of Tel al-Farain, also known as Hill of the Pharaohs or Butu in the central Nile Delta region, has had a successful discovery. The mission discovered the remains of a pillared hall and a limestone panel representing a deity with a bird's head topped by a white crown surrounded by 2 feathers, which is believed to be either Narkabet or Mut. Additionally, a small stone cabin made of limestone was found on a high level of the
Was that Mutt? Hey, Rage! Yeah, just having a look at some random shit till I got a bit of an audience because there was no one here when I started. Links pinned, jump in, we can have a conversation. I'm just watching shit to kill time till, I get some panel. It's pretty interesting.
temple floor and was protected by thick mud brick walls. Utensils for offering sacrifices were discovered next to it, and it is thought that it was built to preserve the small statues in the temple. According to a statement from the ministry, the head of the Egyptian antiquities sector, Ayman Ashmoui, was quoted as saying that the remains of the pillared hall might date back to the Al-Soi era, as several religious pottery vessels.
Have a great day, man. I hope it goes well.
And stone pieces decorated with engravings from that era were found. Archaeologist Gonheim emphasized the significance of the recent discovery, stating that a colonnaded hall of this kind had never been found in one of the temples in Lower Egypt before. He explained that such halls are typically found in the temples of Upper Egypt, which were made of solid stones that have proven to be durable over time, unlike the temples in Lower Egypt, which were mostly made of mud bricks that were popular at the time. He added that the recent discovery included 3 columns, and excavation work will continue until the rest of the columns inside the temple are uncovered. Number 7. Giant granite sarcophagus. A remarkable Egyptian sarcophagus has been discovered after lying undisturbed for thousands of years in a burial chamber beneath the sands near Cairo. Archaeologists are thrilled with this dreamy discovery and describe it as hugely significant. The giant granite sarcophagus is shrouded in inscriptions devoted to Ptah Emwir, who was the head of King Ramses II's treasury, Egypt's mightiest pharaoh. Ola El-Agwizi, an emeritus professor of archaeology at Cairo University, was the one who discovered the sarcophagus in Saqqara, an ancient necropolis about 20 miles south of Cairo. Last year, she uncovered Ptah Emwir's surface-level tomb, and now as the head of the archaeological mission at the site, she has found his underground burial chamber with the sarcophagus. This could provide more information about those who ruled Egypt after Tutankhamun. El Aguizi's team noticed the top of a vertical shaft that indicated a passage to a burial chamber at the center of the tomb's courtyard. The shaft was so deep at 8 meters that it took them 1 week just to remove all the sand with the help of a bucket attached to a hand-operated cord winch. El Aguizi then bravely squeezed into the pail and made an unhurried and challenging descent down the shaft. To her surprise, she found the sarcophagus at the bottom. According to El Aguizi, finding a complete sarcophagus in its original tomb is a rare occurrence. She said that discovering this sarcophagus in its original place in the burial shaft was exciting because it belonged to the owner of the tomb. Usually sarcophagi for different people from a later period when the tomb was reused, but that wasn't the case this time. The hieroglyphs listed on the sarcophagus emphasize Ptah Emweir's close relationship with the king, indicating that he played a vital role in the administration of that time. Number 8, 250 rock tombs in Sohag. The Egyptian Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities recently revealed that a team of archaeologists affiliated with the Supreme Council of Antiquities has uncovered a significant number of rock tombs in the Al Hamidiya necropolis in southern Egypt. These discoveries are part of a larger project aimed at documenting and restoring the region's archaeological sites. According to Mustafa Waziri, the Secretary General of the Supreme Council of Antiquities, the team discovered around 250 graves in the mountains east of the Sohag Governorate. He mentioned that the graves come in
What kind of title was that? I need to hear that again. Secretary General of the Supreme Council of Antiquities. Man, do you think he got to choose his own title? I want to be Secretary General of the Supreme Council of Antiquities.
According to Mustafa Waziri, the Secretary General of the Supreme Council of Antiquities, the team discovered around 250 graves in the mountains east of the Sohag Governorate. He mentioned that the graves come in various styles and were carved into the mountain at different levels, some with wells and others with ramps leading to burial chambers. Waziri also pointed out that the graves date back to different periods, from the end of the Old Kingdom to the end of the Ptolemaic period. He highlighted that one particular grave dating back to the Old Kingdom was found with a fake.
Actually, Jill, if you're still out there, that reminds me of one of your titles. Teacher, Dr. Emeritus Professor Jill. In the creation story for the Egyptian gods, the first deity, Atum, was both male and female, according to studies. A transsexual, Jill? Transgender? I'm not sure which I'm supposed to use. Transgender. Amos, come in, please. Save me.
Door, hieroglyphic inscriptions and wall paintings depicting sacrifices and offerings being made to the dead. Hussein Abdel Basir, the director of the Antiquities Museum at Bibliotheca Alexandrina, stated that the Sohag region, where the recent discovery was made, is an incredibly important archaeological area, and more new discoveries are expected to be made in the coming periods as the number of archaeological missions increases there. Number 9, the actual age of the Nile. The ancient Egyptians considered the Nile River to be the source of all life. For millions of years, the river has nourished the fertile valleys of northeast Africa and played a major role in shaping human civilization. The reason for its steady northward flow had been a mystery until researchers at the University of Texas in Austin made a surprising discovery. They found that the unchanging path of the Nile was linked to the movement of rock in the Earth's deep mantle and estimated the age of the river to be 30 million years, 6 times older than previously thought. If it weren't for the mantle movement keeping the Nile on its course, the river would have changed direction long ago and altered the course of history. The lead author of the study, Professor Claudio Facena from the University of Tennessee Jackson School of Geosciences, was excited about the discovery and said that understanding how the Nile came into existence and why it survived for so long were essential questions that needed to be answered. The researchers believe that their findings will finally settle the long-standing debate about the age of the Nile River. They attribute the slow movement of the deep mantle to be one of the major factors that shape the landscape and geological processes of our planet. The mantle is made of solid rock and flows like a fluid over long periods of time and has different circulation patterns, just like ocean currents. According to the study, the Nile's tilted topography is linked to a conveyor belt of mantle rock that pushes up against the Ethiopian highlands in the south and pulls the surface down in the north. The gentle gradient is said to be responsible for keeping the Nile on its consistent northward course. The study involved looking into ancient volcanic rock in the Ethiopian highlands and comparing it with the massive deposits of river sediment buried beneath the Nile Delta. This allowed the researchers to trace the Nile's geological history, and they discovered that the Ethiopian highlands have maintained a similar height for millions of years, which they believe is due to the mantle rock support from below. Number 10. Mummy portraits. The Egyptian Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities recently announced that some rare mummy portraits were uncovered during an excavation in the Fayum region. These portraits were found on coffins in a sizable underground funeral structure in a cemetery at the Gerza archaeological site. This structure was built during the Ptolemaic and Roman eras. Mummy portraits, according to an article, are intricate works of art created while the subject was still alive. They originated in Egypt during the Greco-Roman era around the 1st century BCE to the 1st century CE, were usually painted on wood. Dr. Gehed Bassem, the director of the mission, mentioned that the portraits were attached to a range of coffins with various designs. Some were made to look like people, while others had gabled roofs in the Greek style. The paintings were known for their realism and beauty. The researchers were even able to diagnose neurological.
I wonder when we stopped doing that, putting our pictures on our coffins. I suppose probably when we stopped mummifying
illnesses from the paintings, which were later confirmed by examining the mummies. The jewelry and other objects on the mummies were also depicted in the portraits. Dr. Adel Okasha, chairman of the Central Department of Egyptian Antiquities in Central Egypt, stressed the significance of the discovery. Dr. Okasha claims that Sir Flinders Petrie, a prominent English archaeologist, found the final mummy images while carrying out excavations in the Fayum region more than a century ago. Number 11. Gold tongues. When Egyptian archaeologists discovered numerous ancient mummies with solid gold tongues in their mouths, they knew they'd made a remarkable discovery. Nearly 40 miles north of Cairo in the center of the Nile Delta is the Quzna necropolis, where the find was made. The estimated dates for the preserved bodies range from 300 to 640 BCE. According to a press release from Dr. Mustafa Waziri, Secretary General of the Supreme Council for Archaeology, the experts who examined the tombs at the site revealed that multiple mummies with gold chips fashioned like human tongues were found in their mouths. Experts speculate that these solid gold tongues may have originated due to the ancient Egyptians' belief that the dead could communicate with Osiris, known as the Lord of the Underworld, and that this belief may have led to the replacement of the original organ, the gold one. After the Quzna necropolis was found in 1989, several rounds of excavations followed, revealing a wealth of knowledge about the ancient civilizations. Waziri claims that the bones of a number of mummies that were found in poor condition had gold coatings right beneath the linen wraps that were used to mummify them. The ruins of human-shaped wooden coffins, pottery, glues, and tar used in embalming, gold chips fashioned into scarab beetles and lotus flowers, many copper nails, and embalming materials were all discovered at the ancient cemetery. Dr. Ayman Ashmawi, head of the Egyptian archaeological sector at the Supreme Council of Archaeology, revealed that each burial level reveals fresh information about the various rites and techniques used to bury the mummies. Number 12. Falcon Shrine. According to research available in the American Journal of Archaeology, scientists discovered a Falcon Shrine from the late Roman era, the ancient seaport of Berenike in Egypt's eastern desert, during the excavation of a religious complex. The findings of the January 2019 excavation season at the 4th to 6th century CE religious complex linked to the presence of the nomadic people Blemyes, according to researchers with the Sikate project, led by Joan Ulye Guzman from the Department of Antiquity and Middle Age Studies at the Universidad Autónoma de Barcelona in Spain. The crew discovered evidence of the Blemyes during an excavation along the northern complex, which is home to various buildings, including inscriptions at the Falcon Temple. The Falcon Shrine is an Egyptian shrine with two compact, consecutively shaped rooms, each with a white anhydrite gypsum ashlar wall and a marble revetment alcove. A sizable stone offering table and a coarse ware jar were both in the first room. A cube statue with a head protruding from a block of stone, a broken Greek inscription, and an offering stand was located in the back room. The majority of the discoveries were 15 headless falcons out of 735 animal remains that included skeletal fragments of different fish, birds, and mammals, as well as portions of bird eggshells. A round-topped stela with typical Egyptian imagery and Greek inscriptions was uncovered in the anteroom to the east of the Falcon Shrine. A spherical object is presented by the pharaoh to three gods, including the falcon deity, in the incomplete raised relief. Contrarily, the inscription states that it is improper to boil a head in here, which is a religious prohibition. Coins and a harpoon of unknown provenance were also discovered. Even though the precise functions of each shrine are not totally apparent.
Hello. If you're talking, you're muted and you stop the video.
Oh, goodness. Well, can I say, sir, you answered perfectly. I greeted you and you responded. in perfect timing, so
Oh,
I didn't pick up that I was muted.
oh, excellent.
So hello again,
Hmm.
and welcome. And what was this? I think that's all 10. I may have missed some. 10 plagues each to judge the 10 LGBTQP. Oh, you're funny, Jill. Egyptian gods. Our God is awesome. And how's he been focusing on an ancient world lately? Yeah, I have a little bit. Just because part of that whole trying to be a bit more open-minded, I've started thinking that I've took our understanding of history for granted too, and just, never really bothered to question anything. Or, well, of course I do to some degree, but yeah. And honestly, how fascinating is the ancient world? It's the mystery of trying to figure it out for me.
The complex would have been significant from a religious standpoint. The site's size and structural intricacy further demonstrate its importance to the city.
That was
The
it.
guest chambers of my dungeon.
Whoa, what is this? The Dark Mysteries of Hitler's Nazi Manifest. Okay, that's... Thanks for that, YouTube. Mein Kampf. That's odd, because I haven't been watching anything to do with Germany or Nazis or anything like that. Not lately, anyway.
Maybe they just figure anybody that likes history must like that.
Yeah. That's a good point. Oh, that's what I missed. So, Happy, not sure how to pronounce that. The god of the Nile is depicted in hieroglyphics as an intersex person with a ceremonial false beard and breasts. And we had, in the creation story for the Egyptian gods, the first deity, the deity Atum, was both male and female, according to studies by researcher Mark Burstman. Yeah, same here.
I think Adam had both male and female attributes, but he didn't have a human body.
Okay. And what? And he never had a human body?
I don't believe so. He was the creator god. I mean, there is a story about how he created that would indicate he had a penis, but I don't think it ever says he was. I'd have to look it up. I might be wrong.
Okay. For some reason, that just flashed Hindu into my head. Maybe because you said penis. But
Okay, I guess he is represented as a human body. I just looked it up on Wikipedia.
okay. But created with his penis.
Yeah.
Well, aren't there quite a few gods? Now that you mention it, that use their penises for various creations and doings.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah, it's in Wikipedia under role. It says that it was his hand that was female, And when he masturbated to create the universe, that's what makes male and female. So it's only your hand. It's Rosie Palmer there, Jill. And the hand
There you go.
this act that may be interpreted as the female principle inherent within him, and identified with the goddess, such as Hathor or looks like Ayusasit. That's very similar to Jesus, except with the set at the end. Yet other interpretations state that he has made union with his shadow, so he may have literally done his shadow.
Nice.
That's a pretty boss move.
I mean, it's got to be better than the. Oops. I just opened that video and we need to copy it. Black Mummy of the Green Sahara. Interesting. Do tell, Simos. It's a 46-minute video. That's a shame. Let me look that up. The Black Mummy of the Green Sahara. Black Mummy. There it is. Oh, so. Can only really find stuff about this documentary. 5,400 years ago, a 2-year-old black boy had been buried under a rock shelter. Interesting. For me, it's history. Oh, awesome. I will watch that for sure. I was almost tempted to watch a little bit now, but I won't. So did that say 5,400? That's pretty impressive. It did. 5,400 years. So that makes it 3,000 BC. Or 2,600 or something. No, sorry, 4,600. We're going the other way. But then is it 4,400 BC? Oh my god, it's too late at night for my brain to do maths. But either way, that's old. How old are the pyramids again? Are they 4,000 BC? Good morning, Cryptomeria. How is fine Canada? Canada this fine day. Genesis 50:26 verse concept. So Joseph died at the age of 110 years, and he was embalmed and placed in a coffin. Oh, same thing. They are older. Yeah, that's what I thought, because they say they're pre-flood, and the flood was supposed to be around 4,000 BC. 2,500-ish for the Great Pyramid BC. Okay. So 4,000 years ago, not 4,000 BC. Okay. Fascinating. Is that a recent thing? I don't know, 5 years ago. Oh, this thing's from 2003. Why can I not find much information about it? Yuan Mahogi, I'm not even going to try and say that, is an archaeological site in Libya, occupied by the pastoralists during the early to mid-Holocene. Pashina Nope, Pashwinat mummy. This site is where Tashwinat mummy was found, which was dated to around 5,600 BP. Eh? Hillary's, what is BP?
I do not know.
No, neither do I. So that's the oldest known mummy, eh? Don't make me pull out my art history notes.
Did you say like Bravo Papa or Bravo Charlie?
Yeah, no, Bravo Papa.
Where are you seeing that?
Let me go back.
It's not in chat, is it?
No. I looked it up on Google.
Before present. Simus wrote.
Before present. Oh. So ago. 5,600 years ago.
Yeah, Crypt. I've been up all night, but I was up all night yesterday too, so.
There were older ones, Simus. 1950 in carbon dating, said Simus. I think that's a misquoted there. DP, not sure what that means. No, B. It had BP. No, I can't even find where I saw that. So it was here. I'll open the site. No, I won't. It's not there anymore. I'll just share my screen for a second. Share. So I just did a Google search and it said here here, the Black Mummy. 4,300-year-old. Nope, not that one. Here. The Tashwanat Mummy. And it says, which was dated to around 5,600 BP. Before present. I don't know which I prefer, like Oh, I haven't shared it. My God, I'm talking as though you can all see it. There it is. Which was dated to around 5,600 BP. Present. Oh, that's what you meant by 1950 and radiocarbon. Right. So present is defined as 1950 and usually used for radiocarbon dates. Okay. Awesome. You always learn so much. Hillary, email, stop running from me. You owe me a one-on-one. Mano y mano. Let's debate like men.
Dude. But you're not a
That's
man,
Jill.
Jill. I need
Oh,
to dress first.
good point. Any ziggurat and white temple Uruk, modern Iraq, 31,000 BCE, 3100 BCE, possibly destroyed in Desert Storm. Yeah, go Bush. I know. That's one of the saddest things for me is when history gets lost or destroyed. Man on man, Jill.
Jill does like some man-on-man action.
Well, it always seems to come back for them. Back to that for them. I like it. So, what was I actually going to look at tonight? Where's that video? The shifting of the moon. That's right. And I don't know how legitimate this is. Whoops. Okay. I'll find it again. So, sharing. NASA officials just announced the moon shifted and it's going to cause record flooding on Earth. And that was 3 months ago. So, did it happen? Is it gonna happen? And I took down some timestamps. 5:40.
4.2 and 1.2 billion years ago. These light and dark areas are rocks of different compositions and ages, and researchers use them to determine how the early crust may have crystallized from a lunar magma ocean. Today you will find man-made objects on the moon. These contain pieces of equipment, American flags, and even a camera left behind by astronauts. And if you've seen footage of astronauts walking on the moon, you might have wondered why they appear to bounce. Well, that will happen to you when you're in a place with less gravity than the Earth. Gravity on the moon is only about 1/6 of the Earth. How about surviving on the moon? Even with the most sophisticated apparatuses, you will have to be very hardy to remain long-term on the satellite. The temperature on the moon reaches about 260 degrees Fahrenheit or 127 degrees Celsius when in full sun. Remember, the atmosphere can't protect you from the sun's harshness. On the other extreme, when it gets dark, temperatures can drop Celsius. And when you need a glass of water on the moon, you may have to pass through a gulp. Interestingly, the discovery of water on the moon is quite recent, meaning a few discovery of water on the moon fuels across and the people have walked on the moon. All NASA astronauts instantly changed so radically that we might not recognize our planet home. Animals will miss the moon so dearly. Take, for example, the crustaceans so low in the food chain. These creatures, they're always moving out on the barrier reef. Surprise, surprise, it is triggered by the moon. The corals time their spawning according to several factors.
So he's just going on about all the ways
but it always occurs between October and December, right after a full moon. On land, the dung beetle in Africa uses the polarization pattern of moonlight and the way it scatters through the atmosphere to navigate in a straight line. Without the moon, they will only move around in circles and be unable to get home. The most common and observable effect of the moon on the Earth is the tides. You get tides as the moon and the sun tug on the Earth. Actually, the Earth's oceans facing the moon bulge up in response to the lunar gravitational force, and as you might have guessed, forms a high tide. But what that means is that due to the difference in gravitational attraction on the near and far sides of the Earth, at the same time, there is also a high tide on the side furthest from the moon. And since the ocean is liquid, between these two high tides, there are two low tides. As the Earth rotates, these high and low tides move across the globe every 24 hours. So each coastal location will experience two high tides and two low tides every day. And tides are very important to marine life. There is an area known as the intertidal zone where many species thrive. And if this area becomes smaller or narrower due to weaker tides, the animals there will simply die off. And for humans, it means longer and harder fishing times. A popular water sport will also suffer. And you guessed right, surfing will suffer if anything happens may seem too far out. But as NASA scientists in conjunction with a team from the University of Hawaii have discovered, we are about to witness the disturbing effects of the moon in real time. And this is thanks to the moon shifting its position. They call it the moon wobble. What exactly is going on with the moon? It turns out the moon is more mysterious than we thought. The crafty satellite has ways of surprising us. While the moon appears to move in circles and ovals, there is another factor in its rotation and revolutions, and that is what is going to cause trouble for us big time. We are already seeing the effects of climate change as the ocean and sea levels keep rising. However, it's about to get even worse for coastal towns. Of course, scientists have known about the moon's wobble for centuries, but the possible effects are just staring us in the face. NASA is particularly concerned about how the effect...
Oh, bugger. Sorry, wrong button. Oh, where'd it go? That's the one. Shit. I just wanted to turn my camera on and wave at Sandy. And I destroyed everything.
Pull of the moon's gravity on the Earth as the planet spins.
Let me go back a little bit.
The moon keeps rising. However, it's about to get even worse for coastal towns. Of course, scientists have known about the moon's wobble for...
Have you... Sorry, I was reading this comment. Have you seen this?
Me?
Crypto? No, Crypta, sorry. She said this doesn't include many other factors reliant on tides. Or do you mean many other factors that the tides rely on?
Maybe she means like human biorhythms and stuff.
Oh, yeah. Gotcha.
Centuries, but possible effects are just staring us in the face. NASA is particularly concerned about how the effect of the moon wobble would exacerbate the climatic problems the Earth is already facing. As we said earlier, high tides are caused by the pull of the moon's gravity on the Earth as the planet spins, making two tides appear every day. The moon also goes around the Earth approximately once a month in an orbit that is a little bit tilted. If we want to be more accurate, the moon's orbital plane around the Earth is at about a 5-degree incline to the Earth's orbital plane around the Sun. Due to this, the moon's orbit seems to fluctuate over time. It completes a full cycle or nodal cycle every 18.6 years. This notably happens on a slow scale. However, at definite points along the cycle, the moon's gravitational pull occurs from such an angle that it drags one of the day's two high tides a little bit higher, while the second one comes a little bit lower. By now, you should have noted that the moon is not necessarily wobbling it.
That's what we call king tides, isn't it?
Self.
I believe.
Also, the moon is still pulling on the Earth with the usual force. Of course, even before the effect of the moon's wobble was known, scientists were expecting significantly more high tide flooding. But in getting their predictions of these tides, the researchers have to work through lots of noisy data, as they have to deal with complex weather patterns, astronomical events, and regional tidal variation. The moon wobble is now part of the data they have to plug in for their simulations. NASA scientists say moon wobble will enhance the effective sea level. They are saying every coast in the US is at risk of dramatically increased floods as we move deeper into this decade. However, we might get a moment of respite while the moon is yet to get into its tide-amplifying cycle. The higher seas, which are amplified by the lunar cycle, will cause a leap in flood numbers on almost all US mainland coastlines, and even Hawaii and Guam. Only far northern coastlines, including Alaska's, will be spared for some time because the land areas are rising due to long-term geological processes. So just how serious will the flooding be? You might be able to recollect some devastating floods of recent times, but NASA says the moon wobbling will cause the number of flooding incidents to triple or quadruple. That is a scary future. Using 2019 as a baseline where scientists predicted 600 floods, it is hard to quantify the effects of the increased flooding NASA is expecting. Low-lying areas are the most at risk due to the increase in flooding, but it will only get worse in time. Using models, researchers have been able to describe how these floods will look. And some of these floods could happen in clusters, meaning they may last more than a month. Depending on the positioning of the moon, sun, and Earth, cities may experience a flood on consecutive days or every other day. The researchers discovered these.
Can I just say, as an Australian, welcome to our world.
Tipping points by observing 89 tide gauge locations in every coastal US state and territory, excluding Alaska. They created a new statistical framework that mapped commonly used sea level rise scenarios and flooding thresholds, the number of times those thresholds.
Just in case you didn't know it, our magnetic poles also wobble because Weebles wobble. Yeah. Well, were you in one of the chats recently? We were talking about it flipping.
No, but I've heard that. Yeah.
Yeah, it was one of my streams. And oh no, it was one of Brojo's streams, and I can't even remember if it was me or Brojo, but yeah, and they were showing the supposed effects on Earth if that happens, and it was pretty scary. But that's if it. Sorry, if it happened really suddenly.
Yeah, I heard that the Earth's core is like stopping and switching direction, and I don't see how that's possible. Number one, and I can't even fathom how they could detect that with any sort of device.
Yeah. Well, the best we've got at the minute still the what P waves and that, isn't it? Which really just tells us a mass, like more than direction of spin or anything.
Right.
Interesting. I'd love to talk to someone that's their field. But I wasn't making claims. Weebles wobble, but they don't fall down. Old toy song. Go figure nature, and they use a compass to prove it. Yeah. Interesting.
Have been exceeded annually. Astronomical cycles and statistical representations of other processes, such as El Nino events that are known to affect tides. Based on all of this, they produce projections into the 2080s. They are continuing the study, so they plan to update the flood tool in the future. Having such frequent flooding can result in heavy economic damage. Imagine a city getting flooded 10 or 15 times a month. Businesses can't continue operating when their car parks are under feet of water. People will lose their jobs because they can't get to work. There will be health crises due to the seeping cesspools of water. This is before accounting for damages to critical infrastructure like water supplies, power generation, communication equipment, and more. Farmers too may lose all their crops and animals when they're submerged underwater, which will lead to food insecurity. All told, the US alone could be looking at trillions of dollars in damages. These floods are different from ordinary high tide floods that may reach about 2 feet in depth and are called nuisance floods because they are more of a nuisance than outright calamity. NASA hopes the release of its findings will help at-risk cities take measures to prevent too much damage. It is important that they start preparing now, as the flooding can last a decade once they start. Rising sea levels have already made living on the coast risky. Some experts say it may have played a role in the catastrophic collapse of a condo building in Surfside, Florida. However, the effects of the moon wobble will be felt all over the world. In the UK, for instance, low-lying areas in Scotland with rivers and coasts nearby are among those often prone to flooding. And recent outlooks by climate awareness organisation Climate Central say that many coastal areas of the UK, including parts of Falkirk, Fife and Glasgow, as well as English areas like Grimsby, Hull and Southport, could be below water level by 2050. Scientists are expecting the moon wobbling to amplify flooding in these places. Let's hear your thoughts on NASA's warning of flooding in the comment section below.
So,
In the days before.
there you go, hey? Not Grimsby. Was that Grimsby that popped up? They switch it about an inch or less a year for millions of years, yeah. But, so does that mean there's going to be a point where north and south will be east and west? Like it doesn't at any point get to an angle and snap?
No. North and south have to be at the poles where, the rotation is centered.
So the flip has to be quick from a point.
I'm not really sure. I mean, if it takes a couple of weeks, that means that our magnetosphere would be down and that we get all kinds of radiation that we normally wouldn't. And it's in the rocks that the poles have flipped a few other times. So I don't know how life survived then.
If sea levels are rising, why is it only richer lake behind the shore? Well, mostly probably because they well, you could have a point. It could be that they don't believe in climate change either. And waterfront's still, the place to be. And good morning, PJ.
Yay, we're done.
You're a little bit quiet, but I can help
My
that.
mic might be low.
It's 4:50 your time. Are you just getting up or still up?
Or
Oh no, you're in Illinois now, right?
yeah, I'm in Illinois now. Yeah, 6.
Okay, all right. So
I
same
got
time
about
zone as me.
got about 20 minutes ago. Just jumped right in. I don't know what's going on in here.
A little bit of nothing. A lot
Space,
of everything. Yeah.
Us, huh?
I can't remember. I think we started on ancient Egypt again. And we ended on there's a supposed moon wobble. Well, we know there is a moon wobble, but an extra bit of a wobble that's going to cause a lot of flooding.
And what's supposed to cause the extra wobble?
It's just part of its natural cycle. It does.
Okay.
It's not so much an extra wobble as like just coming closer to Earth.
Okay, so it's in those raised sea levels.
And the moon turns on a weird angle or something.
Yeah, 5 degrees different than our inclination to the sun.
Yeah, so.
But as long as there's not a change, I don't know why we would have more tidal problems. I mean, if asteroid hit it and it knocked it out of balance a little, I could see, but
really,
like how much would it really affect it, right? Like, what if it's a wobble? It's still at the same distance, right? It just coming a little, like how much closer and how much more pull will that have on the tide itself?
Yeah.
To look this to this, because that's... He didn't really say... like, he didn't go into it, did he? He just sort of said that it was its natural wobble. And that's not the right video. Let me see. Here we are. So, I wonder, I was watching a shorter version of the video I wanted. So let me present to you this one.
What if it's just a secret Nazi moon base testing out their tractor beams?
Well, I think the Chinese got to the moon first.
Really?
Well, no, I don't really, but there's conspiracy about that.
Yeah.
And they have had bases on the dark side of the moon before the Americans got there.
I don't know. I always hear that. Like, I think if somebody's technically advanced to get there first, it'd probably be the Germans. I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's a good point. In their UFOs.
Right? Yeah, testing UFOs out.
So let's see if the timestamps work now that I have the right video, eh?
Earth has been slowing down and our days have been getting longer thanks to our moon. Growth rings in fossil corals and shells, as well as ancient photosynthetic bacteria layers known as stromatolites, provide evidence of this. Stromatolites from 850 million years ago recorded a day length of about 21 hours. Fossil corals 400 million years ago lived on a planet with 22-hour days. Over time, the moon's gravitational pull on the Earth borrowed some of the Earth's spin energy, gradually propelling the moon into higher and higher orbits. The Apollo laser experiments prove that the moon is receding at a rate of 2 inches or 5 centimeters per year. The distance between the Earth and the moon grew while their spins shrank. Today, the Earth rotates once every 24 hours. It takes over 27 days for today's more distant moon to complete one full orbit around Earth. Our moon, like Earth, rotates on its own axis and goes through daylight and night cycles. The day and night cycles on our moon are longer than those on Earth. The moon spins on its axis once every 27.3 days. However, the moon takes the same amount of time to spin once as it does to orbit Earth completely. This means that observers on Earth always see the same side of the moon, that is, the near side.
We know all
During lunar
this.
missions, the side not visible from Earth, that is, the far side, was mapped. The moon also contributes to seasonal stability on the Earth. The massive impact that created the moon may have tipped the Earth slightly, contributing to our North Pole's 23.5 degrees tilt away from straight up. This tilt determines our seasons, and the moon's presence helps to keep this tilt relatively stable. The moon's gravitational pull serves as training wheels for Earth's orbit around it.
My next timestamp's 8:45, so that must be when he makes the point.
Sun, it maintains the Earth's axis at a constant angle. The Earth's stately progression through spring, summer, fall, and winter would have fluctuated greatly over eons if not for the moon. The moon also gives us a shining light. Of course, the moon, like the planets, does not produce its own light, but it shines because it reflects the light of the sun. While careful statistical studies have found no link between the full moon and strange behavior, the light from the full moon does make it easier for humans and other animals to see and be seen. Changes in predator success rates and prey animal foraging patterns have been documented as a result of this increased nighttime illumination, according to studies. Corals time their mating events according to the phases of the moon, and the tides change the coastal environment, which causes most other animal behaviors related to the moon. And by far the most consequential effect of the moon on our life on Earth is tides. The moon's gravity pulls the water on the nearest side of Earth towards it as the Earth rotates each day, causing a bulge. Due to centrifugal force,
I thought the answer was werewolves, but
sea bulges on the opposite side
Well,
as well.
Oh,
where?
I thought the answer for the last one with the most definite point for the moon would be werewolves, but I guess I was wrong. Was it? Sorry.
Yeah.
Bad joke.
Oh, now I realize why it's not that he hasn't made the point yet, because we're only just getting there now.
The Earth rotates beneath these watery bulges, causing 2 high tides and 2 low tides each day. The moon's orbit wobbles between a maximum and a minimum of 5 degrees relative to the Earth's equator every 18.6 years. This cycle, first recorded in 1728, is known as the lunar nodal cycle. The tides on Earth become smaller.
So, the lunar nodal cycle. Remember that, because I think that's the key to this whole thing. So I'll go back.
Yeah, 18.6 years.
18.6, right.
Is relative to the Earth's equator every 18.6 years. This cycle, first recorded in 1728, is known as the lunar nodal cycle. The tides on Earth become smaller as the lunar plane tilts away from the equatorial plane, and the tides are exaggerated when the moon's orbit is closer to the Earth's equator. And according to NASA, rising sea levels caused by climate change combined with the influence of the lunar nodal cycle will result in a dramatic increase in the number of high tide flood signals. Benjamin Hamilton agrees.
Oh, it's the link to climate change. No, but it said moon shifted. So he still hasn't explained it.
Research scientist and the leader of NASA's sea level change science team studies how sea levels respond to both the natural and human actions and what this means for coastal populations. Prior to relocating to California, Hamilton lived in coastal Virginia, where flooding was already a major issue. So he had a first-hand experience of the devastating effects of floods. According to Hamilton, these floods, exacerbated by the moon, will damage infrastructure and alter coastlines. Flooding will increase fourfold. Since the lunar nodal cycle affects every location on the planet and sea levels are rising everywhere, we will see an increase in high tide floods all over the world. And it's not just humans that will bear the effects of these floods. The lunar nodal cycle may present many challenges for humans, but it poses an existential threat for wildlife and coastal ecosystems. Rutgers University visiting professor Ilya Rocklin investigates the relationship between the lunar nodal cycle and salt marsh mosquito populations. She is not optimistic about the animal's chances. She explains that high tides flood mosquito habitats further landward when the nodal cycle is at its peak. Tidal flooding is more common during this time of year, bringing with it killing.
Good morning, sir. Thank you for joining.
Peace and respect. Yeah, look, I just got to say one thing quickly. You know, that can't be right, surely, because it said that the moon reflects the sun's light.
No, that's
clearly.
That's not what the Bible says.
No.
Just saying.
The moon generates its own light. We all know that.
Yeah, Jill, can you come in and help us out here? Because we got a bit of a problem.
Who's DP? You're an atheist, DP. You would have to show receipts for that claim. DP. I'm not seeing anyone in the chat that...
There's someone called TV Speaker. I'm not sure if they're in chat or not.
DP.
No, this is D for dog. Oh, but he meant DT, which is Doubting Thomas.
Oh.
Okay. And Doubting Thomas, what did he say? That was copied and pasted from a side chat yesterday, Jill. Maybe you don't.
That's the second time he said DP. I wonder what's on his mind.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, earlier it was man-on-man action, so... Just saying.
Fish, a group of several hundred species of minnow-like fish found in salt, brackish, and fresh waters. These predators will eliminate or reduce mosquito populations in the egg, larva, or pupa stages of development before the insects can fly out of the water where they are born. But there are usually fewer mosquitoes at the peak of the cycle, so tides may flood mosquito habitats very infrequently at the trough of the nodal cycle, giving them enough time to emerge and thus increasing their populations. That is bad news. And it's not just mosquitoes that suffer. Their abundance is a proxy for the health of many other species. Invertebrates such as shrimp, crabs, snails, grasshoppers, and other insects replace large mammalian herbivores in salt marshes. These in turn provide a significant food source for shorebirds and fish. But when combined with increased sea level rise, the peak lunar nodal cycle creates the real possibility of drowning salt marshes. And what happens when salt marsh invertebrates die? Well, the shorebirds, fish, and other species that rely on them suffer greatly. And this includes people. The salt marshes are vital to the global economy, serving as a nursery for a diverse range of marine life, including more than 75% of all fishery species. Salt marshes are also important for the environment because they can store carbon at much higher rates than many land-based ecosystems. And meanwhile, freshwater wetlands hold nearly 10 times more carbon than tidal saltwater sites owing to their vastness. Freshwater wetlands may face significant changes as a result of increased flooding caused by the moon wobble and sea level rise.
Peace and respect, Rojo. You're muted, Sammy.
Hero dear. Let's try that again, shall we? Good morning, Brojo. And yes, we finally have the reason for the end of the world, and it's the moon. Who knew?
Do you know?
And goodbye, Sandy. Have a great day.
Thank you, Sandy. I believe Richard did say something about the moon being Jesus. Did he not? Was that one in part of his plans or something? Venus, Jesus, the moon. Venus is the devil. Jesus is the.
So the moon's in that picture that's behind him. Or is that just for like size reference, maybe?
No, it's something to do with the moon. Was it the moon? The asteroid hitting the moon or something, and the moon then going off and hitting Jupiter or something like that?
Oh, it's the moon that hits Jupiter. Yeah.
I don't know.
Mars. Mars.
I'm bullshitting like usual.
Yeah.
So could be me.
I'm pretty sure Mars flies off and hits Jupiter.
No, surely not.
It's got to be like an asteroid or
I think
something.
it was the asteroid hits the moon and the moon flies off and hits Jupiter. Is it?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think so. But I mean, again, could be wrong. Could be wrong.
I'll have to ask him when he appears.
Yeah, for sure. That's going to be high on my list.
Oh, bugger. Don't you hate when you change the you click the slider and don't know what time you were at?
Yeah.
I know that Mozzie's was at 10:20, so let's see.
Probably about there.
As sea levels rise and the more frequent flooding occurs, the more salinity affects our wetlands. Weather patterns would be very different in a world without tides. Tides are one factor that influence ocean currents, which move warm or cool water around the Earth. Warm ocean currents cause wetter weather.
I was going to ask, what does it mean by shifting?
Oh, Tog's here as well.
That's what we're trying to figure out.
Like, what
so far, so far, all he said is like the normal thing that we know it does. And I'm
Which way did it shift?
Oh, so far, sorry, he has said that because of the rising sea levels, the normal nodal cycle of the moon is going to cause extra flooding. But he hasn't said yet how the moon has shifted. Unless sorry, go on.
18.6 years ago, there was massive flooding. I don't see how they can make that claim. I mean, this is something that apparently repeats over and over. So
years ago. Right, so no, that's not true.
Yeah.
Because I don't think 18 years ago it was massive flooding. What about 36 years ago? No, I don't think it was then either. I was alive through both of those. I was born.
Well, but isn't this only because of climate change? So the further you go back, it should lessen, shouldn't it?
Okay,
no,
fair enough.
Climate change is what, like 1 inch in 30 years?
Well, I don't think there's any consensus.
No, because aren't there areas... He does say a whole lot of figures at the end of what they expect, but I'm sure there are places where it's risen already like half a meter and stuff, depending on the... Yes, maybe over the Earth it's an inch, but depending on where you are, that can be like end up meters. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, did the moon get closer to the Earth then? That's what I'm trying to figure. Like, what the hell? I'm still lost.
Yeah, it hasn't stated yet. But this was only 16 hours ago this was posted.
Well, the moon's moving away from the Earth at Whatever it is,
Oh,
a
it's-
centimeter a year or some shit.
It's going away then. Oh, see, it's like peace. Y'all have your own problems.
Yeah, I'm pretty new to this channel, bro, Joe, and I'm smelling that whiff of something. I don't know if this channel is going to pass the sniff test yet. We'll see by the end of this video.
Sniff chest.
I don't know. It might be just NASA for excuse for them to implement the HARP system in their laser guided lightning storms.
NASA moon.
Wow. Good point. Good point. I hadn't considered that.
And while cold
So,
ocean
by the way,
colder, drier weather.
Sorry, just to say that
No,
Jill
you're
made another brilliant observation on evolution.
Oh, I seen that.
The
I saw
mosquito is another creature which defies evolution. It has been basically unchanged for millions of years.
Yeah, he has a previous comment on there about the
He
beetle.
says millions of years. So at least he's not a young earther, so that's good. Look for the positives, that's what I say. And if you think that's amazing, check out sharks.
I like his previous one about the evolution of the beetle. I just want to say that's we have that. Everybody knows that was a not a collaboration, but a forced collaboration with Hitler and Ferdinand Porsche to create the beetle.
I did not know that. I did not know that. Yeah, that's amazing.
Yes, I agree. It is all CGI.
I mean, no, that looks like a real picture of the Earth to me.
Yeah.
I can see my house from here, can't you guys?
I don't know what problem anyone would have with that image.
See the tip of the Great Lakes? I'm right there. No.
There you go, real picture. You can see the stars in the background and everything.
All right.
See, and they always say, "Oh, we want a picture of the whole Earth in one image." There you go.
Yeah. There it is.
A nodal cycle may also have an impact on one of the most important weather-producing phenomena on Earth. Normally, strong winds along the equator blow warm surface water from South America westward towards Indonesia, while cooler, deep water rises in its place. These trade winds are weakened or even reversed during an El Nino event, affecting weather all over the world.
There you go,
Warm
El
surface
Nino.
water accumulates near South America's west coast, while cold water remains deep in the ocean. Wet regions are typically subject to drought, whereas dry regions are frequently inundated with rain, causing deserts to bloom. And a La Nina event, on the other hand, has the inverse effect
that's
of
the
the
one I
El
was
Nino event. The trade winds are blowing harder than usual, directing more water toward Asia. Cold waters that rise off the Americas coasts push the jet stream northward. As a result, winter temperatures in the south are warmer than usual, while temperatures in the north are cooler than usual. The El Nino and La Nina phenomena, when combined, form the El Nino Southern Oscillation Cycle, or the ENSO cycle. The Southern Oscillation part refers to the change in sea level air pressure over the equatorial Pacific Ocean. The switch between El Nino and La Nina may be influenced by a subsurface ocean wave driven by lunar tidal gravitational force, according to the Ohio State University scientists. Interestingly, ENSO can be predicted by studying the moon's 18.6-year nodal cycle. There is a known lunar nodal effect on the sea surface. The moon's gravitational pull influences tidal currents and thus the movement and mixing of the upper layers of ocean water. This is especially true in the North Pacific. But what about the moon's effects on ice, land, and air? The moon also influences polar temperatures and contributes to fluctuations in Arctic ice extent.
So let's just try and let that sink in for a minute. Did any of you get all of that?
So far. No, that's too much information at one time.
I mean, it's coming
I
out
was looking for
real
something
quick.
else.
That's what I thought.
But yeah, I mean, basically, it's saying, as far as I understood it, that there's an effect with this El Nino effect, because that is a two-way thing. But I thought that was due to, I don't know. I thought
I thought it was solar minimums and maximums or something.
Weather patterns, as far as I remember. But isn't that? Does it always happen at the same time? It goes one time of the year it's one way, and at the other time of the year it's the other way. Is it a yearly thing?
I don't think it's a yearly thing. No,
it's every 5 years. El Nino is like 5 years, and then La Nina is soft 5 years after that.
Okay. Well, there we go then. That could be true.
But they're saying possibly set off by an undersea wave, tidal wave. by the moon.
No idea.
Isn't that fascinating to think, like, there could be some correlation to the moon's gravity and the La Nina El Nino phenomenon?
Yeah, I
However,
mean,
in this case,
that is totally fascinating because you're talking about a global kind of effect, right? The difference. I mean, the Pacific Ocean is massive, obviously. So to have some kind of recurrent weather pattern happening over the two continents, and it must be to do with the continents, right? South America and Australia. That's kind of interesting that there is a feedback loop there. Kind of supports the Gaia theory or Gaia theory, whichever way you want to say it.
Yeah. And speaking of that, where is it? Here. Well, I'm sticking with my old saying, man plans and Ma laughs. Ma can be quite cruel.
Okay.
She certainly can.
Yeah. Well, I kind of like it when she's there, you know what I mean?
Yeah. She's feisty.
The moon's influence is not its 18.6-year nodal cycle, but rather its more familiar monthly variation in the amount of light reflected from it as it waxes and wanes. Satellite measurements show that the poles are 0.55 degrees Celsius warmer during a full moon. One thing to note is that the moon generates tidal currents and waves both at the surface and deeper in the ocean. These currents and waves may either melt or break up sea ice, either as a result of the transport and mixing of warmer waters, or as a result of straining motions acting to tear apart the ice into smaller pieces, which are then more susceptible to melting. But the ocean's water and ice are not the only places on Earth where tides occur. In addition, the moon has a tidal effect on both solid land and the atmosphere. Earth tides behave similarly to ocean tides. The land deforms and bulges in the same way that the sea does, and this has been linked to volcanic activities and earthquakes. And energy flows from the upper to lower atmosphere are caused by atmospheric tides, as are changes in atmospheric pressure. Air pressure changes caused by the moon's position were first observed in 1847. The gravitational forces of the moon.
You mentioned earthquakes, and if I'm not mistaken, wasn't there like a big earthquake that happened over in Turkey or something like that?
Yeah, just recently.
Yeah, and so that's what I'm saying. If they're talking about earthquakes and weather patterns changing, wouldn't that be a cause into what this dude's saying right now? If it has any effect, yeah, like that would make sense because that just happened over there.
I have to go AFK. I'll be back in a while.
Because I remember hearing about that. Yeah, it bent train rails and made them look like squiggly lines, and I was like, "Dang, that's crazy." Yeah.
Last I heard, and I'm sure it was still climbing, was 30,000 dead.
Yeah, I think it moved like 10 meters or something like that. It shifted, like the whole continent or whatever. The plate shifted, like I think about 10 meters span. Just crazy.
Well, I've heard that when there's a full moon, it's more likely that the San Andreas Fault has a shift also. If it's like already building up tension, that like the 3 days around the full moon is when it's most likely to give.
Yeah, I've seen something recently about that. It's like really, 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 really overdue.
Yeah, I remember growing up in San Diego when I was in fifth grade, I believe, sixth grade. We get the weekly reader, and they were talking about that. California is overdue for a magnitude 8.1 or greater earthquake for 10 years or something like that. But that was back in how old was I then? Like that was probably back in 85 or 86. They said that. So
yeah.
I've been hearing that for a while, and I don't know. Sometimes people will coincide certain disasters with certain events. Because I'm trying to think of the last major earthquake they had in California that was major. Well, that was that one in San Francisco, right? And I remember that was going on during, there was a game going on in a fight. It was a Tyson fight, I think it was, when that earthquake happened. I remember I was at my friend's house watching that.
Candlestick Park, when they were doing the World Series, is one of them. That was in '89.
Okay. That might be the one I'm thinking about.
I hadn't experienced an earthquake when I was 10. It was 5.5, so it was like really massive, but it destroyed me. One of the main cities where I live. And I was on the toilet at the time taking a shit. And yes, I was 10, but still, because I'd never experienced anything like that, my brain couldn't comprehend what was happening. And my first thought was that my mate, who was waiting for me outside, because we're weird here, as you know, and we have outside toilets sometimes. And he was waiting in the laundry outside of the toilet, and I thought he was throwing massive boulders at the door. And I yelled at him, "Stop it, man!" And all he could say was, "It's not me." And yeah, my mum was inside. She first, her brain did the same stuff though. She said at first she thought an aeroplane hit the house, and then her brain went, "No, we'd be dead. Maybe a truck crashed into the house, but there was no carnage and damage and shit." So then she thought, I had busted a water pipe because me and my mate had been digging under the house, building a cubby house or something. And yeah, it's funny. No one thought earthquake.
At first, right?
Yeah. Because we live in a spot where we're not really meant to be able to get earthquakes. We're right in the middle of a plate. So it was like the earthquake happened somewhere else on Earth, and our 5.5 was just one of the reactions on the other side of the Earth. So basically this massive earthquake happened out at sea, and the one we experienced was I want to say like a ricochet. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, it's not even just along fault lines that earthquakes can happen. They can happen in the middle of plates.
Moon cause bulges and oscillations in the Earth's atmosphere that are similar to those seen in water, and changes in atmospheric pressure are associated with higher air temperatures, which means the air molecules can hold more moisture in the form of water vapor, lowering humidity and thus the chance of rainfall. As a result, lower pressure is associated with cold, wet weather, while higher pressure is associated with calmer, more pleasant weather. However, the moon's influence on precipitation via atmospheric tides is minor, as other factors such as solar heat have a much greater impact. So the amount of rainfall is affected by lunar forces, but only by about 1%. When the sun and moon are aligned, it rains slightly more than it does 6 hours earlier or later, so the moon's pull only affects when it rains, not how much it rains.
I have to buy it. At least it's not penises this time, Jill. Beavers defy your religion. Yes. I'm sure they do.
The moon's influence on the Earth is sometimes subtle and sometimes profound. In fact, some scientists believe that the moon created life in the first place. But even if not as dramatic, the moon helps to stabilize the Earth's climate as it spins on its axis. The Earth would wobble more erratically if it didn't have the moon. The poles would shift significantly in relation to the Earth's orbit. Seasons, days, and nights would all be drastically different. However, the tides that may have begun life on Earth are also pushing our moon away from us. Because of the tides it causes on Earth, the moon moves away from the Earth by nearly 4 centimeters every year. Because the Earth rotates faster than the moon, the gravitational tug of the tidal bulge pulls the moon along faster. As the moon accelerates, it is flung outwards and its orbit expands. It's similar to standing on a playground roundabout. The faster it spins, the more you feel like you're being thrown outwards from the center. The effects of flooding in the coastal areas are significant, and not only are they significant, but they're also already occurring. This is why the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration at NOAA has carried out a study of what rising sea level means. Interestingly, the results coincide with the effects and timeline of the moon's wobbling. According to a 111-page report released by NOAA and 6 other federal agencies, seas lapping against the United States shores will be 10 to 12 inches higher in the near future, with parts of Louisiana and Texas expected to see waters 1.5 feet higher.
I've got him muted again. I stopped to comment and then I got distracted by Brojo's comment. Beaver made me lose my religion.
Nice.
Yeah. I had a similar experience, Brojo. On your B-Day, even better. And yes, Jill's into a fair bit of denial. The blue whale tongue is the size of an elephant. Explain that in your faith. Okay, Jill. God made the whale. Are you happy?
And as you can expect, floods caused by today's sea levels, weather patterns, and infrastructure are expected to occur more than 10 times as frequently in the next 30 years. In other words, a single flooding event likely to damage property or commerce in coastal areas of the southern United States every 4 to 5 years will be expected to strike 4 to 5 times a year. According to NOAA's administrator, this report should be a wake-up call to the United States. Top White House officials agree with this warning. This new data on sea rise is the latest confirmation that the climate crisis is flashing code red. Experts have warned that the cost will be high, pointing out that the coast is home to much of the American economy and 40% of the population. There will be a high human price because 40% of the population of the United States lives within 60 miles of our coastlines. There will be a wide range of effects along those coastlines, but there's no denying that a significant portion of the US economy, revenue, and tax base is right there in the middle. The projected increase is especially concerning given that sea levels along the Atlantic coast rose at the fastest rate in 2,000 years during the 20th century. The worst of the long-term sea level rise caused by melting ice sheets in Antarctica and Greenland, however, is also waiting in the future. Warmer water expands and melting ice sheets and glaciers swell the volume of the world's oceans. The report is the equivalent of NOAA raising a red flag about accelerating sea level rise, according to Andrea Dutton, a geoscientist at the University of Wisconsin-Madison who studies sea level rise. She says current coastal flooding in the United States will be taken to a whole new level in just a couple of decades. Because of sinking land, currents, and water from ice melt, sea level rises more in some places than others. The United States will experience a slightly higher sea level rise than the global average, and the Gulf and East Coast will be the hardest hit, while the West Coast and Hawaii will be hit less severely. Residents can expect nearly 25 inches or 0.63 meters of sea level rise in Galveston, Texas, and just under 2 feet or 0.6 meters in St. Petersburg, Florida, compared to 9 inches or 0.23 meters in Seattle and 14 inches or 0.36 meters in Los Angeles. While higher seas cause far more damage when storms like hurricanes hit the coast, they're also becoming an issue on sunny days. Cities such as Miami Beach, Florida, Annapolis, Maryland, and Norfolk, Virginia already experience a few minor nuisance floods during high tides each year, but these will be replaced by several moderate floods per year by mid-century, causing property damage. Many of the major U.S. East Coast metropolitan areas will be increasingly vulnerable, but the western Gulf of Mexico coast will be hit the hardest by sea level rise, 16 to 18 inches or 0.4 to 0.45 meters. That equates to more than 10 moderately damaging sunny day floods and 1 major high tide flood event per year. And by 2050, the eastern Gulf of Mexico should expect a sea level rise of 14 to 16 inches or 0.35 to 0.4 meters and 3 moderate sunny day floods per year. The southeast coast should experience a foot to 14 inches or 0.3 to 0.35 meters of sea level rise and 4 moderate sunny day floods per year by mid-century, while the northeast coast should experience 10 inches to a foot or 0.25 to 0.3 meters of sea level rise and 6 moderate sunny day floods per year. And by mid-century, the Hawaiian Islands and southwestern coast should expect 6 to 8 inches or 0.15 to 0.2 meters of sea level rise, while the northwest coast will see only 4 to 6 inches or 0.1 to 0.15 meters. The Pacific coastline will experience more than 10 minor nuisance sunny day floods per year, but only about 1 moderate flood per year, with Hawaii receiving even less. According to the report, the United States will experience an average of 2 feet of sea level rise by the end of the century, with more in the east and less in the west. But is the world prepared to deal with flooding due to the moon's wobbling? Let's hear what you think in the comment section below.
Well, thoughts, comments, anyone who's left?
Only thing I see is, in a weird way, the Earth is churning. You know, things fall, things rise, and we're just animals and creatures trying to stay on top of it, I guess. And
Yeah.
events are going to happen. I don't know. It's just part of the process, maybe.
Yeah.
But they always like to add that, that element of they need to exaggerate a little bit of fear in there. Gets people's minds going. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
Like the title was NASA just announced moon shifted. Oh, but hang on, let me get the full name of it. And it's going to cause record flooding on Earth. So the announcement isn't the moon shifted bit. That's normal. It's doing its normal shift, whatever. It's going to come a little bit closer or whatever. The announcement is the record flooding on Earth. Does that make sense?
Well, the record flood on Earth, they're saying, what do you say, like every 18.6 years, and they said something about they were saying something about the last big, what do you think was, first started talking about, they're talking about like a huge catastrophe with flooding, and they were talking about like 1720 something, I thought, and then he said 18.6 years, so that kind of confused me a little bit.
Yeah, and then
certain hundreds of years, or yeah.
And all the details at the end was like, this place is going to have one moderate flood a year.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously, I don't know much about the States, but do those places normally flood yearly?
Because I'm thinking about no. I mean, you have your normal flooding when you have the storms coming in, things like that around like the coast right there in the Gulf of Mexico, a lot there. But as far as like East Coast, West Coast, there's been some major storms that came in and caused some massive waves, but nothing like a flood or anything like you would see like I can remember of any like evacuations or that type of deal.
Yeah.
So it's a little weird,
Jill, sorry to change the subject. I can't help but buy. You know that Wildheart never stopped drinking, right? Never. He was drinking the day he got out of prison.
Right.
So, yeah. How's that saved by Jesus thing working? Because he's doing a bit of a shitty job, Jill. You know, if Wildheart's will is stronger than the power of Jesus, Let's Farm. Good morning. You would think that this would be huge news for Venice. Yeah.
All right.
It may be. Yeah, Jody, you're spot on. He probably knew the whole time he was in prison. He was just waiting to get out for a drink. Ever need to talk? Well, I'll tell Wildheart, but I mean, what he said to me the other day was it doesn't seem he has much intentions of quitting anytime soon.
Right.
Christians do still drink. No one suggested otherwise, but we try not to encourage drinking around them. We are Christians. Oh, bless you, Saint Jillian.
Christians go home and drink alone and cry.
Yeah. Exactly. Yes. He was saved for the length of his prison stay. He got sober and turned to Christ and come out going, I'm a Christian, I'm a Christian. I'm not really, but yeah, drinking is shitty.
Yeah, it gets shitty after a while. It's almost, I don't know. Had its moments for me when I was younger, but I don't know. It's something I don't look forward to. You know, I look forward to a drink sometimes.
Yeah. I mean, I don't mind having a drink if I'm going out or celebrating. Right. Other people
Karaoke
are going to be drinking and stuff. Yeah.
Yep.
But I don't ever drink at home. Like, I don't have alcohol here. Or if I do, it's like because I don't touch it. That's why it's still here.
I always go by that rule because my father be such an alcoholic, and you know, I know how to raise kids. Not know how to raise, but knowing I had to raise children was, you know, I was went by use alcohol for like just in celebration. You know, you don't want to use it for depression or anything other really.
Yeah, same for Sandy. Sober as well, but had nothing to do with being saved and everything to do with not wanting to do my max. Yeah. Loving the blood orange ciders. Interesting. Blood orange. That's still just orange flavored, right?
Pretty much.
And Let's Farm, you have to tell us. Oh, here we are. His weird reaction to alcohol seems that every time I drink, I break out in orange coveralls all over my body. Badum-tish. And Wildheart's still living, and Krishna may be dying in a few months. Go figure. Praise Jesus, eh? Here we are. Right, PJ. Take your sick, deadly behavior home in private, not to influence anyone else. Boy, the world would be a better place if everyone followed that biblical ethic. Huh?
Right? It's a little twist there.
Okay. Next question. Who decides what is extreme drinking?
The floor.
Why does it have to be extreme drinking? It's any time that it becomes a problem. If it affects other parts of your life, if it inhibits other parts of your life, then it's a problem.
Right.
I don't think, the word extreme drinking is a very...
Then it affects your health. Hits your liver.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Whether like physical health, mental health, social life, any of that.
Yeah, that's why it shouldn't be. In my perspective, that's why I say it should be used for just celebration, fun times. A little drink wouldn't hurt now and then if wanted, but once people start using drugs or things and when they're in depressed states to lift their spirits, then they would want to have their spirits lifted. They don't want to be depressed, and they ride on the alcohol as a good feeling, and then that turns into a sick feeling because their health gets affected by their mind gets affected by then it turns into the negative.
Yeah.
I was never like an alcoholic. I mean, I drank. I was working with some good old boys over here that drink every day on the job and after. They have a beer. Everybody's, by the time they go home, I don't know how we made it home. Sometimes, but I never let it really get to me. Sometimes I was just going to work and I was like, hey, nah, guys, no, I'm gonna have my coffee. I don't know how you guys start drinking at 10 a.m. And I was just, this is too much for me. The first week was all right, but give me a break. These good old boys, man, they just go. Yeah.
I had a girlfriend, and her grandfather come and stayed with us for a bit, and he slept with a beer.
Oh, dude.
And he would wake up like 4 a.m. to have. He'd have to have a beer.
My dad was the same way. My dad was the same way. If he wake up to take a piss or something, he'll chug a beer down or two, and go back to bed.
Yeah. What the fuck?
Right?
My body could not do that.
That's got to be a pretty. I don't know. Just thinking about times when I was drinking a little bit here and there, or drunk, it's like I can't really keep myself in that type of state. It's just
yeah. Like they feel it starting to wear off, and
you start to feel weird, I guess.
Have another big chug.
Yeah. My uncle was such an alcoholic, man. If he didn't have booze, if they're like broke for a day or two, he starts shaking like fucking crazy, and he was like burying pineapples in bags in the backyard so they could ferment. I mean, this guy was.
Oh my god!
Yeah, he was making his own stuff. He was like really. His skin was yellow, his eyes were yellow, and he was just constantly drinking. Dying now because of it. Oh, I can't hear you. Too far from the mic.
Sorry. Was it his liver or kidneys?
Liver, I believe, yeah. My grandfather drank himself to death. I never met him, but the story goes he pretty much drank himself to death when my father was 9. But he was in the Korean War, and I guess he lost a leg, and they had to amputate one, I guess, because the damage. Ended up amputating both, and he pretty much fell into depression and drank himself to death.
Damn.
Yeah.
It's like kind of like the people you see on oxygen tanks smoking a ciggy, coughing their guts up.
Oh, dude, that's how my father-in-law freaking went, man. And that was about 3-4 years ago. Yeah, he was having a bad day. He was actually drinking that morning too, smoking on an oxygen machine and coughing and smoking, and he was looking really rough that morning. And I actually have it on video on my old phone the day he died, because I wanted to get him to record him talking shit. He's a racist old geezer hillbilly, and he said some funny shit that I want to record and put online. And that day I started recording him. He looked like he's gray. He was like barely there, and I had to call. I called the 911. Ambulance came and got him, and I was like, he was just, I don't know, dude. I could tell something was wrong. And he died like a couple of hours after they hit him. He actually went to like a failure during the ride there to the hospital, and went into like a type of I don't know, it's not a coma, but some type of, where they had put him on a machine. And when they found out that he had a couple of days later, they found out that he had a no resuscitation type deal. So they pulled the plug on him. Now it's from smoking.
Literally drank himself to death.
And drank and smoked himself. Well, I think it was the smoking that got him. It was his lungs were so bad. He was something to do with like his reverse affect, where there's too much oxygen coming in or something like that started it, that caused the cause. I'm not exactly sure the details, but it's just smoking and drinking too much, in excess. Yeah. We're all got to go somehow, but I really don't want to go.
I don't want to go slowly and horribly.
Right? Yeah. Trying to fight for that last breath, gurgling for air. Yeah. That's
fucking kill me way before then. Hopefully I go in my sleep.
Yeah, right. It was so wild.
It's do some
talk.
Hey, man.
Hey guys, I was just looking at what his face William posted in the side chat.
Morningstar.
Happy chat, I mean. Sorry.
Oh.
I said side chat. I'm
I was like,
happy
"What's
chat.
up there?"
My bad. I'm happy to have all day now.
You don't have to work or anything?
Mm-mm. Well, I gotta hopefully get a phone call. So I'm waiting on that. There's no like scheduled events to like go to today, so I have nothing to like go to event wise. So I'm looking for stuff.
Nice. Jody says hi. Well,
Oh, hi, Jody. Excuse me. Good to see. The Jill is in the chat. I bet that's been fun, hasn't it?
yeah. Trying to get atheist to go on his channel and debate him.
Yeah.
Are you going to have a... Did you have a Bible study?
Yeah, basically.
I missed it.
Yeah, it was about the minimal facts argument for the resurrection. But basically, historians agree on, I think it's 4 basic facts, and this supposedly demonstrates that the resurrection happened, which it's obviously clearly bullshit, but you know, that's what it was.
I don't need to ask were you convinced, obviously.
Yeah, no, not at all. I actually left because he wouldn't let Richard Madsen in. He's banned or blocked Richard Madsen from his channel, and he was trying to get in. So as soon as he wouldn't let him in, I just left.
Wait, on whose channel?
Jill's.
Let's Farm.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's called Let's Debate. Debates are hard to come by when you're dishonest strawmanning interlocutor.
Yeah.
Jody says you're sounding good, Wildheart.
Oh, cheers! Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
I don't know about that last one with DT said. If you're a popular enough idiot, everyone's gonna want to go against the idiot because it's an easy win.
Yeah, sometimes people love the dumpster fires.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm thinking of the more popular idiot debaters.
It gets
they
the
get all the
views.
streams. Yeah, like they get all the freaking debates. What are they? What is that? It's not even nothing to do with Jill. Even Jill's on the radar for that. Don't even chill up with the actual loser debaters. No offense.
Like, what happened to J-Man? Does he still exist?
He does his own Christian stuff, I think, on his channel. As far I don't watch his shit,
It's
but
still
yeah,
going?
I believe so. I don't watch his stuff, so like I said, I don't know. I think he does his stuff on his own channel, whatever it is. I think Beckel was over there like a couple of weeks ago.
Debates anymore and stuff. Because for a while he was like everywhere, and everyone was talking about G-Man. Never heard of him.
I think from the what I heard from the last time he changed his position up. That was like maybe a year ago.
What was that? Was that here in my house?
Not me.
Yeah, it's not here.
Sammy's, I think.
Yeah, that was not that. But there's no fire.
Maybe the battery's going low.
Yeah. Well, they're supposed to just make a little oh shit, there it goes again.
Yeah, they've just done that on the smoke alarms. But I think that longer one is. But when the battery's going, it just does a little beep, like
a little chirp or something.
Yeah. Like every 30 seconds or something.
Oh yeah, that chirp. Yeah.
Yeah.
Usually when the fire alarm goes off when I was a kid, it means somebody's making tortillas.
I just recognize I need some type of coaching.
Like
when it comes to explaining shit. Because I often go off the head and off the handle. And I'm like, this is going to become a problem. So I need to find a way to, like, explain things when I get upset about it, but in a nicer tone.
Picture yourself talking to a child.
That's not going to help. I'd still yell at a child. Like,
that's that little motherfucker.
Yeah. No, like, that's the thing. Like, I don't know how to reach, like, that kindness level of, well, okay.
What you don't understand. Kind of like an explanatory type mode. Yeah.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to like that because I need to get in that level. I'm like, that's gonna approach people a lot better.
Using analogies help a lot. Yeah. Like using analogies helps quite a bit. Depending on who you're talking to and how you're dealing. Sometimes analogies are.
What I'm trying to tell myself is to look for things to like have a tick. So like some type of thing I can go to for when I hear something that's disgruntling me, and I can just use that to keep myself calm. But I have to recognize it first again, like
focal point.
Like, yeah, I need something to bring me into it where, hey, this is happening. Get back to being calm. And I actually used to be really calm, and a couple years ago, I'm like, you know what? I've been calm for so long. I'm gonna start letting my anger out, and I liked it again because I used to be a quiet mouse. So now it's like I think I need to get back to being a quiet mouse, and I don't remember how to be a quiet mouse again. Like timid in a sense, but not,
More, maybe not timid, just maybe a little more reserved or
softer.
No, okay. Yes, you're saying not so. Yeah.
I think because it's good to let your emotions out and even your anger out, then it doesn't build up, Well,
you gotta redirect your energies. Yeah.
I am such a strong proponent for you catch more flies with honey than vinegar.
Yeah.
More, yes, you will get the people who like to be yelled at, and it gets through. But the majority of people respond. The more nice you are, the more people will respond to you. It's just
someone who I look at who has a pretty nice cadence. I think is JG. Like he seems to get upset, but his tone and pitch never really changes. He might make snarky remarks, but his tone's always at the same cadence, and that's kind of what I'm looking for. I'm not looking in a sense to maybe that's just it to lower the tone and cadence. Maybe just think whisper thoughts.
He comes across almost like a counselor, like a.
Right, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm exactly what I'm talking about. Like that. You could tell him any type of bullshit, and he like takes a deep breath, and then he like explains his shit out.
Yeah.
Because I've seen him in a bout with Saint Tommy
Greetings, Ed.
the other day. It was quite nice. Hey, Ed.
Good to see you again. Yeah, you know who I really enjoy their unmovable calmness is Odin.
Oh, right, yeah.
He's just always has this chill, and you can hear a smile. You can hear the smile.
Right, yeah.
You know what I mean? And he just doesn't get triggered. I'd love to not get triggered by stuff. I'm working on it.
Yeah.
He's confident in his stuff.
Yeah. Well, we've got some new age stuff going on in the chat here.
What's a cardinal sign of the zodiac?
Good question.
Yeah, yeah, I'm not gonna clue.
North.
Like,
probably north, yeah. Whatever the north one is. Get the 4 main corners.
Is there such a thing? Ace is like that. What were we talking about?
The calmness.
Oh, the calmness.
Yeah.
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 But then again, I think Ace just shuts down if you yell at him, and then he ignores and moves on.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Or he'll
Your
just
give a fuck has to break. Yeah, you're spot on, eh? Like, once you just don't give a fuck anymore, they can't roll you up.
Yeah.
You don't get upset.
Stop caring about the things I care about.
Okay.
Is that sounds like a plan.
Yeah, true.
Don't forget
That's
metals.
probably why it's not so easy. But they're not zodiac. Are they cardinal signs of the zodiac approach?
I don't think so. They're the
I thought they were elements. Yeah.
Fundamental force of nature. I
It
think.
depends on which astrology you're looking at. The Chinese ones, they do have a fundamental factor. For example, the Chinese zodiac, I am a metal goat. So it does have a factor if you're looking into it in the Chinese zodiac, which I think should be in parallel with the Babylonian zodiac that we know as the Western, because if you add all those 12 together, they equal up to 24, which I think goes into Christianity as well, and some other things, but yeah. That has to do with like the gods being like, there used to be more than that, 72, then it came down to the hour perspective. That's Babylonian. And then you'd have to, if you want to know about the metals and elements, then you go to the Chinese, and that's separate from the what we call Western, which is technically still Eastern astrology or whatever it's called. Astronomy, technically the same thing back in the day.
Cheers, thank you very much.
It was, yeah. Well, they didn't have astronomy; they only had astrology, but that was kind of their astronomy.
Yeah. Right, that's what I'm saying. It's like the same thing.
Yeah.
We have it separated now because we're actually in the stars and all that. But yeah.
I'm a cardinal sign then.
Yeah, I find it quite disappointing. Not disappointing, but weird that Jill keeps calling me Brother David. He thinks because I said I was a Christian once, but yeah, it's kind of nice and sweet, but yeah.
It is, isn't it? It's like a bit cute, but a bit sad at the same time. Many new Christians go through that phase. It's nothing to be ashamed of, Brother David.
Completely inaccurate, but quite sweet.
Are you going to become a Christian, David?
And I've got closer to it.
Why?
But just because I read the Bible and God isn't as much of a monster. He still is a monster, but not as much as I thought. Just basically being kind of indoctrinated with atheist kind of propaganda. Do you know what I mean?
So you think God was justified in his actions in the Old Testament?
No, still not. I'm not that far yet.
So, see, and this is what doesn't make sense to me, Wild, is closer to nothing is still nothing.
Yeah, I get
so you can't really, like, can you get closer to being a Christian if you still think it's bullshit and you think the God's a monster, just less of a monster? I don't really,
Yeah, the Christian
I
thing.
mean, you want to be one, go for it, but I'm not trying to stop you, but I don't think you are.
There is a flavor of Christianity that heresy, the Marcionites that believe that the God of the Old Testament is actually the bad guy, the monster.
Yeah.
Yep.
But I think
it's made sense to me until I thought for about 20 seconds about Revelation and stuff, and realized, like, even the God of the New Testament is pretty.
You just replaced the old monster with the new monster.
Yeah.
And I think I want to just try it on because I speak to so many Christians, and they say the Spirit works inside them, and they get all this knowledge and all this. I want to just become a Christian just to try it out, you know, see if it happens to me.
To
And
give
I'll
it
know
a
what
try.
I'm talking about. Yeah, just give it a try for like 6 months.
Can you go for a test ride into Christianity? Is that feasible? What do you think you'll accomplish by trying to be a Christian?
It's just so I'll know what they're talking about.
You want to understand them.
Yeah, just understand. Yeah, like when they say that they speak, pray to God, and he, you know, like stuff like he reveals himself. I just want to know what that's like.
I guess you're right. I guess you're right in a way, because the best way to understand a Christian is to be a Christian.
Yeah. Yeah.
Rule number 1 of warfare: know your enemy.
Yes.
It's. I really actually admire it, Wildheart. Sorry, I can't call you David. It's too weird. Because it's like you're doing the same thing that I've been doing lately. You're just putting it a different way. Like you're like, I'm getting closer to Christian. Where what I think you're doing is trying to take a more honest position.
Yeah, that might be perfect.
Like I've tried to start steel manning my opponents rather than just attacking them blindly. You know, if I'm honestly gonna debunk this thing, then I need to give it an honest go, because
I've seen the last couple of streams. They have been brilliant. All the stuff with the conspiracy theorist and all that. It does seem like you're genuinely trying to, the same as Can Van doing, the like take it on from their point of view, kind of try it on for size and see what happens. It is, I think, a very honest thing to do.
And it hasn't made me religious or a conspiracy nut. I haven't been really convinced by anything, but I'm giving it the most honest look I've ever given it. You know.
Yeah. I remember you saying in one of the shows that if you take it on from their point of view. Sorry, my mind's just stopped.
But all the religions speak about the spiritual part of reality, something that cannot, something intangible, something that cannot be explained through material ways, which is a claim. So we can experience all the religions by attacking that idea.
Yeah.
In a way, because they're making unfounded claims about reality. About the reality that we know.
Yeah.
So, how would you define the spirit, David?
That's what I mean. I don't know. Like, to me,
do you think they know?
To be perfectly honest, I don't think there is a spirit. I don't think spirits exist. I think you are your brain. Like your mind or your spirit or your soul is just what the brain does. You are your brain. Without a brain, it wouldn't be anything. Do you know what I mean? But I don't think actually spirits exist.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Correct. That's okay by my standards, at least.
I disagree with that.
It's like you're. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, PJ. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say it's like, and when you say spirits, it's the first thing that popped in my head is like spirit is what your soul represents in this flesh form.
Wow, that begs the question: what's a soul?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. It's what you are, who you are. You accumulate. It's what you are. It's your essence.
The whole thing.
Like your soul may be angry, and it may throw out spirits of anger because that's what you're representing at that time. But your soul is still your soul.
So what is it? Like I would just call that the brain. So what is it that makes the soul Like it must be the brain plus something. Otherwise, it's just the brain.
I usually think of soul as being like, in a sense, the brain and the emotions, while the body is simply just the body, and the spirit is something entirely something else. It's something because the spirit can come and go as it wills. It's something that isn't stuck in our consciousness. It's not in the confines of our head as thoughts are. It's something that freely goes, and it's not singular to us. There's multiple, and so when it comes to soul and body, right, is where you get the whole thing where it says in Paul that we wrestle not with flesh and blood, flesh and blood and principalities. That principalities talking about the spiritual aspects of stuff, but the flesh that we do wrestle, there's stuff that we, in that spiritual sense of salvation, that's what we're battling with. We wrestle with our bodies and like our day-to-day shit. We're like when we're talking about the things that we don't want to do, that our body tells us, like getting up in the morning, I just want to lay here, and that type of body like we wrestle with. If that's understandable, sorry.
But the emotions are within the brain as well. Your emotions are just due to chemicals and the way your brain works. It's not really something extra. We can explain emotions. We know how they work. It's chemicals being released within your brain.
Called
That's why I said that, yeah.
electroneurochemistry.
Yeah.
But I may have just made that up.
Is something extra from the brain that would legitimize you saying that there's a spirit or a soul? What is it that is extra from the brain that would, justify that belief that there's something else? There has to be something else if you're saying there's a soul or a spirit. What is that thing?
I think he's asking you, Tog.
Would you say it's the
I kind of already said
the essence, the part of you that is the essence of God?
Sorry, I've just got back. What did you say it was, Todd? Could you just quickly tell me?
I was saying that spirit's something entirely different from soul. What I think soul is what we call our emotionals and our mental things, like our rational, irrational, and emotional. All that goes into it, right? It's the same thing. It's what it comes from. Like I said, it's like the mind. I guess if you could, the soul is the mind, while the body is simply just the body.
Right, and you think that the brain is just the body, and the mind is separate from that, do you?
They're the same. I didn't say anything about separate.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Because
Which is
I had
good.
problems.
They're the same thing. So the brain is the mind.
Right? Yeah. I'm sorry.
So what's the extra stuff then?
What's the soul?
Huh? The soul?
What's the soul? Yeah.
It's just inside the body. I mean, yeah.
Well, it is the body, right?
Yeah.
So why do we need so many words?
You're sounding unconvincing here, Doug. I have to say this.
Well, I'm not trying to convince anyone. Shit.
Well, most Christians have a completely different view. That they think that the soul is something completely separate from the mind, from the body, right? And it's the soul that gets resurrected, that kind of thing.
Nah, I don't.
You think the body gets resurrected, do you?
I think it's all a gadget, sure. But
you think it's all what? Sorry,
it's not. I'm sorry, smoking. I think it all goes in tangent.
Tangent.
It's like it's you, but it's not you, right? I don't know.
No, I don't know what that means. That's illogical. A does not
equal. Good seeing you, by the way.
I know that Jill. I think it was Jill that the other day was saying that heaven is physical.
Right, an ethereal plane is physical. That sounds like Joe, to be fair. Yeah.
Well, as created, yeah.
Which kind of agrees with what you're saying. Not that I can understand it all.
Well, when you say things like it's you, but it's not you, right? That's A equals not A in logic.
And heaven on earth
So that doesn't
What
make any
does that
sense.
mean?
It's a part two hole fallacy.
Don't start having a go at Belinda Carlisle.
It's not even. It's not even
Let's just
that.
say it this way. I
It's
don't know
worse
how to
than that.
define it because it's complex. There.
It's against the law
Don't
of
listen to
identity,
me.
and that's even Leibniz would tell you you're wrong. But you know, I don't know, man.
Good on you for saying I don't know, Todd.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, I know. I just can't explain it, right? I don't know it as best as I know it.
You
But if
had
I
to
can't
go
explain
and
it
fuck
well,
it up.
What you're really saying
No,
is
that's
that you
only
believe in
true.
something without justifications.
Yeah, that's it.
it's
Right.
not just.
So what-
It's not justification. So
No,
I'm
that's-
not. I'm poorly
that's
saying
faith.
what other people have stated.
Yeah, that's faith,
Right?
right?
It's not my fault.
we
I'm just
grant
bad
you
at
that.
giving an explanation on what I'm trying to talk about because I don't
Okay.
have any notes to like get my
I
words
don't.
out. Right?
Yeah, but the problem is, Tog, nobody does. It's faith, right? It's like believing in something without a reason.
No, because I just mentioned about note taking, so it's something that we can write down and keep track of and keep a record of.
What is?
What I'm talking about?
Well, what have you written it down?
I haven't, but others have.
Okay, and could you give me some? Like, have they done this online? Can we have a look at a list of people writing this stuff down?
You could look
Aristotle?
into classic philosophy.
I knew it.
I have a question, Tog. I'm not trying to pick on you, but you said that you don't know what the soul is, yet you believe that the soul exists. That
I
makes
said I
you
don't know how to explain it well.
not explain it well.
I
Right.
told you what I thought it was, didn't I? Like in the sense of how it's our mind, in that sense of it, with the emotions
Yeah,
and our rational and
you're not-
irrational thoughts. Yeah, I explained it.
Yeah, I'm not
How's it
picking on you or
fit?
anything.
How's it fit together? I don't know. Right?
Yeah.
Fuck it.
So the soul is essentially the abstract parts of our mind, the conceptual things like emotion, thought, imagination, that sort of thing.
Sure.
The non-corporeal stuff.
Sure. Yes.
Would you say that it
I don't know
includes
about that. That's a weird one
personal-
with emotions.
Would you say that it includes like personality as well?
That emotion one's being non-corporeal. I'm having trouble with because we have a physical reactions to emotions, and that's like that. It's a physical expression of. So like, is that corporeal? I don't know.
Yes,
That's
yes.
kinda,
It's an emergent.
Yeah, right.
It's an emergent property of materials.
But is it imagined?
It can be imagined, but even if it's imagined,
it's
it's still a
emergent.
product of emergent. Yes,
Yeah,
it's
emergent.
Ed said
okay.
emergent. Yeah.
There we go. Okay, emergent. Okay.
Well, also MRI tests have kind of shown that the abstract and God are pretty much light up in the brain when you think about abstract objects and you think about God.
Look that up.
Exactly the same response in the brain. So, if you think that the mind is the brain, and you're basically saying that God is the product of the mind, not
quite
the mind
amazed,
is
actually.
product of God.
I'm quite amazed actually that we talked about this about 5-10 minutes now, and no one said anything about consciousness, which is good.
Well, I'm trying to use the word mind because that was the word given to me. So, anyway, I mean, just saying, when you talk about physical phenomena, then if you try to explain God as, or if you try and explain it like the way I've heard people explain it, which is like the soul is some kind of antenna to pick up God, right? In the brain.
Yeah.
Right.
Like we're just receivers, or
That's right.
God's transmitting, and we're just a receiver.
I'm a ham
probably.
radio.
Yeah,
Ham
effectively.
radio.
Humans are ham radios of God. If you're trying to explain it that way,
That's
then that's
technically true.
demonstrably disproven by the MRI scans, I think, that show that when you think about identity and you think about abstract things, then you're thinking about, then that's exactly the same. You can think about unicorns, and that'll still light up the same area as when you think about Jesus.
But that doesn't disprove God, isn't it? It's
God's everywhere
Nothing
and everything.
disproves God. Let me just get that
I would hear a Christian say, "Well, God's everywhere and everything, even in the MRI machine."
Exactly.
Yeah, all arguments for God can fail, and it could be true that God exists.
Which makes him pointless.
That's the problem you get with something that is unfalsifiable. God is
correct.
unfalsifiable, so you're never going to disprove him.
Yeah. I mean, I think, there are very good reasons to think that there aren't going to be a priori arguments for the existence of God. And anybody, so if God has the properties of being necessary, I think that there is good reason not to believe that. If you want to give an inductive and evidential argument for God's existence, then we have to take those on a case-by-case basis. And because I haven't heard all evidential arguments for God, then obviously you can't really disprove it.
I think there are reasons to believe in God, but there are not good reasons to believe in God.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. But
I don't think any of them are a priori. I don't think you can give a
yes,
deductive argument for God's existence and be convincing.
But believing
they're all going to be psychological.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Believing in God because it makes you feel better.
Yeah.
That will be a reason to believe in God, but it's not evidence for God.
You can have a personal experience.
I find that odd.
Again, but that's no reason for anybody else to believe it. So that's never going to be an argument for God.
No.
It
That's
may
a
be
weird
convincing
one.
to you.
What
Go ahead, Todd.
Wildheart said there about always feeling good. Like, I don't know about that, because usually people are like, "Oh, God's judging me." It's that whole feel the Lord because of every single little thing I do. So I'm like, is that really happiness, or are you suffering because you always have the watchful eye of something, and because of your sinful nature, X, Y, Z.
Oh my God,
I don't
that's interesting.
know if
That's
this is
interesting
what-
because a lot of Christians do like the victim mentality.
Yeah.
They like to.
But I don't think he was referring to everyday happiness. I think he was talking about the existential safety of, oh, it's okay, I don't have to die when I die.
Oh.
That you get from believing in a God. For me, the one that I find baffling is the theists that argue with consciousness as though it's some bizarre thing that humans have, which just shows the complete lack of understanding of an emergent property. And if you can see how there are so many different levels of awareness throughout creatures on this planet, it's so crystal clear and easy to see how it could emerge to this point.
What do you mean by consciousness?
Awareness.
Correct.
Self-awareness, awareness of your environment. So, there are animals
Can you
they're animals who look in the mirror and can recognize it's themselves.
Can you have awareness without the environment?
Probably. Well, what do you mean by environment? Because, I mean, even Helen Keller would have felt something. She would have had other senses coming in, touch. Right?
We base ourselves on our senses.
Language and stuff, but sorry.
I'm sorry. I am sorry. But I think we're gonna go to I think therefore I am. That doesn't require an environment, isn't it?
You're right.
No, I don't think it does.
Wait a minute, though. With I think therefore I am, it seems like though that has to do with internal monologuings and things like that, which it's been shown, I believe, that most people actually don't have that. So how is that the case for those people who don't have that?
So, it's not that there's different types of internal things. There are people who have a voice. There are people who have images. And the one that blew my mind is there are people who think with their emotions. They physically can't even explain it.
Yeah, it sounds a little bit sexist, but I understand what you're saying.
Hey, you said that.
No, I did. Yeah, I did say that.
Yeah, images, voice, emotions.
No, you're right. You're
There
right.
was one or two more.
You're right, but awareness. Ergo, does it require an environment? That's it. What do you mean by environment there, Ed?
I think something that our senses can detect.
Ah, senses. Okay, so you're talking about a central nervous system.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, as a naturalist, I would of course agree, but I don't think that necessarily follows from philosophy, right?
Yeah.
Could be a brain in a vat kind of thing.
Be, yeah.
Type of, and you'd still get the.
But if we are a brain in a vat, the environment could be anything, and it can be anything that therefore is not actually necessary.
Yeah. Anyway, that's interesting though. My mind went to the same place when you asked about consciousness. I was like, yes, okay, thinking. Is that all that's required? In fact, we don't even need that, right? Do we necessarily?
It's dangerous. Don't do it. It can get you in trouble.
Well, I mean, there can be, presumably, there is animals or conscious, aware systems which don't have a central nervous system. So plants, etc. This is the argument, isn't it, for why humans are separate from nature.
I don't think you can have a central nervous system without sensors.
No, I agree with that because I'm a naturalist, obviously, and that's the big problem, right? It's like if you assume naturalism, then it follows that our consciousness is our brains, right? Or a product of our brains. Whereas this is begging the question against the dualist, though, isn't it?
Explain.
Well, just to say that a dualist will claim that there are two distinct types of brain stuff or matter. Consciousness is separate from brain matter, like Cog was saying, and therefore, they would deny naturalism on the face of it.
Wait. You think
so? You can't assume naturalism to say then that consciousness is part of the brain.
Were you saying that I think the brain juice and brain consciousness aren't not the same? Because I wouldn't say that.
The position of dualism is that there are two separate things. One is consciousness, and one is the brain.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that's a separate.
Okay, interesting. I've never really come across a naturalist that is a theist.
Yeah, that seems weird.
It does.
Because that goes into weird intelligent design, and I'm not intelligent design. That's silly.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably not unknown. It's just my ignorance that I don't know of that position. But I'm sure there are people like Buddhists or whatever that do think that naturalism is true and that there is no supernatural, and yet still think that there's some kind of soul.
Richard thinks that, isn't it?
Well, I don't know. I don't know if he does actually.
In a way.
Yeah, I don't know about the soul, but I mean, he believes in prayer, the ability to communicate.
That tends to be a dualist position. I mean, again, I'm not cognizant of all naturalist positions, so therefore, and I honestly think that Richard's ideas, let's call them that, are he's somewhat based in supernatural beings or supernatural powers in the universe, powers which are not natural. So
I think he will disagree with you.
Yeah, I was gonna say technically technology is natural, so if it's all advanced or old technology, then technically,
His claim that it would be like a Kardashev 4 civilization.
Yeah, well, I've heard of these things, but I don't agree necessarily, because I think if you're going to, I don't know, change the laws of physics in order to have some kind of theory, then I think you're going against naturalism. Is it impossible that these laws of physics could be changed? Well, not in the philosophical sense, but certainly in the sense of quantum and relativistic physics, it's not possible. So that's, could those theories be wrong? Well, yeah, they could be wrong. It could be that there is some external energy source which can be tapped.
Well, yeah. For example, is there some way we could make the quarks or strings, if you want to go with string theory or whatever, could we make the ones that make us up communicate through the ones existing outside our body and reach a point and then communicate a wanted message at the other end?
No.
Could it affect those, on the quantum level?
No, that can't happen.
When you say that we can't, I mean, laws of physics cannot be changed, what do you mean by that?
Well, what I mean by that
Why
is
not?
the ones that we currently are aware of, which we take to be at a high enough statistical probability that we take them to be correct, right? So the experimental ones, in other words, those ones, they're not going to give us what Richard wants. Okay,
but
we have to have new theories which can be tested to that kind of degree, and maybe if we can come up with those, then potentially there are ways at which it could happen and seem supernatural to us currently, but not within the current regime.
But when we say laws of physics, we say that we describe a phenomenon in the universe that has a pattern. Therefore, that's why it's a law, because it's always happening.
Sure.
But once we understand that phenomenon, we can make something through technology that we can change those values in that specific point.
Not only some values, not all of the values.
Yes, but one value will affect all the other values as well.
Well, no, I don't think so necessarily. Like there are certain constants which are we're not going to change unless we change our theories. It could be that the theories are wrong. Right? We're going to need new theories then.
Yeah.
And we're not going to be able to use the old theories. So that's what I'm saying. And that's what I'm saying. The old theories, if they are true, right, then it's not going to give us the kind of physics which allow us to make messages through quarks, right? Quark technology, because the amount of energy required to break a proton and keep a quark, right, without it interacting with the environment is just ridiculous. I mean, it's just nonsensical to think that could be a thing.
I agree.
Right. Under the current regime, does that mean it could never be done? No.
And I was going to say, his response would be Kardashev 4, Sam. Kardashev 4 means complete use and control of galactic areas.
Yeah, okay.
Like
so Arthur C. Clarke, yeah. I mean, and this is the problem, I think, with a lot of what Richard espouses. It comes from science fiction. It doesn't come from science.
Oh, as soon as you say telepathy or prayer, you're in the supernatural. That's all there is to it.
Well, again, is it possible that it's not? No, yeah, it's possible. But we're not talking about possible here, right?
Yeah.
We're talking about what is probable. And right now, under relativity and quantum mechanics, it's not probable. Why? Because we are classical systems. We're not quantum systems.
Correct. But I think Richard's model is more probable than the Christian God anyway.
Well, yeah, maybe. I think they're both pretty close.
Probability. There's a probability for me winning the Super Bowl this year too.
That's
you have
true.
a chance.
That is true. Everybody else on the planet could die, and you could be the only person left, and then you go, all right, I'm having a Super Bowl.
I was gonna say something about shared consciousness for a second there, and proof for it, or evidence, or whatever for shared consciousness. You guys want to hear it?
Yeah, please. Yeah.
When two people speak at the same time and say the exact same thing and say jinx, jinxes are proof of shared consciousness. There you go. Or evidence. I keep saying proof.
In Canada, we used to
Hive
say.
mind.
In Canada, we used to say Rasbo when I was a kid.
I hope everyone knows I'm joking, but yeah, shared consciousness and jinx.
Yeah. Yeah, is it more or less like? I mean, yeah, it's very close. I think. I don't see any problem with saying. You know, God is a probability. I just don't think it's it's low enough probability that string theory is more likely.
Do you, because our current metaphysics of reality are the quantum fields? Do you think it's something deeper than quantum fields?
So, sorry, could you just say the beginning of that sentence again?
Our current understanding of the fundamentals of our reality is the quantum fields, and I think
Yes.
Douglas Adams has some math that shows that we can go deeper than quantum fields.
Okay, well, Douglas Adams is a scientist, obviously. He's an author, science fiction.
No, not Douglas. And I misspoke his name. It's something with Douglas.
Okay.
Anyway, do you think we can reach something deeper than quantum fields?
No. It's a simple answer. I mean, look, is quantum mechanics the definitive answer? No, it's not. And therefore, yeah, are we looking for something else? Yes, we are. No doubt. Sean Carroll has some interesting ideas.
Mm-hmm.
He thinks that we may never get that answer, and it wouldn't make a difference to science even if we didn't. But that's not going to stop us trying, of course. I think with the advent of the evidential acceptance of gravity waves, right, which is the kind of last Einsteinian prediction, if you like, I think we're going to turn a corner in the next 100 years. And what's around that corner, obviously, I can't see, but it does seem to me that if we accept that gravity is a wave, then that would imply that there is a particle, a graviton, under our current model. And if that's the case, then it could be that the wave is the only answer we're ever going to get.
I see.
That would be my kind of best guess right now. But I mean, I have no idea of what the actual answer is, of course. Otherwise, I'd be famous.
Yeah, but you see, there is a trend in the last 50 years that we went deeper and deeper and deeper, and I think we will go further than quantum fields.
Yeah, well,
what would that be? What would that mean? I don't know, but it seems that our reality has deeper fundamentals.
Yeah, and I dare say that's the case, but I'd just say, look, stuff within space-time. Okay, that's the distinction that I think is being made currently, and we're going to prove, right? And I think gravitational waves show, in fact, that there is a link between the two things, between what's in space-time, which is, you know, which quantum mechanics describes 100%, and what's outside of space-time, all the things that affect space-time itself. And I think that that's where gravity is probably going to show us the way, and gravitational waves are going to show us the way. And I think probably, and this is just a complete random ass guess from a complete novice, right, an amateur, that we may be able to use gravitational waves to show that the fabric of space-time has some definitive structure, which is currently yet unseen. Right, and that seems likely on two counts. Firstly, it seems likely on that gravity is a force which is so hard to discover the graviton for, and we haven't done it at the energy levels that we're currently using. And I don't think going to extreme energy levels is really going to find it.
I think.
it might be the case that is. But secondly, obviously, dark energy, right, might be the property of space stretching, as in gravity is the property
Yes.
of time stretching, right?
Yes. Yes.
And that's the only thing which I can see. But I've got no idea whether that's true because I'm a complete novice.
Do you think there's a problem with our definition of gravity, our current definition of gravity? Because I don't think we have exactly one.
Well, I mean, we have an equation, right,
Mhm.
where it says G equals, right? And I think that's extremely accurate.
Yes, but we don't know exactly what it is. I mean, we will find out. We don't know what it is. We just observe what it does.
Yeah, but I think that's generally science anyway, isn't it?
Yeah.
We only say the description is what it is. We have an equation, and that's the description. So it's curved
think
space-time in terms of the literal translation from the equation.
I think the problem comes because we call it a force in the first place.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. No, you're probably right. In terms of force, the way we think of, well, I don't know actually.
I mean, when we think about force,
I don't know.
We think as a source of force, isn't
Yeah.
it? It's something that is forcing, which we call it force.
I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah. Whereas it should be mass then in that case, right?
Mm-hmm.
But again, I think the interaction of mass on space-time is basically what we're saying gravity is.
Exactly.
And I don't think that's a problem as such.
No, it's not a problem. It's a problem for flat earthers who misinterpret this. You know?
Oh yeah, well, there's that as well. All the electric universe people.
Is that still a thing?
Well, I haven't heard it for a while, but yeah, I dare say there's people out there that are still trying to work on it. You know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I think there are plenty of mysteries to be solved still, and that's why I'm saying, I don't think science is going to be done anytime soon. Which is why I wouldn't disagree. I would say to Richard, yeah, it's possible what you're saying is true. It's just so unlikely given the current state of physics at the moment that it's as far off as thinking that Yahweh is sitting on a cloud up there with a firmament.
But I got Richard to lock into a date, Simons.
Oh yes, me too. I did as well. Go on. What date did he give you?
So, long story short, 20 years minus 4 to 7 years. So, anywhere as soon as 13 years away.
Yes, 2032 is what he gave me, I think.
By the next mini nova of this.
Mini nova,
Okay.
Mini nova.
I mean,
and I said, so after that mini nova, and if we're still all alive,
good luck to you.
I'm going to ring you, and you're going to give up your religion, right?
Yeah, no, because I'll be gone by then. But that's okay. No, I do think look, good luck to Richard. I love the guy dearly. He's clearly very smart, and I like the way he doesn't demean people for disagreeing with him.
Yeah.
I think that's so open-minded, and that's a pleasure to talk to somebody like that. And I've known people with far crazier ideas, which go against the current regime of naturalism. And he's right in that. We can't say exactly what the future is going to hold for science. That's why science is such an exciting project.
By the way, I was going to ask you, all of you, what's the alternative to scientism?
I hate that word. Do you mean
Me too.
naturalism?
Yeah, what is scientism?
Do you mean naturalism, or do you mean
philosophical
science?
naturalism?
That the only way to find truth is through science.
Yeah, philosophical naturalism. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I mean that's what I think personally.
It's kind of where I go to.
Truth is a
Me
difficult
too, but
word there
some
as
some
well.
people have a problem with this. Some people call it a scientism.
Yeah, truth is a
Yeah.
difficult word. That's why. It's not because they actually don't hold to the fact that they're using computers, etc.
Those
It's not.
people usually also call us evolutionists.
Yeah. Hey Jill, if you're still out there, we're talking about you. Yeah, you know, I mean that's fine. They can put "ist" on the end of anything, right? I call them a maddist. You know what I mean? It doesn't mean that they are actually mad, does it?
Sometimes
Insanist.
I get mad.
Insanists.
I found a definition and I'll post it now in the chat.
Okay.
Tell me what you think about this.
What is true?
Which chat? Private or pub? Main?
Public chat.
Or is an unwarranted application of science? Yeah, I mean that by that definition, that's pretty trivial. I would say if it's not science, it's not scientism.
Are you
I mean,
our dying son?
I think there's a little
Yes,
more
yes.
to it. I think there's a little more to it than that. Or it's implied. Frank Turek uses it to say people who don't deny God's existence. That's science, and he will go further. People that think that the supernatural is provably false. That's the definition which I get from people like that. Right. And I don't think many scientists would hold to that anyway.
But I'm thinking, what is a situation in which scientific inquiry is not amenable?
God or the supernatural.
The discovery of God of the supernatural.
That's a hypothesis in which science addresses. But science addresses hypothesis.
I know. I mean, again, like they say things. They have to have this position because in the Bible it says things like Jesus walked on water or he rose again. Right now, these are scientific impossibilities. Right. When we say impossible, what we mean is so unlikely as to be able to discard the possibility of them being true.
Right.
Right now, that is a problem for them because they want to shift the burden onto the people saying, "Well, go on, prove that a resurrection is impossible.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's true." So you can see that it's basically philosophical mumbo jumbo when they're talking about it, and that's why people come up with words such as methodological naturalism.
Yeah.
Right, because they don't want to take the burden on. Right.
But
that to me that just shows a misunderstanding of induction. That's all. And so I say, no, I'm a philosophical naturalist. I'm quite happy to take the burden and explain to you why the inductive process never absolutely, guarantees with certainty.
Correct.
Right? Because that's not how induction works. Right? Just because these people that are saying this use a priori and deductive reasoning, right? They think that everything should have a necessary conclusion. Right. Well, I'm sorry that you're just misunderstanding logic.
Correct.
So that's the issue as far as I'm concerned. And so when I hear somebody say, "Oh, well, that's scientism," I just go, "Okay," straight away. Do they understand what induction is? And I'll get them to explain the white swan fallacy.
Induction is when we conclude based on the pattern, isn't it?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. So I was right.
Yeah. Deduction is when we give premises which are shown to be sound or shown to be true, and the conclusion follows logically.
You know what's funny about the whole thing about you mentioned the resurrection, right? It's the whole shaboink of how Christ is supposed to come back with the death of the two witnesses, and how they're supposed to be resurrected within the next 3 days or whatever, right?
I have no idea what you're talking about. The two witnesses? You mean the criminals?
In Revelations.
Oh, I haven't read the Bible. Sorry.
Oof.
I know who you're talking about, Todd.
But yeah, I think that's like, in a sense, right? Like that's gonna be something to take note of if it happens, right? If it happens, that's something to take note of. I'm only saying if because I don't want to say when, right?
Sure.
Are you referring to the guards of the tomb?
No,
No. In
Revelation.
Revelation, there's two witnesses that are referred to that basically are described as doing similar things as Jesus. So they come to give a witness. They are cut down. They rise again in 3 days. And it's debated as to who they are and what they actually represent.
Yeah.
When you say cut down, what does that mean?
What does
From
that
a cross?
mean? Destroy. It means whatever you want it to mean to fit your narrative.
Oh,
Kill,
right. Yeah, cut down. I
If
see.
you think that they represent establishments, then it means to shut them down.
Right. Yeah.
No, I think it probably means something like, well, it probably is the proton-proton collider in CERN. I think that's to do with that.
Yeah. The machine's gonna go down for 3 days.
Yeah,
and it's gonna come
black
back
hole,
up.
basically. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Could be 2 protons are the witnesses to creating a black hole.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Oh, have you?
I just came up with that shit.
Well, talking about shit, coming up with shit. Have you heard about the one atom theory?
Go on. I think I have, but I don't think atom is the right word to describe it.
So, yeah, it might be the one proton theory.
Yeah, that's nonsense. So yeah.
Yeah. Oh, absolute nonsense.
Well,
but
is it?
In short, the idea, it logically, like, let's say that there's only one proton in existence, and because when it moves backwards in time, it becomes.
Hang on. Sorry, I've got to stop you there, Sammy. Do you mean the one electron theory?
Yes.
Yes, I have heard of this. Yeah. There is only one electron, and it moves forward back in time to create everything. Yeah, or to be every electron. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I can see Ed looking it up quickly. Go ahead. It's gonna blow your mind, mate.
Yeah.
It is a proper scientific theory. I mean, when I say theory, I mean hypothesis. Let's put it that way. Because all electrons have the same property, so you can't tell any electron from any other. Right? There's no distinguishing feature of an electron over another electron other than space and time.
Hey, what's that called again?
I don't know what its actual name is.
One electron universe.
There you go.
One electron universe.
So somebody said, well, what if it's just one? What if it's just one electron? Because they're all the same. And then that leads you to some unification theory, I think. That's the point. So, but I can't remember what it is. It was like 20 years ago that I looked at it. In the 90s, probably, I first saw it and went, oh, okay. Oh, okay. Susskind talks about it at one point as well, in relation to the holographic universe.
It's an older theory from, I believe, the 40s or 50s.
What, the holographic?
No, the one
electron.
One.
Oh, is it that long ago? Is it okay?
Yeah, it's in the 40s. It was a conversation between John Wheeler and Richard Feynman on telephone. And John Wheeler said, Feynman, I know why all electrons have the same charge and the same mass. And Feynman said, why? Because they're all the same electron.
Okay.
Which, there you go.
There you go.
Stops it for me.
Yeah, exactly.
It's such a fun thought experiment, though.
But you never know, right? 40s. You never know.
I wonder. Did you guys? Did any of you guys see Brojo's? What is it? That one guy, the morgue official, where he was talking about everything going back into the one. Brojo would know what I'm talking about, cause
Come in, Brojo.
Yeah, he would know what I'm talking about. I wonder if that fits in everything with that. But then the dude was trying to tie it in with consciousness and God and all that. God's like this one thing. I wonder. Yeah, whatever. But yeah.
What would be one?
I forgot how the dude described it. Like consciousness is trying to go back to its self. I forget. I don't remember like the whole thing. Like I said, it'd be better off that someone who actually paid attention, like Brojo, would.
Yeah, no, I love that shit where they assume purpose.
And it didn't make any sense to me. It was like I didn't agree with it at all. And not
Yeah,
even from,
I
like, a
was
Christian
watching
point of
that,
view.
and they used the analogy of a stack of rings spreading out to the representation of what is it that?
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah, no, it comes out to the thing of life. You know, the wheel thing where they all kind of go
Yeah,
together.
the tree of life thingy.
Exactly. Yeah.
Geometrical pattern he was talking about.
Like some kind of dissonance that needs to be run back in a harmony state of
Like
oneness.
a Fortnite map.
Yeah, pretty hippie like groovy stuff, you know.
Yeah, man. Yeah. That's the problem. Now I'm not doing drugs. It's I find it real difficult to keep
So
up
does
with
that-
some of this wacky shit.
Does that mean all electrons are asexual?
Yes, it does. Electrons don't fuck. Unbelievably. I wonder if all quarks are the same. Maybe there's just one quark.
There are different kinds of quarks.
Well, are there though? Because they change color, don't they? The quarks actually change
Yeah.
color.
It's like three
so it's
kinds
one
of
quark
quarks.
just changing color. It's very much like the
I'm
Trinity.
sorry.
Oh man,
No.
mind blown.
I kind of like the stoner talks because they get you to some what?
Yeah.
Into some places that you will never go sober.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I mean, I've been a stoner most of my life, so I miss it a lot. But you know, it's just how it is. Health-wise, I can't smoke anymore. So
What about edibles? I know it's still
no,
illegal.
they're bad for you as well. I got told by my doctor that I'm not to take edibles anymore.
Can't even inject it.
I can't do anything. They said no drugs unless it's opiates.
Shit.
Yeah, I know, man. And
Time to
I'm
move
not
China.
taking fucking opiates. You got to be kidding me. And they said, well, you just have to go mad then. So I was like, okay. At least until I get my new
then
lungs. Or
why do
whatever.
you seem so sane?
Yeah.
Am
it's
I
terrible.
mad too?
Yeah, probably. Probably.
Can I derail the discussion a bit?
Yeah, please do.
What do you think about Lloyd Evans drama?
The ex-Jehovah's Witness?
Yeah. Do you know
Do you
about
mean in regards... Simos would not know anything about this, and I doubt Todd would either.
You're correct.
But do you mean about... So he's an ex-JW activist, Simos, and he recently split with his wife. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
He was going and cheating on her with ladyboys and stuff. I shouldn't say ladyboys. That was my assumption because that's what I would do. In Thailand and stuff like that, prostitutes, and his friends and everyone like turned on him, which that's their choice. Whatever, they can have their own opinions on ethics and stuff.
Right. That's surprising that they
yeah.
turned their back on him.
Yeah. Well, but it got worse. The claims started coming out that he was seeing underage prostitutes and that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which I don't know if that's true, but that's a claim.
There's no evidence. It is purely a claim, so I don't listen to it.
Okay. Well, that's not uncommon for some religious people.
Yeah, and I don't defend cheating on his wife or anything like that. But one thing that I can actually say in his defense, which, take it as a defense or an excuse, I don't really mind, is that Jehovah's Witness cult is especially harmful around a person's sexuality.
Yes.
Yes. It really fucks you up. It did me. Like,
wow, I didn't know you were one of those.
Sexual deviant.
Well, I knew that, but I didn't think you were SJW or whatever they call them. A JW.
No, not SJW. Oh,
sorry.
Ex Jehovah's Witness.
EJW. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean,
I think the problem was that he used the Patreon money to go to Thailand to have fun, and that's why the people got outraged.
Oh, not Patreon money.
Which I'm kind of
the old corruption.
I'm iffy about that. Like, if
my money is my money.
If you said I promise to only spend this money in this way, then yeah, you've been dishonest. Has he ever said that?
No,
like, if I ever make it and start getting Patreon money, I'm gonna buy whatever the fuck I want. Probably cocaine and hookers. But I'll tell you that, I guess, up front. So
yeah. Well, I don't want you to tell me. I just want you to send me the pictures. But...
yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Pictures, or you didn't do it.
I'm a bit of an advocate for personal choice and discretion, and it should have been between him and his wife. If he did something illegal, as in underage, and you have evidence, you should report it to the authorities.
Yeah, true.
But I would argue,
don't take assumptions into the public.
I don't know how if it's like, in America, I would say maybe if he qualifies as, like, what is it called, the public, whatever it's called, public figure, then that might have something to do with it. But I don't know how it is over there, because then that's, he's a public figure, and
he's the biggest. He's the biggest SJW activist.
Oh yeah.
Well, in that case,
absolutely.
I feel there is a public.
You would say you would have to call him a public figure now, because he's spoke on behalf of, all
then that's fair game. It's fair game, because hey, people are following this asshole, and if he's doing some shady shit behind closed doors, you better fucking tell people when you find out, because otherwise that's just as worse. You're like an accomplice or some shit, whatever that's called, soliciting it.
Fair point, but that's why I say, it. To me, you can have your own ethics, and I think it's wrong to cheat on your partner, and I think if you tell your audience your money, their money will go somewhere, and it doesn't, that is also dishonest.
Right. Yeah,
if
sure.
Neither of those things have happened, then
like the GoFundMe's, which certain people in our community have been having. Right?
Yeah.
He needed money because he had to go to Australia or Canada, because he had these trials against the child abuse in Jehovah's Witnesses, and he had to travel, so he needed money to do his activism, but he used it for Thailand as well.
Yeah.
So,
and the way I see it, again, I'm not commenting on whether it's right or wrong to sleep with a prostitute or cheat on your wife. I have my own opinion on that, but the amount of good that he has done is phenomenal. And I'm not saying that excuses if he's done something wrong. I'm saying, to me, if the dude wants to have a hooker while he's on holidays, if that's cheating on his wife, that's for him to deal with his wife, and he had to.
Agreed. Yeah.
She found out, and he lost her.
Agreed. There's a consequence for these things.
Exactly.
And it's like between them if cheating is allowed or not. I mean, cheating is the wrong word to use if it's allowed, of course, but They might have an open relationship, in which case no
Oh,
problem.
hang on. I have to address this because this is my channel. So I degrade all religions, including Islam. Islam is, we are all grew up, myself anyway, Simos, Tog, I'm not sure about Ed, but the rest of us grew up in Western countries where it's about Christianity. I don't know as much about Islam. It's not common in my life. If it comes up, I'll talk about it. Let's talk about it. I have no issue talking about it. The reason I hid your message before, because I've let you go all night with your tropes. I don't know who they're for or what they're supposed to benefit, but go for it. I value everyone having their opinion. But as soon as you said the sentence, all Muhammads are pedophiles.
Yeah, that's wrong.
Or as soon as you say all of any group is anything, you instantly lost a lot of respect. And it has nothing to do with Islam. That was purely just what I found to be fairly bigoted comment. That's all.
And trollish.
But I'm an anti-theist. That means I do not agree with Islam.
You're an anti-theist.
Yes. For more, I am too, and I disagree with it for more than the child bride point of a man having a child bride.
Oh, there's
I don't think there's anything wrong with necessarily pledging yourself to a person at any age. It's obviously the sexual consummation of the marriage at 9 is a big problem for me.
Yes.
But it's not just that. It's things like splitting the moon. It's things like saying that Jesus was a real person that did XYZ miracles. Right? I don't agree with miracles. It's things like Muhammad beheading 600 people in a day. Things like that. Just little things like that get me about it.
Isn't the anti-theism assumes the existence of God? Why anti-theism?
What was that question? Sorry.
It depends how you define it, dude. It depends how you define it.
Doesn't anti-theism presumes the existence of God?
If you prefer, I could say anti-theismist.
But it's hard to say, isn't it?
Yes. But my definition that I'm going to go with is I am not against the theist. I am against theism. So I am an anti-theismist.
Okay. I get that.
There's another difference as well. I think what's being confused there is not anti-theism with meotheism. Right. So the hate of God is the one which people often confuse with atheists, and that no, we don't hate God because God is just a concept.
No.
What we do hate the religion because it corrupts. Dogma corrupts inherently.
Yeah. And as someone who was only fairly recently an angry atheist, I wasn't angry at God at any point of my angry atheism. I was angry at theism. I was angry at religions. I was angry at the people in my life who had lied to me and been duped. I was angry at myself for falling for it. But nowhere did God come into the equation. Because the whole point was I finally realized that he didn't exist.
Would you accept the definition of a religion like this? A group that have a shared idea?
No, I think that's too broad. I've always had a bit more of a defined definition. That was a silly sentence. So I think a religion requires worship, and a religion requires ritual, and a belief in a deity, of course, a higher deity. So, you know, when people say atheism is a religion, or evolution is a religion, or any of those, what are we worshipping in that? So what? And that's when you get them to define worship, and all of a sudden it's like put ahead of other things, or make the most important thing, and it's like, well, that's just a pretty loose meaning of worship.
Because I think what I'm thinking is our capacity to make groups that think the same as us is embedded in us. We that's what we are doing, and the existence of other groups that are thinking wrong or evidentially wrong. That's why there's this thing that cults are a bad idea, but we need cults to see the bad ideas. So in a way, we need religions to know what, how not to form a group that is a religion.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
We should go down this path, because currently I disagree with that, but whether that's just an emotive response. Because to me, that's the same as when Christians say, without suffering, we wouldn't know happiness. You know what I mean? If God didn't allow suffering, then, you know, then what's happiness? Can you really know you're happy?
Well, we wouldn't have free will, I think, is the argument, without suffering. I mean, they want to use free will as an excuse for suffering. And of course, that assumes, incorrectly, I believe, that the good God made people, and people became imperfect through their own will, which is a contradiction as far as I'm concerned. So, just to put that out there.
Yeah,
and it doesn't explain natural suffering anyway.
Correct. So, yeah.
You know, I think the whole argument sucks, but yeah, you know, they stick to it like glue, because they obviously see suffering, right? And they know, like, one of the biggest converters from theism to atheism is suffering. Right? People hold lifelong belief in religions, and then of course they find that you know, various ills before their family, right? One passionate response. There's a program called The History of Disbelief, and in it they interview a woman on the streets of England, and she says, yes, I'm an atheist because my granddaughter was taken from us at 3 years old. Right. Now, you know, it's an emotional argument, but it's perfectly true, right? Why would an ever-loving God take a 3-year-old away from a family?
But it can go both ways, isn't it? The problem of suffering. You can become a theist because of the suffering.
Add the big draw with the JWs. I just want to welcome Richard to the panel.
Excellent.
Peace and respect. Hello. Hello, whatever time of day it is for you guys. Some of my favorite brains on the planet are here. I had to come in.
Thank you.
And
I take it you mean V and Sammy, but, yeah.
Of course.
Yeah. Well, Victor's one of my favorite brains, I've got to say.
But yeah, I thought of an example that I think can explain it. So how did you put your original question? It was Ed, it was we need the cult so we can see. So I understand that logic, but to give an example, there's a tribe of people who are quite secluded, but have a little bit to do with the Western world, and they refer to the city or where the white people come from as the place where men jump off buildings.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't understand. I had to look into it, and they're referring to the idea of suicide. Suicide does not exist in their culture. They had it, and when they learned about it, it was this completely unfathomable concept, and they. So it's like, does the lack of something mean you can't have the opposite? I don't necessarily agree with that. I don't know if that was a good.
I know what you mean. You say the fact that you have to be sick in order to know what healthy is.
Yeah.
I don't think I refer to that. I think what I was trying to say is that we will make cults regardless, because it's in us. We will make groups.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah.
We will make groups, and some of them will be bad, some of them will be good.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say it before, and I'm glad he's here because now I can say it to his face. The thing about Richard's beliefs is that show me in any way how they are anything than positive. They push peace and being kind to each other and loving each other, not judging each other. It doesn't matter if you're straight, gay, transgender, man, woman, how you want to identify. None of it. Like it doesn't degrade any group of people. It doesn't tell you you're broken or there's anything wrong with you. I really struggle to find anything negative about it, which is pretty amazing considering I've always made the claim that all religions are damaging. And I guess the only thing I could say about Richards is if it's false, then we want to know as much true things as possible. But, that's a pretty small amount of damage.
Is Richard's model a religion? Richard, are you a cult leader?
It depends on who you ask.
We'll put my things on it. So, do you worship something?
Yes.
Do you believe in a higher deity?
Yes.
Do you do any sort of rituals? Prayer would count.
Well, hold on. Well, the prayer isn't ritualistic. It's just something you do when you need to.
Yeah, true.
It's like saying the way I practice prayer is like saying if you have a question about science because of past things you've discovered about science, do you go and find out?
Yeah, that's not very ritualistic. So you don't have any. What about dyeing your beard?
Wow, that's a good one. Actually, it's
I don't know how.
It's kind of fanboying. I'm kind of fanboying the Jesus thing. Peace and respect, David. Sorry.
How long was Jesus' beard?
We don't know.
Why not?
Because there doesn't seem to be a record of that.
Wow. So after all the tropes that Morningstar has been saying all morning, they would say that they answer no to all. So they don't believe in a higher deity, they don't worship anything, and they don't do any rituals.
What does it mean to worship anyway? What is worshipping?
Well,
you have to ask the person. Definitionally, to worship something is just to hold it in the highest regard. So I have to answer yes by that definition. No, that really is the definition. It doesn't.
But then everyone, by definition, would hold something in the highest regard.
Okay, but you have to take.
Quiet.
Yeah.
But you have to take the other possible definitions into consideration as well. And just like anything, you have to say, what does that person mean?
And I've got a question. Would brushing your teeth in the morning be considered ritualistic? Because it's
It depends. Are you doing it
Only
because you
if you
want your
did it
teeth clean?
religiously. Yeah. Or
Are you
for
doing it
God.
because you want your teeth clean, or are you doing
I-
it because mom said to? Sorry, go ahead.
If I could just read the definition: feeling and the noun, feeling or expression of reverence and adoration for a deity. In British, we of course call our judges worship.
Your worship.
So we could be referring to the worship or the mayor or something, but that's a person. That's a different use. And the verb says show reverence and adoration for a deity. So it seems like deity is an important concept
So
in the definition.
it's something that you have high respect for.
No, a deity though. That's a god.
Right.
And that's the one I go with.
Adoration of a god.
Because putting the thing that you put most high, then that means I worship my children. And if you want to say that that's what I'm doing, then you can. But I wouldn't say that I'm.
And a lot of us are worshipping themselves.
Yeah.
Are you a god? I mean, if you're a god, then you can worship yourself.
So
if not, you're just using the word in a different context to the prescribed definition, which is fine. Everybody can use words have usages, not meanings.
Yeah.
So.
As long as we let each other know that.
I suspect that Morning Star is a bad troll. He said something earlier on, which was like, oh my god, I can't believe you'd say something like that. The occultist group that believes something can be proven, like the existence of a black hole. Science would be a cult. Love it.
Yeah.
And then the one which I really found entertaining was the Scientology one. Where's that? He said something like, "This is brilliant. This is fucking brilliant." I'll have to find it because he's like tempting us. Oh yeah, here it is. You can't prove a black hole exists, although he later on says that you can. You can't prove a black hole exists, but you assume one does through the lens of science. So you're clear. Laugh out loud, hailing Scientology. If that isn't a Jill comment, I don't know what is.
Yeah. That I was literally thinking, gee, that sounds like Jill.
Yeah, it really does. Anyway.
That
and I love the way Rebuke and Reprove.
Beauty though.
Yeah, I love the way Rebuke and Reprove refers to Jill in the third person. That also makes me laugh.
It is so bizarre, but so adorable at the same time. Like,
yeah.
Adorable?
It does show that he may have some mental issues. That's all.
Yeah. Okay. Good point. But see, if you're gonna say that, then I don't want to platform them. So we have to pretend that they're okay. A
no,
warship
I don't mind
is a floating
platforming.
object produced to do battle, but that's not important right now.
A warship.
Oh. John with the dad jokes.
Yeah. I mean, no, I don't mind platforming them. The problem is how you engage with them. That's the issue, right? So I don't take Jill seriously anymore, and I don't take his bigotry particularly serious. I just don't want to platform the bigotry if that's the way. Same with Wesley as well, right? Wesley obviously has some pretty bad mental issues. But in his past life, when he didn't have those issues, the guy was pretty much a genius. I mean, yeah, his history is very interesting and very smart. He's very talented musician. And so I'll always give him a little bit extra leeway. I just don't want to. Once he starts preaching and stuff, it's gone too far. And if he's in a room, like everybody just shut down and let him engage with one person. right? Because it's the multiple engagements that really get him triggered.
What if he's just a good method actor? He has you guys all convinced of his elaborate rouge.
Yeah, why
Wesley.
would you do it like that though?
Yeah.
Because it's their choice. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, no, it's possible. It's possible that I am the craziest person on this panel.
And you just act like you're not.
Yeah, exactly. Because it's
Sure.
a ruse. It's a ruse.
My theory has always been that everybody's crazy, including me. And it's all, how well do you pretend to be not crazy?
Nice.
That's the real
Crazy in different ways.
Yeah, because what's normal?
Crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's the point. Yeah, right there. Yeah.
Because I, from any point of view I want to take, I could say you're weird, David, or you're a weirdo, Richard. I'm a weirdo. Simos is a fucking weirdo.
You're definitely a weirdo.
We're all
Sammy.
weirdos. Then does that mean we're all normal?
Well, no, you're definitely. Hang on a minute. You're definitely a weirdo, Sam, because it looks like you're about to cast a fireball.
I am.
with your magic lighter wand.
We're all weirdos, but we seem to abide by some standards.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
So,
I mean, some are weirder than others. That's for sure, and there are less weird. But if you think about geniuses, right? That's that old thing, right? There's a fine line. It's like a circle, right? One end is completely mad of the circle, and then going right the way round to genius. And unfortunately, genius is right next to that man that's really fucking crazy.
Right.
So
based on this reasoning, Richard, how can we have a perfect human being?
That's a great question. I think it means equality.
Equality of what?
Of human being.
No, what? How can we have one perfect human being, not the humanity as a
one perfect. Who's this one perfect human? I'm talking about all humans together being what I'm calling perfect. I don't know about this
Jesus?
one perfect human being.
we will ever be?
No,
Right
so
here.
I think he means how would the individual be perfect? But what Richard is saying, they wouldn't be perfect as in like, because what even is perfect? He means every human will have the same level of health, the same opportunities, the same length of life, which will all be really fucking advanced. So living a long time, living really healthily. Am I right?
The same lack of birth defects.
I think Richard is the wrong person to be asking for that. We should be asking Todd, who has the Jesus.
Because I was projecting a heaven in some ways.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. So you're saying that Jesus was the perfect human
Well, that's
being?
the claim, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's the claim is that Jesus is a perfect human being.
The Bible
And
doesn't claim
without
that.
sin, and that's what the definition of perfect is.
Actually, what it reads is not so much that he has a life free of sin. It reads that he has a life that is perfect, and by perfect there it means perfect for what he needs to do and who he is, who he has to become, and I think that would involve having sinned.
The fact
I don't understand that logic, I'm afraid, Richard.
He was perfect through his sins.
Well, everyone actually experiences that way. Perfect life. You have to actually look at what would a perfect life be, and for a specific kind of person doing a specific thing. So, considering that it's Jesus, considering that he becomes the leader of the heaven, right, of our heaven, and he has to do this testimony, and he has to understand the Bible and all these religions and stuff, right? What would a perfect life be in light of that? Well, I think a perfect life, to prepare you for that, would involve you, I don't know, probably being a man whore, probably smoking a little bit too much cigarettes, having a little bit too much alcohol for a while, being really committed in a serious relationship, being deeply in love with something. caring for little kids, maybe having to wipe butts. What's a perfect life for that?
So you're saying he did the job of being Jesus perfectly? He wasn't perfect in that he never sinned.
Because
he was given.
There's no way to say what perfect is anyway. Perfect would have to be really specific.
Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect has to be compared to something.
Yeah.
Well, it is in the case of hardcore Christians, because they say perfect is to be without sin.
But I think the only time it claims that.
Hang on. There's only one imperfection, and that was after the fall, right? So
right.
The imperfection is Adam eating the fruits and disobeying God's orders.
Oh my gosh! If they're right about that, God set them up, and he's a bastard, and knew they would fall, and
that's a whole nother ball of theology, right? I mean, who knows, right? Some claim yes, right? Calvinists say yes, so what? Right? Some people, universalists, say it doesn't matter. Some people say, well, Jesus came to perfect the law. Right? So, we couldn't have the perfect human being if Adam hadn't fallen, right? So,
isn't fascinating that the Eve fall first and not Adam, but yet we call it the Adamic sin?
It's mankind's sin.
Yeah, well, Satan
Adam
went
mankind,
first.
that's why.
No, it's
For
because
I'm just saying.
It's because of monotheism.
Like, how was getting a man to disobey God not the first sin?
Could you say that again?
Yeah.
How was tricking man into disobeying God not the first sin? How was Adam and Eve's the first sin? Why was not Satan's act not the first sin? Didn't Satan introduce sin into the world?
Okay, so, well, the reason is that, I mean, again, I can give you a reason if you want, but it's still going to be bullshit, right? It's all bullshit, so, of course.
True.
What would happen if
I would say it depends on one's worldview.
Yeah,
what's the worldview?
So the point is that God made Adam perfect, okay? And so that's where the sin lies, because, for instance, Eve was made from the rib of Adam, right? So Eve is not the sinner; it's Adam. Adam's the first and the only original being.
What would be the scenario if only Eve has been eating the apple, and Adam said, "Are you crazy? No, I'm not gonna do that," and he won't eat the apple. But what would God do then?
Well, I think there'd be a lot more divorces in the Christian.
Well, I can tell you the answer I was given because I asked that as a child. Then Adam would have still proven man right, and God could have destroyed Eve and made Adam a new wife. Doesn't help anything because the next one does it, so he gets another one and another one. Like
he could have gone back to fucking goats. Like before
he could have just stayed there.
He started off there. He must have had sex with every species of animal.
Oh my God! Why are you all saying these things?
Well, because we're having a laugh. That's why.
I want to know how he tested the axolotls.
Man,
it wouldn't matter because God doesn't really care about women. In the Old Testament,
well, that's why I'm saying the monotheism bit. That only happened upon monotheism, upon having to divorce God from his wife, Asher, right, Yahweh. Then obviously women became non persona grata, and that's when God
got divorced and got bitter.
Yeah,
wasn't Eve his second wife anyway?
I don't know actually.
Lilith was the first one.
Oh, I didn't know that.
The funny thing to me is everything you guys saying actually follows normal Christian doctrine, and you're just pointing out how insane it is, and I can appreciate that. I can do that too. It's just there's a problem without being very clear. If I make fun of the Bible, it's just there's a problem there, you know.
I understand that, Richard, and we're doing it just for comical purposes. Because we do find it funny, obviously, because we don't believe any of it's true.
Again, that is all astronomy. King of Heaven is the next pole star, Gamma Cephei, however you say that, aka the shepherd star in the King Star constellation Cephas. I have no idea what any of that means. It arrives with the next age Aquarius.
The next
He's
age
not
of
wrong.
Aquarius. Okay.
He's not wrong. He's only saying it in a very broken way.
Aren't we already in the Aquarius?
Yes.
Thought so. Every 2070 years or something.
Every 2,160 years is a new 30 degrees in progression of the axis.
I don't understand how that.
Let me ask this question, Richard. Do you believe that whether we're in Aquarius or whatever the fuck you can be in has any bearing on our life whatsoever?
No, it's just another year to us, and it's just another another eon. But that's not really looking at it at the right at the right distance. You're not looking at a big enough overview for it to matter.
All these ages are like a map for you, isn't it?
Well, it's literally the progression in they call it reverse progression through the zodiac, which has to do with the 23.5 degree angle of the axis of the planet, and it making a full circle. That's what one turn through the zodiac is.
So, Richard, why would I'm going to use the word alien, okay, and I mean that to be beings that come from a different part of the universe. Why would they be interested in describing things in terms of the constellations from the geocentric viewpoint?
Lovely. Okay, so it's for us, so it's from our point of view specifically. It wouldn't work anywhere else in space-time, right?
Yes.
And it's a calendar. It's just a calendar.
Yeah, I grant it's a calendar. That's where the calendar comes from, in fact.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what does it measure?
Time for us from here.
Was to clarify, the reason I asked Richard and took him on that line of reasoning was to point out how sensible Richard's thoughts were compared to what Morningstar would believe, which is that where our planet is aligned with other stars would have some effect on our life.
Oh, Yeah, I don't think that if you're born in the sun sign of Taurus with Mercury rising means you're going to near your birthday you're going to divorce your. Come on.
No, it just means you're going to like Sting.
Yeah, well, yes, of course. Or not. Could be not.
I mean, this is the madness of it for me. Is that it's taking what is basically a simplistic view, and it's given us, I know I wouldn't deny it's a calendar, all right? But of course that calendar changes over time, so it's not a useful calendar in terms of, we have to divorce it from its original meaning eventually, right, in order to keep the calendar. So that seems strange to me, although it's a very long period of time. The second thing is, when we then put into it all of this Mercury rising and all right, well, that's divorced from the use of the calendar that we have. Right? The idea that the Babylonians came up with, the idea of months and years, right, is more to do with the length of time the Earth goes around the sun, not to do with the constellations changing. It just so happens that the constellations changing is a good measure for them. Right. So that's the point. It's more like triangulation rather than it is about whether there is a set of stars which actually have a constellational meaning. Right. That's not the case. Right. Because they don't, as you know, Richard.
Except they do.
The stars themselves. Hang on a minute. The stars themselves are not in any formation.
Right.
But it's the appearance that it has from Earth that's That's the thing. So again, I don't understand why anybody would like know that unless they lived on Earth. And it seems a more naturalistic and a more reasonable explanation to say that the Babylonians observed these changing patterns in order to understand time and therefore control their environment, rather than anything else.
Hang on,
Anyway,
just
that's
some
my personal opinion
housekeeping.
of it.
Buddy at the back. Sorry, dude. I think you're a bit too young to
Aww.
to come on
Come back in
YouTube.
5 years, buddy.
Yep.
Okay.
I don't. What do I just. Sorry, I hate to kick you, but.
Yeah, less than 18 is not really acceptable, I don't think.
Yeah,
You
the
know,
dude looked like 10 or 12.
Aw.
I'm sure he's very
How brave
smart
of
and
him
stuff.
to.
Yeah.
What was the
It's,
name? if I
again,
don't mind
we
me
have
asking?
adult. Sometimes we have adult humor, and it's not really meant for.
My brain just goes straight to Gore Bomb, and his name was Bai.
Started
And
with the B?
the Gore Bomb that I was Gore Bombed with was the suicide one. So
yeah,
No,
I see
I'm
Bai,
only asking
and I'm like,
because I saw some, like I said, I a couple of days ago, like it was like some kid on a channel subscribed to my channel, and I was like, what the hell is this? Like, I think
well,
they
was he a little
unsubscribed. And I was like,
Asian
what?
kid?
No, I don't know. It
Okay.
just said, I mean, yeah,
I'm a
I
kid.
can't see it again. Yeah.
Anyway,
But I
to
was
change
just
the
wondering if it
subject.
was the same name.
Change the subject
Yes.
slightly.
So what were we
Has
talking
anybody
about?
seen the videos where a guy uses a voice changer, pretend he's a kid, and then goes on computer games, mainly Modern Warfare 2,
Yes.
and
It's
trolls them?
hilarious. Yeah, because he's really good.
He
and
is.
and then he'll like say shit that you just wouldn't expect this little kid to say.
Yeah,
Right.
And they love it.
Yeah, especially the one with that girl. I don't know if you've seen that one. There's a girl that's a woman that's there, and he says to her, "Well, if we win this game, will you be my girlfriend and go on a date with me?" And she laughs, and you know, he's very endearing. And she goes, "Yeah, all right then." And they win the game, right? And he goes, "Oh, will you go on a date with me?" And she goes, "Yeah, yeah." I said, "Okay, my mum will pick you up at 8." And then later on he reveals it because she has another game with him, and she reveals that she's an out of work teacher and she's really struggling and stuff. So he gets all his chat to donate, and they give her $1,000 once he says, "Oh look, I'm actually an older guy, and you know you've been really great, so here's some money," which is so nice. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So the whole arc of that story is really nice.
I love things like that.
I have a question for Richard.
Yes, sir.
The humans on this earth, Homo sapiens, whatever, are for about 20, 50,000 years.
Yes, something like that.
And for our species to recognize the pattern of precession, it takes almost 10 precessions until today. Do you think it's enough time for us to see that pattern, or it was given to us?
I think it was given to us by just a much older set of human beings who they do this on a regular basis. They go to the planet and they go, from here, what can we call the constellation Taurus? Okay, it's right there. You know, from here, what can we call this and call that, you know? And the whole thing's contrived just to be a calendar from...
I can't hear you anymore.
Oh, I think
You broke up, Richard.
You dropped out, yeah. That's a really good question, Ed. Really good
So,
question.
You're back, though.
Do I need to refresh? Can anyone talk
No,
to me?
you're back. You're back.
Okay. I'm sorry about that, Ed. I think it's given to us and only for this singular location, but they would do that every location.
Okay, so they gave us a calendar that stretches of 10 precessions, which is 26,000 years, and they didn't give us antibiotics and stuff like that.
That's right. because we are here to have these inconveniences. We're not here to experience perfection. Or we're not, and let me say it this way, we're not here to experience utopia.
This
can all agree with
is like the one part that I have trouble with, don't I, Richard? That's the need for suffering. And we were talking about it 10 minutes before you got here, Richard.
Yes.
So I'm glad we went here.
I really don't see it as a problem. Okay, here's why I think that people think it's a problem, and why certain things don't happen to your brain, because this isn't part of what you think is true. If you didn't believe there was going to be another Earth, and that because of our suffering and us multiplying in that utopian society, that suffering is actually useful, then you'd never, if you didn't know that, you wouldn't automatically, it wouldn't calculate out. You wouldn't think, oh, well, actually this suffering is, it's horrible. It should be horrible. And it is, but that's going to be useful later. And it's not, I can even say something like, I don't know of a suffering that would be excessive in that scenario. I know that sounded super cold to like everybody.
No, it doesn't sound super cold. It sounds ad hoc. It's the way it is. There is suffering, therefore we have to have some kind of reasoning for it. Otherwise, we can't.
That's
justify.
not what I said.
I know. Well, I'm saying it sounds super ad hoc.
That's not what I said, though.
What?
What I said was, in a future society where a very, very small percentage of them are supposed to keep the society in order, and that very small percentage, they experienced suffering. I think it can be justified, against the mass of the people.
Yeah. Okay. I don't see why that disagrees with anything I said.
Why it's not ad hoc? Because I didn't make it up? Because it's in the story itself?
Okay, that's not what ad hoc means.
Oh, refine the definition for me.
Okay, yeah, let me find the definition. As far as I'm concerned, it's giving a reason after the fact, right?
I can look up a definition. I have looked up the definition. But if you'll give me your brain for just a minute on that definition, sure. So, to me, Sammy, it's like saying, I could have, my favorite candy bar, or 10 other people could have, and they enjoy it equally, my favorite candy bar, and I go without. Would I go without? It's a question of empathy, and you can't. It sounds horrible.
Well, now that if you put it like one person's suffering can mean 10 don't.
Yeah.
But it's still, I think on Midsummer, it still feels a little bit convenient.
Sure.
Is your analogy refers to sacrifice, Richard?
I think sacrifice has to be done on purpose, and it has to be the will of the person to be a sacrifice. So it was a bad analogy. I mean, but if I take it into a different analogy, it sounds magical. Would I assume cancer so that 1,000 people don't get it? Sure, I would. But then life doesn't really work like that. You don't voluntarily do or don't get cancer. So.
Yes, but you made it look like we are suffering because, and we are aware of the suffering. Therefore, we are willingly suffering.
Oh no, I don't think we have a choice about it at all. Nor is there anything we could do that causes it nor prevents it.
And maybe that's the part that doesn't make sense to me, is because if I could choose is different than and normally I say starving babies in Africa, but we all know the elephant in the room. Let's just say my daughter, she didn't get to decide to suffer for someone. She has to suffer, and then later on, go to heaven and say, you suffered because... And she might be okay with it then. But I don't know, it doesn't feel justified fully to me.
It wouldn't feel justified to us now, no matter what explanation there is. It wouldn't seem right. I think there's a few reasons why it wouldn't seem right. First of all, you don't know there's a heaven. None of us do, right? Second, I'm super downplaying this, so it doesn't seem like I'm trying to like just win an argument. But mathematically, each of us on this earth who suffer for our future generations, which we all volunteer to do on a pretty regular basis, we would volunteer even if it wasn't voluntary. I think we'd all be okay with it. It's more like probably 30,000 to 1, not 1 to 1, or 10 to 1. So, and all of that sounds like, well, you're just trying to make it sound better. I get that. I really do. But, and no, none of us have a choice right now. That doesn't mean we wouldn't appreciate it later. After all, there's literally like no such thing as, and Sammy, we spoke about, is the copy of you the you, and would you look at it the same? And then the whole objection to, well, that's not even me, and all that conversation.
I'm gonna get going, guys. Take care. Bye-bye. God bless.
Have a good day, Tog.
Later, dude.
So that it would be experienced in almost like a third-person way once that suffering was over and you were in that better situation where you didn't suffer.
Yeah.
Do you subscribe
all that,
Do you subscribe to free will, Richard?
I actually do understand a lot more after that description of it.
Here's the thing. I could say it like this, and Ed, I did hear you, but Sammy, I could say it like this. You must be baptized for sin. And if a person understood what you must be baptized for sin meant thoroughly through the text, it would have given you all that. Because what that really says is, in order that you experienced sin, you must have been submerged in the waters. You must have been part of a planet that is not heaven. Which is what you must be baptized for sin means. Of course, the way the Christians read it, it means magical ritual gets rid of things that your grandpa did. Which doesn't make a damn bit of sense. But it's like saying if you experienced imperfections and suffering, you must have been on an earth. Dude, you must have been baptized for sin is a huge compliment.
Do you know the law, I think you can call it, from Star Trek? Actually, it's a directive called the Prime Directive.
Yeah, that's Genesis 1:1 through like 1:18, but yeah.
Okay, so I think if it's put like that, it makes a bit more sense to me.
Well, you shouldn't mess with stuff that's not you and that's sentient and etc. And yeah.
Well, but I guess more the usual storyline they use the Prime Directive for is don't mess with primitive cultures that aren't ready.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah. You're talking about like end times and when that has to be committed. Yeah, I think it's throughout the whole story in that way. Sure.
No. I think he's saying that saying that these higher beings should not intervene on our planet because we are so less evolved.
Oh, that's interesting. Well, I think that's a good reason to give it to us in fairy tale form so we don't understand.
If you don't understand it, what was the point of it? We will understand it eventually. You mean?
I think it's as far as you can go and still be moral without messing with an ancient society, with a retarded society, that's a bad word. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that.
It's okay in this context.
I mean,
it's the right context.
Compared to like a class 4 Kardashev civilization, we're like a class 0.75 right now. Okay, so we're really undeveloped. Okay, or so yeah, I can see your point there that the furthest you could go with morality, or at least I think they're claiming the furthest that you can go with morality and still be moral with this. Peace and respect, John. Is to give it in like in a cryptic way, so that when the things happened, they understand what's happening around them. So it's the closest you can get to telling them and still not tell them.
I see. It's a bit far-fetched. You have to recognize that. But I see your point. However, why did they choose the Homo sapiens species?
Oh, well, they didn't choose Homo sapiens. They are Homo sapiens.
Just advanced humans.
They don't have magic, and they're not interested in species that aren't themselves, but they're just speciesists procreating and creating new utopian societies, which require a small percentage of that new utopian society does suffer.
Wouldn't we see that in our genome?
We do.
And yet we see all the other animals in our genome, all the other species.
But we do see it in our genome.
So
we see that we're attached to the other animals genetically.
He believes that they terraformed the planet.
And as far as the genome is concerned, we do see parts of our genome which could be, I'm going to use a spooky word, manifesting. They could be coding and do not. And that would like actually change us. And I think if that change were realized, instead of what you are right now, I'd look at you and go, wow, that thing is super smart and beautiful and a little bit taller than me and in perfect health, and it's not aging, and I'd call you an angel.
Isn't that intelligent design?
Isn't he a sweetie?
No, I don't think it's intelligent design. I think it's what they naturally were made to be. And we're made lower than what they already are. We're made a little lower than the angels. We're restricted in, you could say larval. We're larval angels. That's kind of a, since you said I was sweet to say one thing, I'll say we're larval angels, which sounds kind of nasty.
Which brings me on to an important point. Richard is a quarter of an inch taller than me, which just destroys.
I hope that just irks the crap out of you, yeah.
A quarter of an inch.
You know it does. You know it does.
I can make it worse. I've got a birthday coming up, David. I'm going to do a Superman push-up on film and put it online so you can really feel bad.
Yeah, I agree. Star Trek did have a big impact on the world, I think.
Yeah.
Yes, we have tablets, cell phones, sliding doors.
Sliding doors.
Oh.
But they don't go.
Yeah.
Well, they can't if you make that noise.
I know. What was the film? Airplane 2. Where every time they go through a door, they open and close it by going shh. And they walk up to the door, go shh. And then they walk through it, and they go shh. And it closes.
It's amazing.
Yeah, really, really funny.
What was that word, Simos? Because ad hoc? That was
ad hoc, yeah. I put a definition in the private chat for you.
Oh, I missed it. Okay, private chat.
In science and philosophy, ad hoc means the addition of extraneous hypothesis to a theory to save it from being falsified.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I know that, and I know that as a definition, and I know it like colloquial usage of the same thing, and I don't think I had it wrong.
I mean, again, it's interpretive, right? So to me, that's what it sounds like you're doing. I'm not saying that you are necessarily.
Okay, the reason I would say that I'm not doing that is because I think it's necessary in the text, but only in this reading frame. Yeah. And that's ad hoc.
Huh? Okay.
So the reading frame is still ad hoc, I guess, yeah.
I mean, yeah. I think you're interpreting it, and that's why I'm calling it ad hoc.
Fine.
That's okay. Again, I'm not
an argument.
I'm not worried either way. Because it doesn't matter to me.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Aren't all
Sometimes-
interpretation ad hoc?
Say again?
Aren't all interpretations ad hoc?
Well, the difference is the
I don't think
extraneous
so,
part,
no.
parts you don't need. That's what
No,
makes it ad hoc, is parts you don't need.
So it breaks Occam's razor. But I think also, like if you make a prediction, right? So a scientific prediction isn't ad hoc because it's a prediction. That would be my kind of best guess.
So, does it matter, like, in time? Like,
that's what we're
you
saying,
yeah, if you make a prediction and then someone says, well, we can falsify this, and then you say, yeah, but, and then add on another layer to the...
Well, then it's not falsified, and if it's not falsified, it's not ad hoc, you know.
This is like Sagan's invisible dragon in the garage, isn't it?
Yeah.
As far
Well,
as like,
I mean, I think it's
adding
like
stuff
saying
on.
my garage burnt down because it had an invisible dragon in it, but you say that after the garage is burnt down, you know.
Right. That's the
If you were
problem that
to
I have
say,
with fulfillment
I have an
of
invisible
prophecies.
dragon, you know, and it's going to burn my garage down, and then your garage burns down. I think that probably isn't ad hoc reasoning. I think it's probably
you're probably an
broad.
arsonist.
I think that the dragon analogy refers to, because we want to measure the dragon, you know. So we ask questions. So what does it eat? Oh, it eats in another dimension.
Yeah, that's exactly
and
right.
you add explanations that you can't explain.
Yeah, no, I would agree with you, under those terms.
For me, the part that's against it being ad hoc is that under the reading frame, I learned new things about science and our local solar system that I intuitively thought were false. I thought the story was wrong.
Okay.
The story was wrong, or the science was wrong?
I thought the story was wrong, and I thought the science was proof of the real thing, and that the story would be wrong compared to the science. Then when I looked it up, the story was right according to the science.
What was the process?
Google and NASA.
Okay.
That was the process. just super commonly known stuff that I just wasn't exposed to.
Because sometimes I think you are accused of fitting the narrative into the framework.
Sure, but that's an extended conversation right there.
Mm-hmm.
It takes a lot to show that that's not what's being done. Cigarette break. Thanks, Sammy. Kick me if you need to.
No, I've got plenty of slots. I'm a dirty slot. I'm a slot whore.
Well, there is that then, isn't there?
There's always that then. If all else fails, Semi's a slot whore.
No, I think the other thing to point out is that sorry, I'm just fighting a zombie. Die. Thank you. The other thing to point out is that it is an informal fallacy. So
That's a question. What's the difference between a formal fallacy and an informal fallacy?
one is in the. Let me just say, one is in the pertains to validity, and the others pertain to soundness. So a formal fallacy is a fallacy in the form of the argument.
Yeah.
And an informal fallacy is a form in the soundness of an argument.
Is one more important than the other?
Well,
Yeah.
if you have a formal fallacy, then it's basically illogical.
Yeah, it's the end of the argument.
Whereas a formal fallacy need not necessarily be illogical.
Yeah. So you could have an argument that is true, but includes informal fallacies.
Well, yeah, it could be still true. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, what you're saying by an informal fallacy is that it's not sound, so it's not going to be true.
Right.
It's not from the reasoning given, but it could be true nonetheless.
Yeah.
I guess that would be the way. Well, Ed, what would you think?
No, you're right. In order for an argument to be accepted, to be okay, to be perfect, it needs to be sound and logical.
Yeah.
Valid, yeah.
So a formal fallacy kills the argument dead. An
Totally,
informal
yeah.
fallacy, it still could go either way.
Well, it's not that it could go either way. An informal fallacy means that you shouldn't accept the argument as true.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like taking a jab at it.
It doesn't mean that it's false.
Yeah. The conclusion could still be true.
Isn't it when the premises are shit, but the conclusion is good? That's informal, but formal is when the premises are okay, but the conclusion is wrong.
Yeah, you could be right there. I don't know, to be honest. Have to look it up.
I'm not sure.
I've always thought of a formal fallacy as being to do with the logical form. If there's if it doesn't follow the whatever it is, 256 forms of logical argument, then there is an informal fallacy. There is a formal fallacy.
Yeah.
And if it is valid, but the conclusion isn't true, then it's probably because there's an informal fallacy.
That's like all roses are flowers, therefore all flowers are no, and not all.
Yeah, no, that's got a different name. I can't remember if that fallacy is something like the map and the territory or something like that. Maybe I don't know. I don't know what that would be, to be honest.
Okay,
I'm out of my depth.
Me too. I do that daily.
Yeah.
It's fun, but
yeah, no. If there's a formal fallacy, then the argument's just wrong. There's no way you can have a necessary conclusion. If there's an informal fallacy, then there's no reason to believe there's a necessary conclusion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Roughly, just rough.
Yeah.
So I mean that's the problem with things like I don't know how would I say it? Personal experience, an argument from personal experience. Right.
Yeah.
That's the problem with the precept argument, apologetics, right? Is that they're relying the main argument for the presuppers is that they've had personal experience, they've had personal revelation, and personal revelation is thank you very much. Personal revelation is, of course, first-person experience. So there can't be an argument from personal experience, which
becomes circular.
Accept. Yeah, it's always going to be circular. That's the point there. There's never a justification from it, right? And that's where they make their big mistake, as it were, by saying you should believe this argument because I presuppose God. Yeah.
I think they also say that you can't understand my argument unless you believe in God.
Yeah, whatever. I don't know even. I mean, that just undermines them trying to say that there's a good apologetic, or that it is an apologetic. I had this argument with JG once, and he found it difficult to.
Yeah, it's like you can't understand the Bible unless you believe first. You know, like all non-believers are basically idiots, and you have to believe it first before you believe it, which makes no sense.
Approach God with faith.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Basically, believe us, and then you'll believe.
Believe before you believe. Yeah.
Yeah, basically, believe before you're convinced. Okay. You know, it's just that that's where I find a problem. It's not the only problem with the precept argument, of course.
Not even Christians like precepts.
No, well, yeah. I don't know. Quite a few of them do because it saves them having to be logical. Yeah, it sounds logical, so they think they are. But of course, and like I said, I've been. I had this conversation with. Oh my God! Sorry, lots of zombies. I had this argument with Matt Yester and one of his disciples, and I don't know who else. Quite a few, and every single one of them will accept the argument all the way till the conclusion, which just makes me laugh so much. Because so this premise, oh yeah, that's true. This premise, yeah, that's true. This premise, yeah, that's true. Conclusion, no. It's like, okay, can you tell me where the inference is? Can you tell me the formal fallacy, please? No, there's no formal fallacy. Okay then. I think we're done here. Thanks very much for playing. But I wouldn't say that's dishonest, but whatever.
Well, there's one of two things happening. They're being dishonest or embracing cognitive dissonance.
Yes.
Because I think that that's part of what we often call dishonesty is them convincing themselves more than anything.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I would say so.
They're not lying; they're just wrong, basically. Dishonesty.
Yeah.
You need intent to be dishonest. They believe it themselves; they're just wrong. Yeah, which is different from lying.
Okay.
So how do you all feel, way off track, about M theory?
Yeah, I love it.
About what? Sorry.
You love it too? Yeah. M theory.
Yeah.
I've not got a clue what that is.
The M theory?
Yeah.
M for Murray.
Ah.
Do you know it?
I don't. I can Google
long
it.
story short is
Go ahead.
all the multiple string theories that they came up with. They found, there's not one, not two, and suddenly the 4 or 5 that they found had multiple options, so it was sets of string theories. And then a dude come along and said, no, actually they're all part of this one, what I'm going to call M theory. And you can almost insert whatever you want, because it doesn't stand for anything. It's a placeholder. But it's sort of not a theory of everything, obviously, but it
is. It's a unified theory.
I don't think a unified theory of everything, the theory of everything is possible.
We can, in theory, I guess that's a big word. But string theory is a unifying theory between relativity and Einsteinian relativity and quantum mechanics.
But it's still fringe.
Oh, it's not proven. It's unfalsifiable, so it's not scientific. So, yeah.
That's where it sounds like we're heading for quantum entanglement with all these strings.
It's certainly not fringe, though. I would say that.
Is that almost like first thing that went in my head was like quantum entanglement, where everything is supposed to mix, but
sorry,
my bad.
Lag. No, it's the lag. Stupid Australia. And the other cool thing about it, Wild Heart, is it leads to the theory of brains. You know about brains? BRANES.
Darn, I was going to make a joke till you said that.
Yeah. What is it? Yeah. Oh, what's the name?
Simos?
Yeah, membranes. So basically, it says something like the Big Bang is the collision of two slices of space-time.
So we live on one brain, right, which is our dimensions, however many it is. Just because we only detect the 3 plus time doesn't mean there's not more. And that's the whole thing of string theory. But yeah, and we live on our brain, and we bumped another brain. And by we, I mean our brain, not us. And that was the Big Bang.
Yeah, there's some interesting things about it. So some of the
Even in the way the brain works, right? Left hemisphere, right hemisphere. One deals with logical process. The other one's more that adds to those objects to give them qualifiers.
Hang
It's
on.
kind of a
You're talking
about the human brain, BJ.
It's like the membranes are separate dimensions, if you like.
No,
So
we're
they're extra
talking about
dimensions, and when the two collide, then they form waves, if you like, to be created on the membranes themselves, and then they pull apart. The distance they pull apart is related to the strength of the constants. All the particle energies are created by the distance that the brains are apart. So
wait, I gotta ask PJ. Are you saying that, like, at some subconscious level, we came up with brain collision theory because our brains ourselves is divided into two parts?
Somewhat, yeah. It's almost trying to figure ourselves out. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I was misunderstanding you. I thought you thought we were talking about human brains.
See, the problem is that PJ is so flippin' smart. It's like hard. You have to try to extrapolate what would be smarter than me.
Yeah,
and that's probably what he's saying.
He was.
Don't say that. No. No way.
And I was thinking of bolts membranes. So yeah, when I said I knew what you were talking about, I really didn't.
No. Just think of a membrane, like a stretched surface. But that's all of a universe. All that exists within a universe
Space-time.
is on the surface. Like we picture a 2D surface. We're on the surface of the membrane, but we're in a 3-dimensional plus time, so 4-dimensional surface of the brain.
Yeah, but are they pretty?
Like flat universe, the stickman on a flat universe, and then we have the 3rd dimension, and then the 4th dimension, 5th dimension. Yeah.
No, the 5th dimension, etc. Well, no, actually, that's not true either. Okay, so M theory is a version of string theory, which is a combination, as you were saying, of different types of, or it's a unification of different types of string theory.
Hey, Wild, are you on the phone?
And that's a little loose as well, right? But anyway.
Wildheart, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Well, no, I was thinking sometimes Wildheart cuts out, his video freezes. If he's on a phone or a device that doesn't have too much resources or RAM, you might want to turn his camera off so we can hear him better.
Right.
I notice when your voice cuts out, your camera freezes sometimes.
Yeah, I'm on a rubbish laptop. Yeah, I'll turn the camera. Cheers.
It might help, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So anyway, Murray Gell-Monde is the person that unified string theory. And I think there was like 13 different versions or something. And then he figured out they were all the same version viewed from a different aspect. Yeah. And then from that unification came the idea of M theory. And that is just a more elaborate version. And basically the reason for that, I think, is that it's once people realized that it was a unification theory, they then started asking further questions about it, which then led to the idea of these ideas of membranes being universes themselves, parts of the multiverse, which is predicted by string theory. And then he called them membranes, and found that when the two of these things collide, then that could potentially cause something like a Big Bang. And I say like a Big Bang, you know what I mean? It could cause a inflated universe. That was the thing. And then also from that, they worked out that potentially the sorry, I'm just doing something again. Potentially the idea of the constants, the value of the constants could be worked out as well, and because they all had a relationship to each other. And so that relationship was then kind of set into mathematical preciseness by this idea. But it's all hypothetical, as MathPig is saying. Not just brains. String theory, which is what M theory is based on, is hypothetical still. It's still
I think you've already said it, but didn't you say that it's also unfalsifiable?
That's the reason it's hypothetical.
Yeah.
It's mathematically consistent, but it's just you know.
And it's the main reason, and the simplest way to put it, why something like that's basically going to never be provable, is because it's the only way we can measure things is by bouncing something off it, basically. And the thing you're trying to measure or detect, it is smaller than the thing you're using to detect it. So it's like trying to pick up a toothpick with boxing gloves.
Yeah,
you know, anything you try and detect, you're just gonna interfere with or smash, or
yeah.
Struggling to put it in words, but I think you
I
get
like
the
the
gist.
boxing glove analogy. That worked.
It's something like this. You know, in order to detect something smaller, you need a wavelength smaller than it, or at least comparable to it. And then something with such a small wavelength would have a very high energy. The smaller the wavelength, the higher the energy. And therefore, the higher the energy, the more you're going to interfere with whatever it is. So the smaller it is, the more you just obliterate whatever it is you're looking at, or at least change it in such a way that any observation is going to be useless.
What if it's an expanding and then recollapsing and then expanding, because when some species gets technologically advanced enough that it can measure it, the very measurement of it is the collapse of it.
Yeah, nice. Very science fiction.
Thanks.
It's cool. I mean, yeah. The Big Bounce is also an interesting hypothesis.
Yeah, but what causes the bounce is what I'm saying.
Right. I don't think it can be something like consciousness.
I had this idea, and I was probably really stoned, so I don't know how much sense it's going to make. But I imagine that there's a point in an explosion, and I'm going to say explosion. I know the Big Bang wasn't; it was, an inflation and whatnot. But when let's just take an event like an explosion happens, I'm sure that there's a time where the particles actually speed up before they equal out and then start to slow down, right? What if this expansion of the universe that we see, where it seems to be getting faster, is we're just still in the part of the expansion that hasn't slowed down yet? Does that make any sense?
The problem with that, Sammy, is that there was a point of slowing and stabilization, and then it sped back up again.
Really?
Yes, there was.
Okay.
If you go and look at
I'm sorry.
No,
Just
go
thinking
ahead,
like
TJ.
negative, positive, and reciprocal forces. They'll draw out and pull itself upon itself again, and draw back out again, and pull it in again, and pull it and draw it out again.
Yeah. So, if Sammy, if you look at like the Bell model, which is inaccurate but an explanation over time, you see expansion, then stabilization, then re-expansion again, which is why there's that flat place in the tube of the bell for a while.
Right. Okay.
I forgot
Well,
to listen. I'm very sorry.
Basically, yeah. Wow.
Which the things you're talking about right now is why we speak about dark matter, dark energy, and its effects, and to help explain why that happened. So the dark energy, dark matter thing is necessary within the model.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it is. Yeah. If we slowed or plateaued and then sped up again,
yeah,
that makes no sense without dark energy.
Right. Yeah, without something else causing that. Yeah. Right.
Okay. I mean, the latest theory is the accelerating universe. Just to point that out.
Go on.
Well,
accelerating universe.
Yeah, it's the eternal inflation. I think model it's called. You might want to look that up, and it basically says the accelerating universe, as it's measured now, has always been accelerating. There's never been a time when it wasn't accelerating. In fact, it's getting faster over time.
The whole problem that I have is because even if we go to like the microwave background radiation, the CMBR, even if we go to that, there's a limit to how much of the universe we can see. And since it doesn't look like that's an end to the universe, but an end to what we can see or knowable universe, and we don't know how big the universe is outside of that limit, whatever limit we come up with, then we don't know how much of it we're sampling. And if I'm generous and I said, well, what if we're sampling 50% of it? Well, 50% is a bad sample. And what if I say that what our sample of it is 1/1,000,000th? Well, I mean, it just gets worse. And we can't know something like that. So we're assuming, which I understand to do science, we have to assume uniformitarianism. We're assuming that in our assessment of reality, and we could just be looking at a bubble and not a very good sample. And we just can't know that, and that just kind of bugs me generally, although it doesn't affect my life much.
And was it eternal inflation?
Yeah, that's the model I'm talking about. Yeah, I think that's what it's actually called in the literature.
Right. Well, this is only 2 minutes, so
go for it.
Oh, okay, cool.
I find the idea of a multiverse intriguing.
Sound is
Many
good.
physicists actually just reject this idea out of hand
Excellent.
because they just find it remarkable and too baroque that there are many, many other universes. Like, what are they for? I don't find it that baroque in that sense, because our picture of what constitutes our universe has been growing. 100 years ago, we didn't even know that there were other galaxies. And since then, our conception of the universe has become bigger and bigger. So it doesn't seem strange to me that there are other universes out there, and our universe is not unique either. There are different forms of what people mean by the multiverse, but the one that I'm going to talk about is the idea that the birth event of our universe was not unique, in the sense that after our universe was nucleated in a bubble, essentially, there were many other bubble universes that were born, and those are out there, way outside our observable horizon, and that there's structure in the universe on these very vast scales, much larger than the observable universe. And that idea comes from our best guess for what generated all the structure that we can see within our universe, a theory called inflation. And this idea that inflation leads to many universes is called eternal inflation. Eternal inflation is the idea that inflation, if it happened, only stops locally inside a universe like ours, which then carries on evolving within a bubble. Elsewhere, way outside the size of that bubble, the space is actually still inflating at an accelerated rate, but outside that region, many, many other pocket universes can also pop into being. So our universe is not unique in that scenario. And this is what our best guess for what generated all the structure in the universe is telling us.
She explained that terribly.
Yes, I just pictured dissolving, just
Yeah, I found that quite
disintegrating
interesting
nothing,
because
right?
I found that quite interesting because I was wrong about something, which was, well, I wasn't wrong about the actual theory, but I was wrong about when Richard said it can't be. Oh shit! Sorry, beating up zombies again. When you said, Richard, that there was a point where it slowed down or something like that.
Yeah, that's the last model I looked at. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So that's obviously under that model that they're talking about. That could be
Well,
a potential.
not slowed down comparatively.
Yeah.
Like that long extended section of it was almost the same circumference. I'm going to say it that way, although it's circumference of time or distance. But okay, so it and then it bells out again. So it more comparatively wasn't expanding at the same rate as it is now. Yeah.
The first couple of Planck seconds, didn't it expand really stupidly, incredibly fast? Yeah.
Right, and then it doesn't continue out.
Slowed down.
Right, it doesn't continue at that angle.
Yeah.
At the top of the bell, which the bell lays on its side, but at the beginning of the bell, it's expanding really, really rapidly. Why doesn't it just keep going like that? After all, if it's matter in space expanding in space, there's nothing to slow down the matter. It would just keep going that direction.
It's not matter, but yeah.
That speed. Yeah, it's not matter, but not at first.
Does this become a problem for the B theory of time?
No.
Or am I just having a stroke? I think I'm just having a stroke. I don't know why I thought that would be an issue for a minute.
I don't think it's an issue in terms of. All right, I don't think it's an issue in terms of conflicting with Einstein.
I think if you expressed that same phenomena as a B theory of time, it would just look different on the chart. It's just easier to, and it's in our social minds A theory, so that's the way they express it.
But I guess the problem for me is we say that time emerged from the Big Bang, but we're now going to need subsets of time.
Yeah, that's.
But I think that's always included, isn't it? And part of the theory. Okay.
There's something called proper time, which is kind of like the stage upon which all of these theories are set. So,
big time and little time.
It's really difficult because, that isn't required necessarily, but I think it's in the mathematics when you get to things like quantum loop gravity and string theory. Again,
it's nice. Sorry.
I'm getting a little past my, a lot past my.
Same, but it's so lovely to hear that the thing that you thought was intuitive is the way it actually is.
Oh my gosh, Morningstar just misquoted buoyancy.
Oh,
Morningstar, did you just misquote buoyancy? No. Come on.
It's definitely Jill then, isn't it?
A planet with the same density as Earth, but without an atmosphere, wouldn't be able to keep you on the surface.
That's not how gravity works, bro.
What?
Maybe.
That's not it. Really.
They had a try.
Look, it's not air pushing down. Look, in order that you're correct, the Earth has to be moving The disk of the Earth has to be moving in the direction of the top of the disk and ever accelerating upward, or else you wouldn't experience any such thing. If you're trying to say that gravity is not a proper theory, it doesn't make sense in reality, then you need eternal, never-ending acceleration to make up for it. All right? So think about that, will you? What's causing the acceleration? What are you going to say? God. God causes the acceleration. Now you're just claiming magic.
Now it's like a giant spiral graph.
Yep, I was right. He's now saying that the Earth isn't spinning.
See, and this is where M theory is so
How
great.
sweet.
Because it allows for forces that permeate the brains. For example, they think that gravity is such a weak force because it is not confined to this brain.
Right. Maybe spread over all brains. And we're getting a percentage of the gravity where it would be just as strong as the rest of the fundamental forces if it were fully experienced. Yes?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Unification, yeah.
Right. So it's kind of like Jet Li's The One, where all of the strength of a human is spread over all existences. And if you could travel between... Sorry, I'm off on a tangent. I should shut up.
Yeah, no, that's a good analogy. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I like it. Jet Li.
Jet Li universes.
Yep. Nice. Well, it's actually the Jet Li Unity.
Unity, yeah. Well, that's right. It's and that might be why it's the one particle we can't find too. Like, it just answers so many questions, and that's why I love it. And that's probably why Somos loves it too.
That's why I love my theory of religion.
Because it's so mathematical, that's the reason I love it. Actually, so...
Yeah, you people who do math, sure, whatever.
Yeah, I don't get math. I know that it's mathematically very beautiful, but I don't know what that even means, so...
From what I understand, in a scientific theory, even including mathematics... elegance is described as something that answers the question without unnecessary assumptions, is as simple as possible, but still sufficient.
Yeah,
and I think that's what they mean by it's beautiful.
Yeah, for me, it's mathematical consistency. So that's why I like it.
See, that's the same reason I adhere to this particular theory of understanding ancient religions, is because it does that.
Yeah, okay, that's fair enough. Again, I mean, for me, it's the reasons that I believe mathematics is, it's this language of the universe, right? If there is a God,
language.
If there is a God, then it's not ever going to be able to be described in English, but it would be able to be described in mathematics. That's why I don't think the idea of a God is incoherent.
The Bible, in a idea for idea translation, calls mathematics the terminate language. I think that's in itself kind of poetic.
Okay, it's accurate. I'll say that.
Yeah.
Although terminate in that sense is some strange usage, but it's certainly a language.
It's the best I can do in English. It's the end of language. The
culmination,
language.
yeah.
The culminate, something
Yeah, okay.
Like the termination of a wire. It has this connector on the end of it, and that's how you plug it into everything. And
yeah, maybe. I'm not so sure about that, but yeah, that's not a problem anyway.
Well, there's I already admit there's no great way for me to say it.
Yeah. It's the most expressive language, I would say.
Perhaps if I learned how to say it in German or maybe Greek or something. Greek's supposed to be...
Say it in music, Richard.
No, well, if you're right, it can only be said in mathematics. So. But there's a big problem with that, right? Which is that mathematics itself, you know, is not necessarily what's the word I'm looking for? Well, no, this is debated. This is debated, but potentially some mathematics doesn't describe reality, right? So therefore it's just abstract and nothing, you know, so it doesn't have any relation with reality.
I'm afraid you're wrong, though.
I'm afraid I am not.
The divine universal languages are palmistry, numerology, and astrology.
All right, fair point.
Which
You
are
got me there.
three hands, those hands got the numbers to make you see stars. I don't know what the hell any of that meant.
I'm wondering if it's like a joke.
Well, Morningstar's already said they're a flat earther who doesn't believe in gravity, and which, you know, in that thought process, this statement might make sense to that mind.
Well, I've been struggling to find a name for the things that people like Wesley comment, right? I call them tropes, but a trope, to my understanding, is like a commonly used thing.
Right.
To
like
represent,
rebuke and reprove's last comment, that's a trope.
Yeah. But what Wesley and stuff like this, what are they called? Morningstar. They're not common things they're saying, and but they're quoting like one-liner things. What would you call them?
Meaningless. They are lacking meaning.
Yeah, there's no real term for it, is there? What they do.
I mean, you have to take the actuality that we do experience and then extrapolate out from that in unnecessary and creative ways until you're so far away from the reality that you can start saying things like, my moon is rising in Jupiter. What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah. See,
my moon is rising in my pants.
Congratulations to your moon.
Thank you
Still
very
works.
much.
Wow.
See,
some moons don't rise anymore.
Jody does are tropes, and they're not so bad.
Well, they're kind of sweet.
They're positive, they're sweet, and I get them. But what's this one? The divine. Oh yeah, that was the palmistry ones with the got numbers to make you see stars. See, it's like
nice.
That's okay. I've got the fries that'll roll your eyes. How's that?
Well, I got the jelly that will fill your belly.
There you go. Okay. It's just as meaningful and more practical.
I've got a shock that will rock you.
Oops.
What? See, this is like a meaningless trope. Like Christ is mathematics. No, he's not.
Principle.
Christ ensures the principles. I mean, no, that'll be the axioms. Have you not spoken to Stiles or?
Yeah, like 1 tree plus 1 tree will always be 2 trees. That's why.
Christ ensured that.
Yeah, Christ ensures that 1 tree plus 1 tree will be 2 trees. No, he doesn't. That's ridiculous. Oh my gosh.
Love it.
I think Christ is concerned like with human emotional states and spiritualism is what Christ is about, not mathematics.
Yeah.
Those living by science have to remember that science today refuses to define what a woman is. Jill, is that you?
He said that earlier today. He used woke science earlier. And it was like, what is woke science, dude? You're an idiot. Get out.
Hey, there's Godless Scummer. Peace and respect.
Hey.
Hey, Jeff.
Yeah, Christ is mathematics. Didn't you know 1 + 1 + 1 = 1?
Well, if the truth, the way, and the light is literally the physical truth and mathematics are true, then Jesus is math. See, that was easy.
Yeah.
There you go.
That makes sense.
Is the one to get back to the zero.
Yeah.
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 We both did that at the same time.
Very much like
bullcrap.
it's like rap music.
I got the weed that everyone needs.
Everyone needs.
Yeah, babies.
What was that what you were about to say about rap music? 'Cause I was in my head. I was like, that's just rap about like rap music. It's just talk. Sorry.
Yeah. See, woman's a silly word to try and get people to define anyway, because depending on who you ask, some cultures don't call you a woman till you've given birth.
Yeah.
It's not about your vagina or anything. It's like, yeah, you can be a man and be a woman. Push a baby out your vagina. Because literally, the act of pushing it out your vagina makes you a woman. And I asked, what about cesarean? And they're like, no, that doesn't. They're not like not a female anymore, and they still a mother, and they're still everything else, but they're not this thing called woman, because part of what requires being a woman is actually creating a child, or not creating, pushing it out your vagina. Stupid, I know, but I'm just saying. And
Yeah,
I guess I can tell you who, because he talks about it publicly. That's Serb's culture.
Yeah.
That exists in his house.
Right. Which doesn't work well with like normal Christianity, because then in order to get pregnant, they weren't a woman when they got pregnant.
Yeah.
That'll just confuse the hell out of you. That's what happens if you mix cultures.
Yeah. When you start absorbing other cultures to make them more subservient, you end up with weird religions. You end up with weird holidays like Easter that has a dead dude rising and Easter and bunnies delivering chocolate.
Why not bunnies rising?
I was nearly said that. There's bunnies rising and dead dudes delivering chocolate.
Eventually it becomes something
and then
like
Christmas again. Christmas is like, the non-religious people, it's just about Santa. And then the more religious you are, sorry.
It's a good thing children aren't paranoid or suspicious, because the whole Santa Claus thing is pretty creepy, actually.
Yeah. He knows when you are sleeping.
Just change the accent and the music a little bit. He knows when you are sleeping.
Dude, just change the name from Saint Nick to God. Seriously.
Yeah, seriously.
And I think that's what God is for a lot of people. It's
Christian
Santa point. Yes, Christian God. Santa point 2. No, 2.0.
Yeah, Santa 2.0.
Every trope going. Look at that. Every trope going.
Chocolate.
Yeah,
What's the God particle?
What's the God particle? Oh my goodness. 137.11.2, which also the shape of an X when crossed.
Well, if it's crossed, then obviously it's the shape of an X. That's
the particle that all other particles are drawn to.
Yeah. Look, Morningstar, you have to dumb this down. You have to dumb this down for the rest of our brains, because you're speaking in proprietary terms, and unless you translate those proprietary terms, we don't understand. And let me show you what I mean by that. If you're tapping for quarter 20 in ferrous metals, you need to use a golf bit because of thread depth. You might as well have just said that, okay?
Yeah, no, that's a good point, Richard, yeah. I think you've got him there, actually. I think that completely refutes his argument.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, if you used a 730 seconds, you'd be so far off in thread depth that you're probably going to break your glass bit.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
Now,
if you're using a
Christ-
glass bit. Yeah.
Now, Christ ensures math means Christ is math. Richard, your entire religion is a trope.
Christ is math. That's the first time I'm hearing this.
Also,
Wait,
the logic.
Christ is math.
One ensures math, therefore it is math. I mean,
Oh, yeah, well,
just
I'm
that
rubber
sentence
and-
alone is a bit of a mind number.
I'm rubber and you're glue. So there, Jill. I win. I mean, that's essentially what you're doing there. Come on.
I know you are. So what am I?
He's referring to the fact that math was created by God. Is like a natural thing, but math is just a language made by humans, same as logic.
Yeah.
Oh, I want to say observed by humans. I don't want to say made by humans, if that's okay, Ed.
It's made up by humans.
Well, the language we use to describe the mathematics is made up by humans, and that's arbitrary, but the mathematics themselves are not arbitrary, they're descriptive. We're describing what is, yes?
In a way, yes. Okay.
The language is prescriptive, but the application of the mathematics themselves is not prescriptive. There's laws that we have to follow, and you can't bend them.
So,
No, I mean that's not
one
right
thing.
when
one
you put it that
thing,
way. But go ahead.
I said too much.
No, it's all right. I don't know if my question was going to make sense. One thing and another thing is always two things. Whether humans are there to come up with 1 + 1 = 2. So if that's what you mean by the math is always there, I sort of agree, but I think mathematics is completely contingent on mankind or a mind.
No, it's contingent on man, yeah, because it's made up by men. Man, 100%. But go ahead, Des. You go first. I've been talking. Yeah.
I'm sorry. The phenomenon exists. We're describing the phenomenon by saying 1 + 1 = 2.
Oh,
And
well
that description we call mathematics.
Okay.
Yep, we're actually agreeing. I'm just saying things poorly.
Okay,
Go on.
No, well, it's a little more than that. It's not that simple. If it was that simple, great, we'd have the answer. But it's not that simple. So there is also the case that
it's never that simple with you, Simos.
No, that is true. Actually,
same comment.
That is true. But no, the point being, or the point I'm kind of, oh shit, I've just done something wrong. The point I'm making is that mathematics has, especially in these days, come to describe more than it's come to describe more than reality, right? So that is the origins of it. Is that yes, we were describing the physical reality, and it was a language to describe physical reality, but it's much more than that now. All right. Oh, some people still think it is, but it's much more than that now because we've invented things like abstract terms like infinities, right? And that doesn't describe reality as we know it, but it's useful
I love that point.
to help us describe reality, which
Right,
is why
zero
we still
being
use it.
like zero is
Like
infinitely
zero.
thin, and then infinite is the opposite of zero, something like that. And you need those kinds of ideas. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, look,
Yeah,
comes about
to hurt
from
my
things-
brain.
Yeah, to hurt Sammy's
that
brain,
what
you
you're
need those
saying?
kinds of
Yeah.
ideas. Yeah.
It's not quite like that, but sure. We have things like infinite series, right? And we have irrational numbers, and all of those contain decimal places, right? All of these things contain infinities that are embedded in the language that we use. Okay, so I'm just saying that isn't a reality. Okay, 1 and 1 is a reality. Arithmetic is a reality. Yes. Things like some of the core basics in trigonometry are realities. So there's 360 degrees in a circle. Okay, but the circle itself isn't reality, or triangles aren't reality, or squares aren't reality. They're descriptions of things which are approximate.
So would you say?
Yeah.
to the Christians out there that there's no such thing as eternity?
I mean, it's an open question, to be honest. Whether the universe is eternal or not is still an open question, as far as I can understand.
But wouldn't eternal mean infinite?
No.
Yeah, and that's an open question, and that's whether there is such a thing as an actual infinity, as it's called, is an open question.
Can a material reality hold an infinity?
Well, that's an open question. I mean, if it does, then the material reality would be infinite, wouldn't it?
All right. Yeah.
So again, there's things called potential infinities, and there's things called actual infinities. And Hilbert's hotel is an idea, right? Which just because something like Hilbert's an infinity is ill-defined, right? Because we don't have a strict definition, a numerical definition for it, doesn't mean that it doesn't exist.
Right.
Just because something is ill-defined, it just means that it's not. What's the word? We don't refer to it as a description of reality. We use it in our descriptions, right? But any time that you see an infinity in a physical equation, you've got a problem, basically.
This is another thing that is man-made, definitions.
True.
And definitionally, Sammy, I hold and think I can make a good argumentative case for that eternal in the Bible means eternally into the future from its point of origin, not eternal in both directions, not infinite.
Now that I can't, I don't have as much argument with.
I think I can make
this idea. Yeah. It's this idea of an eternal in both directions.
Right,
God.
that's a problem. That's a problem. But that's why that's why Jill will say things like "My God doesn't exist." Is because of that very problem that he assumes it's eternal in both directions when the claim isn't there.
I think Brojo makes a good point here.
And I was about to highlight that.
Yeah.
If it was finite, we would be asking what's on the other side.
There will be dragons.
Yeah. There be dragons.
Well, we say other universes now, Brojo, other membranes existing in a higher super universe.
What's that contained within? A super
God
universe.
Knows. Yeah. Well, there's a silly idea that the whole universe is just like a bunch of atoms making up some bigger thing that we can't see because we're a part of the atoms of it. That's a cool idea.
I don't think Jill knows what's a trope anyway.
Which doesn't like inclusion to religion of trope.
Peace and respect, Halcyonic Kaiju. I object to your sentence. It's never okay to not to know something, but it's always okay that there's something we do not know.
That one.
Because not to know suggests no interest. It's never okay for us to not be curious.
Yes, but we don't have a choice to think that we don't know yet.
That's right, but we don't know all things, and that's fine. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Right there, yeah. Okay, I got to go to work. I'm like, at this point, I'm playing hooky. All right, you guys, I love you all.
Thanks,
Peace and respect, and laters.
Have a good day.
Take care.
Bye, Richard.
I forgot to ask him the question that I wanted to ask him when he came in. Damn it.
Oh.
Was it the moon that was going to collide with Jupiter?
Damn.
Next time.
Next time.
Next time.
Maybe MathPig can answer that.
Oh, MathPig, you would definitely.
Yeah, could you just answer the question? Is it the moon that's going to collide with Jupiter to create another star to heat up Europa for a new planet for us?
And also,
my money's on Mars.
Also, is Matt Pig Richard's disciple?
No,
no.
he's not. But he's done more hours with Richard than anybody else more recently. So
yeah, he's the Richard Whisperer.
that's it. Yeah. Our moon, no. Okay, it was a meteor or something. Then was it?
But doesn't Mars come into it, Richard? I mean, Matthew.
They're one and the same now. They're morphing into each other. Oh my God! Why do we do this to ourselves?
I'm sure Mars is in there somewhere. Come on, Math Pig, you're killing me with suspense.
Yeah.
What crashes into Jupiter? Here we go. It's Mercury that flies over Venus and hits Jupiter's moons, which in turn land on Jupiter, starting the process. Holy shit. We were never going to get that, son.
And that's going to be in 30 years, in 20 years?
7.
Yeah.
Sorry. How many was it? 14?
12 or something. 12 to 21 or something.
A comet knocks Mercury off its orbit by splitting it into 6 pieces.
That was it.
I feel
Mercury, yeah.
I feel vindicated with the
I
Mars
think so.
thing now.
I think you are. I feel vindicated with the moon because they're pretty much the same color. So.
And it's kind of it's
pretty precise.
logical.
6 pieces.
Here you go.
No,
it's what?
There's a delay, and I
yeah,
apologize.
no, that's my fault. I'm in Australia. I'll take it. You go.
Yeah.
It's very exact that Mercury is going to be split into 6 pieces, like a cake, like a pizza.
Yeah, like
it's
a
really
lot
incredible.
of it's like just the overall story is fairly logical. You know, aliens seeding a planet, all that. That's all possible. But when he starts getting into this planet crashing into other planets, making Jupiter a star, is where I think it starts to get a little bit into the weeds, and I don't know how he gets it from the text.
Oh, he can explain to you. He gets it.
Oh, I know.
Yeah,
I know. He does regularly, but
see, he took the ancient aliens theory to another level, isn't it?
yeah, he would hate you saying that, but most people would agree.
I forgot to ask him about the Graham Hancock and all the other idiots that.
5 parts. It's okay.
One misses and aims for Earth.
I'm getting more.
That's
confused.
right. That's right. And did he say that the spaceships stop it from hitting us, Mathbig, if I'm correct? I mean, it'd make a cool movie.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, it makes a great book as well.
Yeah. Richard's only trouble with like trying to make it a book or something though is that now he's that deep into it that like if you ask him a simple question, he needs to talk for an hour to explain so much to get you up to the point so he can answer your question. You know what I mean?
Maybe.
Um,
I'll be honest. What I meant to say is, sorry, I'm just doing gaming stuff. What I meant to say is that that's the plot of Arthur C. Clarke's 2001 Space Odyssey.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, Simos. Ready?
Black hole
Black
theory
hole.
is that light cannot escape gravity. So how do we see light from the sky if all objects have gravity relative to density? Wow, mind blown.
Got you there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say now.
Yeah, I think I need, like, shit, I should just end the stream after that comment. What else is there left to say?
Yeah.
It's allowing me to
I have
refute
no
it.
idea. I have absolutely no freaking idea what that means.
Richard doesn't like.
Thank you, Jill. Thank you,
yeah.
Jill. We really appreciate you not being a complete asshole.
And I'm just looking for where you actually did that. You haven't refuted anything. You said
Not recently.
Richard doesn't like when I call his intelligence. And you said it's too late for many. Never believe what a lying liberal says. Fact check the fact checkers.
Yeah, I would actually go one further, and I would say fact check the fact checking fact checkers.
But why stop there, Summers? Let's be honest.
True. Fuck the fucking fact checkers, the fucking fact checkers.
How many fact checkers can a fact checker check if a fact checker could check facts?
The facker.
Oh goodness.
The
truth
feckin' fact checkers.
As long as they are truth bearers. Christians. The Christians are the truth bearers. It was secular and liberal.
I like the way you
news
has to put it in brackets. Like we don't know. Yeah, no, I have no idea what you're talking about, Joe.
Oh god. So apparently somewhere in there he refuted 1 point of Richard's.
Nice. Well done.
Well done. I'll give you a round of applause, Jill. I'm very proud of you. Because Dead Rising, talking animals, walking on water, and feeding thousands with a loaf of bread is more believable.
Yeah, that's it. We got ourselves a convoy.
10-4, big ducky. Jesus was in the synagogue every day trolling the Jews.
He was Jewish, so you're saying he was trolling himself?
Yeah. In fact, his first sermon, he read the Isaiah scroll and claimed it was predicting his arrival. Love it. Boy, that angered the Jews. Do you like angry Jews, Jill?
I want a dirty little Jewish princess who knows where it goes with a great big nose.
Wow, I've never heard that.
That's look it up. It's called Jewish Princess.
I shall. So what liberals call trolling Jesus and Paul and the apostles call presenting arguments that either drive you to want to ban or kill us. Oh. Sometimes, Jill, I just got nothing.
There you go,
G'day, Gio.
Gio knows it. It's by Frank Zappa, that song.
Is Zappa still alive?
Of course.
No. He passed away in the 90s. Did you...
Sometimes I envy people with strong beliefs. You know, they're determined. They're okay. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. They present a sense of purpose even if it's false.
I see it as a terrible. I see it as sad because I see it as such a waste. The amount of energy. Imagine if they put that same energy into something productive towards society that they do towards their God and putting people that doesn't agree with them down and condemning them.
Probably stems from my mental health, but I sometimes fall into nihilism for no good reasons.
Fall into
Hinduism?
what,
Into nihilisms. Nihilism.
Oh, no, nihilisms, yeah.
What's the antidote to nihilism?
Good. I don't know. Reality, I suppose.
Just finding personal meaning. It's such a subjective thing that no one can answer that for another human. I can tell you some pretty generic answers and things that I think give me meaning, but to say that there's some sort of objective meaning, or that if there isn't an objective meaning, that there's no meaning to life, it's the struggle that a lot of theists have with the idea that we evolved and that we're animals, because that means there's no meaning. That, it's all meaningless, which to me is kind of a nonsense idea. Meaning is just something you have to give something. It requires us. And dogs don't worry about the meaning of life. Do you know what I mean?
Yes, but they are still afraid sometimes.
Yeah, sure, and you should be. You should be afraid of the snake that's going to kill you, or spider that, if you step on is going to kill you. Should be afraid of things that are going to kill you or harm you in some way.
I don't know. For me, I just found embracing it was the best policy. Mainly, like when I was like 13, 14, I went to see Black Sabbath. And that was it. I never struggled with nihilism after that.
Well,
I love it.
Yeah. I've never struggled with it for some reason. I don't know why. I've always just naturally, like, I know I've had depression. I've been down and in bad places before, but I've never been able to comprehend the idea of suicide personally. It's never been an option. And I struggle to even get my head around, I understand shit gets too much, and the other option is the best, like, better option in your mind. I do understand what happens, but that is such a foreign thing to me. So nihilism's never been a problem naturally, but I can think about it and dwell on it and understand it. But I've just always viewed life itself as too valuable, too fleeting. That doesn't, like, you don't need to give it meaning or anything. It's just so fleeting and so fragile that it's precious. I guess because we see fragile things as precious, and I see life like living on this thin little zone that the rest of the universe would just destroy in a second. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I guess I think about big, deep shit like that, and it quells the existential dread. Think about how the particles that make us up came from the Big Bang and have been gas clouds and stars and goodness knows what else till, they became us. And even after we die, they'll just become other shit. That's a pretty cool concept. So in a way, we are the universe becoming aware and pondering itself.
I came up with a slightly different solution rather than what is it. I thought, well, what do I do about it? That's the key question.
Yeah.
Like I said, and for me, it was a question of, it came from Sabbath Adventure originally, but then I worked out, well, what it really is, nihilism is like a white canvas. That's what it is. It's a white canvas, and it's really the only solution is to draw something upon it. And even if you draw the very barest minimum of things, it becomes a list, and a list gives you purpose. That's it. And so you just have to keep making your purpose up and keep drawing the drawing, and eventually, in my hope is that when I get to the end of my life, I'll look at the drawing and go, yeah, I like it. That's it. It's an aesthetic thing, which is subjective, as you're saying, Sammy. So that's my purpose, is just to create a piece of art which is satisfying, and it doesn't matter if it's satisfying to somebody else. That's not the important part. If other people appreciate it, that makes me happier, right? And I'm lucky that I've been lucky enough to have influence on some people to make their pictures brighter in some way. I've given them some palette which they can use to make their drawing or their creation somewhat brighter. But that's just me, But that's the symbolism I use.
I really like that analogy of the white canvas. Yeah, that's really good.
Because, the reason I came up with it, you'll like this even more then. The reason I came up with it is because when somebody questioned me, I think it was Brett Keane, and he was going, oh yeah, but what's this? I said, look, it's like this, it's about purpose. And he goes, yeah, but you atheists can't have purpose because you've got no God. And I said, au contraire.
Of course.
Here's the difference, right? Here's the difference, is that for me, it's like I'm drawing my own drawing and creating my own creation. A Christian is painting by numbers. And sure, you're going to get to the end of your life and you're going to have a lovely picture, right, of Christ on the cross and everything, and it's going to look really great and all of that. However, it's not yours. You didn't create that. So, whereas when I get to the end of my life, even if it's fucking shit, I'm going to look at that piece of paper and go, or that canvas, and go, yeah, it looks quite good though, So
I believe a wise man once said, I did it my way.
Exactly, yeah. 100%. So I don't worry about stuff like that particularly,
Yeah. And it's funny, most atheists I've asked this question to say the same thing. We have so much less dread about death when we don't believe in anything after. Yet the ones that believe in heaven and that are absolutely terrified.
Yeah, I feel they
Yet
are.
they should be, Richard says all the time, they should be like, hey man, did you hear? I got fucking cancer. High five.
Yeah.
Like, I'm going to meet the big man.
Shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
yeah, no, you're absolutely right. It is some sort of contradiction, although it's difficult to get them to understand
admit
it,
it.
you know.
Mm.
Like, at least accept it, I suppose. I don't know, but
Do you think we have an inherent need for leadership?
yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Not us to be the leaders. We have this tendency to follow someone always.
Mm. I think that the majority of people do need to be led.
Why?
I think it's extremely comforting, yeah.
Oh yeah, because it makes life.
It's like mummy's there, you know. It'll be all right. Someone's looking after you, which is a complete illusion, and usually the opposite is happening. But yeah,
I think it's oh, damn it. I mean, it's okay. You know what I mean? I don't think that that's a huge problem, right? But I do think it's like, you know, just it's evolutionary beneficial for us to have that, because if we didn't, then I think when we were children, we'd probably, you know, the infant mortality rate would be a lot higher if every time your mum said, yeah, don't touch the fire, you'll get burnt. Then literally every person on the planet would have a burnt hand, you know, for life, you know, because we just keep going back and going, really? Is that sure? Don't look at the sun, right? We'll all be blind, you know. So I think there's reasons why, you know, evolutionary speaking, that we have these.
but here's the thing, though. It's like we've evolved back out of it, or we've stopped caring who leads us. When we stopped, you know, I guess the biggest and strongest leading, and it become this civilized idea of voting. It's like I say all the time, we only get two options. We have a two-party preferred system. How the fuck is that democracy? And everyone just goes, but what can you do?
It's better
and
than
it's like,
one option.
we should be monkeys trying to rip their faces off, metaphorically, giving a shit, choosing our fucking leaders. Don't stand by, but we do. We just go, oh, you know, the better of two evils. What can you do?
Well, that's basically what we've come to settle on, yeah. But I mean, it's worth noting that the original democracy, the Greek democracy, didn't last very long. You know, and even then, it wasn't really a democracy anyway. But not in the sense we've got today. But it just didn't last long. There was revolution. They ended up killing most of the people that were voting.
Yeah. That's what I was about to say. What has caused the most change to things like politics and that, other than invading powers that are bigger than you, is revolts.
Revolts, yeah.
But you see, revolutions and revolts are disagreeing with the way you are led, with the way you are ruled. You want a different way to be ruled, basically. That's why you revolt.
You still want to be ruled, yeah.
You still want to be ruled.
Okay, yeah.
I think we can't get out of that. I say that's just evolution, right? That's how we are programmed, if you like, because you know, it's an induction. It's an inductive process, right? When we're babies, we look at our mother. Our mother's doing everything for us because we're babies, right? And that's what we learn, you know.
So, that was Simos, bro, Joe, because it's illegal in my country. I'd never do it.
Yeah, I just hit a massive. Oh, it's illegal here as well. That was Ed.
Oh, that was Ed. God damn it! Even though he's on camera.
I think it's illegal on my end as well. I'm in UK.
Where are you, Ed?
In UK.
The UK.
Oh, you're in the UK.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, there we go.
Well, so was
There we-
nobody. Are you
So
just
it was
hearing
me
things,
then.
Roger?
Apparently, it was me. That's fair enough.
Yeah.
So we have Canada, Australia, and Europe here, isn't it?
No, I'm in UK
Yep.
as well. I'm
All right.
British. Yeah. I grew up in Canada, which is probably why you got that.
Yeah, yeah. You said Canada. That's not...
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I grew up there when I was, moved there from the UK when I was quite young, and then not educated there for a few years before moving back to the UK.
Did you learn French?
No, because I was in Toronto, which is English. So, but still good times. Good times.
What languages can you speak, Ed?
I'm on Romanian by birth.
So just Romanian and English?
Romanian in English, yeah. And I can ask for a bus ticket in most languages, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh,
Is
Odin.
that because you sing the song? Wheels on the bus go round and round. Oh dear. Do.
Post the link for you, Odin, if you wanted to jump in.
Yeah, where's Brojo? Why didn't you come in, Brojo?
Yeah, Brojo.
Goodness sake, we must be at that time. Oh, you've had enough dope to go, oh yeah, fuck it, I'll do nothing today.
Oh, I didn't even see him drop out, but PJ messaged in the back there.
Ah, did he? Okay, I did see someone drop, but I'm playing a game, so.
Mojo Brojo. Oh, that's great. That's from Powerpuff Girls. Mojo Jojo.
Yeah, I remember that. Mojo Jojo.
No, too old for that.
Don't drink and drink, smoke weed and fly.
Don't drink and drive, I think he means.
Yeah.
That was like there was a LEG interview, right, on drugs, right, and he was interviewing a policeman, or not. The policeman was giving one of those talks about drugs, right, and LEG was just correcting him on everything. As the policeman go, well, this is that, and he goes, okay, so if you wanted a good starting smoke, what would you recommend to the policeman? And he's got like all of these drugs on the table in front of him. And he goes, well, none of it. It's all illegal. And he goes, yeah, but not that. If you had that, right, you'd be all right. Well, what if it was your religion? And he goes, well, you'd have to convince the cause. Okay, well, say somebody had, somebody had one of those hats with the dreads on and a Bob Marley record. The guy goes, well, I don't know, it's up to the judge. Oh, okay. So anyway, the interview goes on, and he goes, and they start talking about acid. And he goes, okay, so which type of acid makes you fly? Guy goes, well, none of it. Oh, it's just that my mate, we were all tripping around my mate's house, and his mum came in and told him to go and get some cigarettes from down at the the garage, and basically, so he left. About 5 seconds later, he came back in, and he'd flown down to the garage, picked up the cigarettes and flown back again. Well, he thought he'd picked up the cigarettes, but he actually forgot.
He's got some really good bits.
Yeah, and the ecstasy bit was fucking hilarious as well. He goes, should you ever give your ecstasy to your pet? And the guy goes, well, no. I mean, you know, animals got much smaller bodies. And he goes, what? Even if they're sad? And he goes, what kind of ecstasy makes you dance like a bell end?
Oh,
Oh
dear.
my god, it's one of the best
great.
Ali G interviews I've ever seen in my life. There's just loads of it, and at the end, he goes, okay, so what's your message? You know, like about drugs? And he goes, well, basically, my message is, the human body, your body is fantastically designed. He goes, oh, thanks very much. You could see him holding back his laughter because he knows he's got the quote from the interview. You know what I mean? And he's just got to hold it back, and then he can put it in the show. You know.
Yeah.
Oh, dear. Any kind of drugs would ruin your body. You know. Okay. Well, thank you very much. Your body is fantastically designed. Thank you very much. Oh, brilliant. I'm lucky to have lived during the Ali G period, you know.
Yeah.
Because it's some of the best comedy.
It.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's a very clever man.
Oh yeah. I mean, he went to Oxford. I think he graduated from Oxford.
Sacha Baron Cohen, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, he's top 5% in the country, kind of thing.
So, how true do you think it is, Simos, what happened with that? When he busted Rudy Giuliani in his movie. Do you think that's real?
Well, which movie?
Do you know which one it is?
The Bruno, the Borat,
the second Borat.
Yeah. Well, yeah, no, I think that was the stunt that they set up. Yeah.
So you think
most of that stuff is improvised?
He caught Rudy, because that chick was saying she was 15 or 16 or something.
Oh, I see.
That was the whole point, and he's about to pull his thing out.
Yeah, I think they probably set it up, but he got caught. You know.
But nothing ever come of it.
No, well, that's because she wasn't 15. She was an actress.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah, you're right.
So.
It just showed what a filthy piece of shit he is.
Indeed, yeah. I mean, that's most of his MO, isn't it? In later stuff. Well, in many of them, right? Like, oh my god, the one where he went to the Christian gay converter.
Christian.
Yeah, he went as Bruno to a gay converter. His first question was, "I'm thinking you're becoming straight. What should I do? You know, before I turn straight, I just want to ask a few questions. You know, what will happen? What will I get? You know." Oh, it's fucking hilarious. Actually. And the guy at one point, the guy goes, well, it says in Romans 1:4, and he goes, I like Romans. Yeah. The guy doesn't even understand. Just passes it by. It's just classic stuff.
Yeah. So subtly intelligent.
but at the same time, absolutely fucking stupid.
Yeah.
But you'd have to be an idiot not to realize. You know what I mean? That's the point, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh my god.
There we go.
You cracked me up, Joe. Notice I said social science, not scientist. That's a fancy word for statistics or study. Because,
okay.
are you ready for this claim?
Yeah, go on.
All of the social sciences support the Bible's moral prescriptions from A to Z. Anyone willing to debate otherwise? Don't think so.
Okay. Well, I don't even know what that means. If that's a claim, I just don't know what it means even.
What is all of the social sciences?
Could you name them all, please, so we can find out whether your claim is accurate?
Yeah.
Or what your claim
Whether
is?
they support the Bible, specifically its moral prescriptions, all of them from A to Z.
I have no idea what that means.
I love the way they talk. Let's see this one. Want the best life now and for eternity? See Bible. Certainly don't see a liberal. We're still paying for their dumb decisions in Biden. Oh, nice twist into the politics, Jill.
Beauty,
I like
beauty.
it.
Could you possibly mention any more subjects? So
Did he get liberals in there? Oh, he did.
Liberals.
He got liberals.
Yeah, obviously. It's every other word.
Biden.
He's obsessed by. There's two things he's obsessed by: liberals and homosexuals. Totally obsessed by them. I think in a previous life he was a liberal homosexual. Just guessing. I don't know if you know this, Ed, but this is the guy that once said that Neanderthals built the Tower of Babel. See that reaction, Jill? That's what you get from a liberal.
Yeah. I don't think Neanderthals built anything big.
Anything, actually.
Well, they had houses and stuff like that.
Oh, did they? Okay.
I think they had like made out of mammoth tusks and stuff.
Oh, right. Okay.
Like tents.
That's interesting.
But most of them were in caves and stuff like that.
Yeah. Okay. Or at least cave entrances, anyway. You wouldn't want to live in a cave, would you?
No. I think we don't have structures older than 10, 15 years, 15,000 years, anyway.
If that, I would have thought.
If that, yeah. It's a stretch.
I thought that 25,000, maybe.
Like we have items, we have tools and, I don't know, sculptures. All that, but structures like in buildings, no. And Neanderthals died out in 40,000 years old, 40,000 years ago.
Oh, okay.
45,000 years ago. The rise of Homo sapiens.
Fair enough.
Well, no, because they cohabitated.
For a bit. But, I can't remember the last one. They reckon, was it Portugal or something like that?
Yeah.
So I think that was about 25,000, but you're talking end of the race. But I don't know exactly. It's been that long since I've even looked into it.
I was trained to be an archaeologist. That was my dream.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Nice dream.
Interesting. Yeah.
I failed.
Well,
at least you tried.
I didn't fail, but I just didn't go after it. Like I did the uni in history and archaeology. I did 3 years, and then the final exam. I didn't do the final exam. I don't know. I had a mental breakdown or something like that. but it was fun. I did uni for fun, not for to get a job or something after, you know.
I love archaeology.
It's not as easy as it looks. You have to shovel a lot of shit.
Yeah, it's a good point.
I had to spend. I was on a dig once, and I for 3 months, 3 months in a tent in the middle of the fucking nowhere. And that was fun. And Sammy, how long ago was your deconversion? Was it recent or you're gone?
So I left the religion when I was about 14. As
14?
in stopped going. Yeah, as in stopped going to the church, but I would have to say I stopped believing a bit before then. I couldn't tell you, maybe 12, 13. Too much shit didn't make sense. And, but I don't think I fully deconstructed until just a couple of years ago. I still had some indoctrination hangover, as I call it.
Yeah, I faded with years. I don't think I ever believed it, but I had that herd mentality. I will do what my mom and dad does, not because I believe it, but because I probably because in Jehovah's Witness cult there's this tremendous guilt trip that it's always put in front of everything. You'll do what I do.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're not like us.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if I told you this. I wasn't. I'm an ex-JW as well.
Yeah, I didn't realize.
Wow.
That's fascinating.
Yeah.
And
yeah. It's a
me,
very, very judgmental religion, isn't it?
Yes, yes.
When you're in it, every single thing you do is judged. Like, that's why they wear suits and, you know, and when you're studying with them, you very quickly have to start dressing appropriately, and they start conforming you, and they pull out the verse, make your mind over with the new personality.
Yes, which is brainwashing.
Yeah, it's basically saying become someone else.
Yes.
I'm so lucky. I feel so fortunate that I've never been indoctrinated into a religion. I really do. And
yeah,
I
but
like,
you know, we're
I
kind of
literally
luckier
cannot
because
understand it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say we're kind of luckier because we're the ones that got out.
Well, yeah, there is that. Yeah. Although living in ignorance, you know.
Yeah.
Some say that's bliss.
But no, I didn't mean to talk over you.
No,
Go
that's
on.
fine. That's fine. No, I mean, I remember saying to someone, like a Christian, that sort of said, "Oh, I pity you. You've never known Jesus," you know. I was like, "Yeah, you know, I pity you. Actually, you've never had to think for yourself, you know." Because it's so empowering, you know, to actually make your own decisions and not be hamstrung by that feeling of guilt, you know.
Yeah.
And I remember thinking that even as a kid, like even as a 12-year-old, I remember, like, I had a mate that was a Catholic, and he used to say things to me, like, you know, oh, I can't do that, and I go, well, why not? Why not just? Right, I'm going to Black Sabbath. Come on, mate. Let's go, kind of thing, you know.
Oh fuck no.
And he was like, oh no, I can't. My you know, my mum would never let me go and do that. I was like, oh right, okay. Wow. What do I even say to that? You know.
Was that the time when Ozzy was eating bats on stage and stuff like that?
Yes, it was. Yeah.
But
although
just
he was absolutely fucking pissed out of his face.
I don't know what it was like in Romania. I imagine it was probably similar. For me, it wouldn't have mattered what Ozzy was doing. The name Black Sabbath was enough that
there we go.
Even as a kid, I probably would have been too scared to go because that's definitely where Satan would be.
Yes. I wasn't allowed to watch movies that had violence in them, except for historical ones.
Yeah.
Wow. That also doesn't make any sense to me.
Exactly.
Because they're the most violent, you know.
And for some peculiar reason, I don't know why, my father liked Stargate sci-fi. Which,
okay, that's not so bad then, I suppose.
If you remember, Stargate was all about false gods that are actually aliens.
Yep. Right. My mum's favorite show was Stargate, and
really?
me and mum used to watch Star Trek. That was my favorite show, which I loved so intensely that's partly what got me out of the cult. It's like because I could think other ways of thinking. I got to get out of the bubble, and it's like, oh, you know, just deep thoughts that you were not allowed, or they were trying desperately to stop you from having. But just watching something like Star Trek Next Generation made such a huge difference.
And I think these shows were kind of original ways of thinking in media at those times. I mean, Gene Roddenberry didn't just create a sci-fi show like any others. He made something more than what is called space western.
Yeah,
isn't it? Because he integrated the no need for money, no need for
right.
Food was ubiquitous. You have food replicators, and this. He tried to solve some world problems through his idea,
and show that it was, you know,
that's possible. Yes.
Interesting.
And because of this huge appreciation of Star Trek, I could never get into Star Wars, hey?
Yes.
Which pisses a lot of people off. But, like, how could you like Star Trek? It's nothing compared to Star Wars. It's like, because Star Wars was a space western. It was not intelligent. Like, Star Trek was mainly based in science.
But I think Star Trek was first, wasn't it? Star Wars in 1970.
Oh, yeah, Star Trek was first, yeah.
Star Trek was first.
For a long time, 60s, Star Trek.
Yeah.
But they always got in scientist advisors and physicists and things to make sure that, you know, what they were saying made sense and was plausible, and that's what made it great.
But later, in the next gen, yeah.
In the next gen, yeah. The first one was obviously.
I mean, I grew up with Captain Kirk as being, what's his name?
Which was still pretty progressive. No, Captain Kirk was William Shatner.
William Shatner, that's it, yeah. Yeah, no, it was nuts. Absolutely fucking nuts. I mean, some of the ideas they used to have were just like, what the?
Yeah.
Why? Why? Just why on
Yeah.
earth would you even, you know?
Why is that pile of
But again, it
sludge?
had all of those sci-fi kind of themes, right? There was a planet where, again, everybody just loved each other.
Yeah.
That was it. That was the whole thing was everybody loving each other. And you were like, oh, okay, yeah, that's kind of cool.
Yeah. Another example, but this is why I mean,
It
even
turned
the
out to be
original one.
it turned out to be flowers that blew like
Yes,
hallucinogens
that's
into your
right.
face when you sniffed them. Yeah.
There was this
fucking 60s, man. They did not give a shit about kids.
Yeah. There was this sludge monster, right, that was killing all these miners on a planet. And they thought it was just a mindless, pile of sludge that could move, basically. And Spock ended up mind melding with it and realizing that it was begging them to, stop destroying its eggs.
I remember that.
And if they took the time to understand and pay attention, they would have realized what they were doing. And once they stopped destroying this thing's eggs, because it could eat through solid rock, it started mining for them, and everyone lived happily ever after. So it always sort of had these social morals and points to make, even in the original series, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. It was very moral, yeah. Yeah.
You
Most
just had
stuff
to
was
see
like
through
that,
the.
to be honest.
What do you guys think about Dune?
I don't think I've seen it. Hey.
The Dune universe.
Yeah, I was never into it. It's too fussy.
Fussy?
Well, just too like lore for the sake of lore. You know what I mean? There was no, I don't know. I didn't like the film, the first one anyway. I haven't seen the second one, but it wasn't for me.
Dune is a good story, though. I read the books first.
Yeah, and I started reading it. I never finished it because I just couldn't get it. I just could not get it. I don't know why. There was like everybody was saying to me, "Oh yeah, it's really good." It just wasn't for me.
Did you like Firefly?
I did actually, yeah. I did. My friend only watched it because my friend used to have to, like, he was in the censor, but he censored like the sitcoms and stuff. So he used to have to watch it to make sure there was nothing in it that it was too much, right?
That's a cool job.
Not that he would ever say anything was too much because he was a bigger hippie than me. But yeah, it was quite funny in that sense, I really enjoyed it. I never saw the end of it. I just watched a few series and that was it.
Can you translate that for me, Simos?
That's from Dune. House Harkonnen is from Dune.
Okay.
It's a faction.
I'm asking the wrong thing.
That's fair enough, And I understand that people really, really enjoy it, and it's, reckoned to be a really top-notch sci-fi movie. It just, I don't know, man, just didn't do it for me for some reason.
Jill really is the gift that keeps on giving, I swear. Hey, Gio! I don't have the sound on, right, so he's not listening. But I predicted when challenged they would shut the hell up. You can call it tuning me out if you want. Christianity reigns supreme. He's that narcissistic. He thinks anyone is thinking about him at all.
He can't stand it, Kitty. Oh, sorry, Jill. Did we ignore you? I'm not that you're Jill, of course, but sorry, Jill. Yeah, look, we're talking about you. Everybody say Jill once.
Yes. Jill.
Jill.
Calamity.
Okay, thank you.
Calamity Jill.
Calamity Jill. Yeah. That was
How you doing, Jill?
That Calamity Jill comes from another
Yeah.
thing he did when he said there's no such thing as evil, it's calamity. So we were talking about the problem of evil. We were saying about what evil is and stuff, and he goes, no, this the tree of good, it's not the tree of good and evil, no. That's not what it is. No.
The tree of good and calamity.
Yeah. Exactly. So Spooky Bedhair turned around and went, Calamity Jill. And that was it. It's stuck ever since.
See, I waffle, bro, Joe, and you put it concisely. Star Trek more philosophical and political.
There you go.
Yeah. And Star Wars more shoot 'em up.
Oh, you got yourself a Brojo t-shirt. Oh,
Hey,
I'm jealous.
Let me make you big.
Did you do that yourself, or you
No.
bought it from Brojo?
Brojo sent it to me as a courtesy, so
For all your work.
Ooh.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, man.
thank you, Brojo.
Nice. I love it.
Looking
I love it.
good.
Blodzilla.
Very good. I'm jealous. I am jealous. I would
believe-
get one, but I looked at the price of them and went, oh my God, they're nearly 40 quid. 40
I
quid
didn't
for a
ask.
t-shirt.
I didn't ask. It just
I'm
arrived.
just saying.
It just showed up in the mail.
But Gio, £40.
Yeah, I know they're a little.
Because of all the middlemen that
Pricey.
need to get their cut.
Exactly.
I
I can't
think
be doing with that.
Is he using Teespring?
I really don't know, actually, to be honest.
Because I mean, that's what everyone.
He needs to be screen printing his own shit out in his garage.
Oh, yeah, then I would pay 40 quid for it, yeah.
No, well, I meant so he didn't have to charge us 40.
Oh, right. Oh, no, that would cost him twice as much if he had to do it himself.
Yeah, I know.
You'd need 6 screens. There's about 6 colors in this, 6, 7 colors. 1 screen per color.
But I knew a dude with a screen printing shop, and he just printed his own things up. Screens.
Okay.
It's just a big, like nearly 6 foot long printer.
Well, there's a process. You get the screen, right? There's a block out medium where you have to know what to block out. And then you just block out the parts you need to block out for each color.
Yeah.
I don't know if that made sense to anyone.
Yeah. And get it and get each screen exact on the t-shirt.
Yeah, nice.
But he was.
See, this is the problem with you atheists. You worship t-shirts.
Only the good ones.
Because and not the calamity ones. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah. But are you a mono shirtist or a poly shirtist?
I'm a non-t-shirtist.
I'm an anti-t-shirtist.
I also don't wear tutus. Does that qualify for anything?
You're an A2-2ist.
I'm a non-tutuist.
The old 1-2-2. I see.
I'm a 1-2-2ist. What the fuck
idea.
is that?
Oh,
no idea.
Just saying.
A tutu is a ballerina dress.
That's right. Yes.
Yep.
Don't ask me why I know that.
Well, we can guess.
Everyone knows that.
Yeah. When I did go to church for a brief period of time, and mainly because of the girls, And well, wholly because of the girls. I'll be honest. Actually, I got a date, and this girl asked me out when I was at church once, and she took me to the Royal Society for one of the Christmas lectures, which are just brilliant, right? Oh yeah, okay, let's go to this atheist place and watch a lecture by a load of atheists. Sounds good. But the real reason I was there is because of these girls from the local ballerina school, which used to come in on, had to come in on a Sunday. So there would be like, I don't know, 15 of them, something like that, all lined up, ready
I was
for
that
me
boy.
after the sermon, after the service, to go. Oh, hello, I haven't seen you. Yes, how you doing?
You old dog.
Oh, the young
Yeah,
dog.
I was that
Young
boy.
dog, dude.
I joined the choir at school,
Mm-hmm.
so I could be with all the girls. Yeah.
Nice.
Oh,
I
just
was
so
a ladies' man.
Nerdy Rodent is in the side chat. Just so you're aware, this design, this Bluntzilla design, was created by Stable Diffusion. He knows Stable
Who?
Diffusion.
Stable diffusion. Oh, I didn't realize. I thought it was. I thought it was somebody else. Okay, cool.
No, it was AI. Stable Diffusion. Created by
AI.
Stable Diffusion.
That's pretty cool.
AI. Who's AI?
Artificial
Intelligence.
Alistair Innes.
Alistair. Him too.
Yeah.
Artificial insemination.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
Oh,
what
yes.
That's what was used. Definitely.
Yeah, well, we've all been there, haven't we?
Do you fear the AI?
A little bit more recently, because people have been talking about it, but only in the sense of weaponized AI, losing control of weaponized AI, giving, like, say, a fighter jet the ability to fly itself and target enemies, and then the software go wrong and it turn around and blow it, friendly fire.
Is it okay to kill enemies?
I don't think so. I think if it was possible, we shouldn't have wars. But I think if you have to defend yourself or your country, I think if it comes to it.
Do you think we can get rid of borders and this spirit of nationalism?
Do I want to? I don't know, but could we? No.
It's very
Never.
difficult for Australians to think about borders.
Yeah. We've got like 6 in the whole country.
Yeah, and they're all Australian.
Yeah, exactly.
In Europe, we have a fair number. Not that I should be talking because I'm obviously in the UK, so technically an island.
Brexiters.
Yeah. Were you pro-Brexit or anti? Simon.
Say again?
Were you pro-Brexit or anti-Brexit?
Yeah, I was pro-Brexit. Yeah. Only because the original deal that it was done under, and then subsequently renegotiated under, which I was okay with, was broken. And then the pressure started building, and they started using the unified currency to try and extort more money from the UK, as I saw it. So, like, France had a large portion of the common agricultural policies money went to France, and very little went to the UK, like very little. So we ended up spending whatever it was. I can't remember the exact figure. It was like 12 billion a year we used to send to the European Union net.
What? Yes. This one's dinner ready.
I'm sorry?
Thought
I
somebody.
thought someone's dinner was ready or something.
Oh yeah, no, that's mine. Yeah, I'm just getting my dinner together.
That sounds like the backup warning sound from a vehicle.
Hang on a second.
Backup. They have
I got
that.
it.
They have that. That's a thing, right?
Yeah.
But UK was like 16% of the entire EU economy.
Right.
So it's logical that a lot of money would go out of UK.
Yeah.
Think about it.
Vehicle reversing. Vehicle reversing. Thank you. I overheated my food just for that joke.
The sacrifices that we make.
Yeah. Ooh, ah, ee, ah, ooh. Okay.
Hey, you guys know Jimmy Carr?
Yes.
Yes.
Of course.
Yeah. I was watching one of his sets, I guess you would call it.
Mm-hmm.
And he started off by kind of going into this kind of diatribe about how he may have found like something spiritual, like his path may have changed and he's like turning over a new leaf and doing all these spiritual things and making himself think differently about the world. And you know, it made you think, Jimmy Carr is finding God, right? It makes everybody. And then he turns around and goes, fuck, if there's no God, I'm just kidding. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah. People who go, yeah, but I'm very spiritual. What is that saying?
I didn't do it justice.
Hey, you're not Jimmy Carr. I get it.
Jimmy Carr. Exactly.
Isn't he the king of one-liners?
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
He wrote a joke. This is my favorite one. Is he wrote a joke? And he said, I wanted the shortest number of words, right, for the joke. And the joke is dwarf shortage.
Yeah.
Anyone else likes Elisa?
That is
I don't know much of his stuff. I know who he is. I can't say.
I think he's brilliant.
I hate to say it, but he's a bit too intellectual for me.
Mm.
I prefer my humour to be a little more, I don't know, what's the word?
Middle class.
Silly. Yeah.
Slapstick.
Dumb. Yeah. That kind of thing.
Benny Hill.
Oh, terrible.
Three Stooges.
That's okay, but not really.
Ben and Jerry.
Don't know those two.
Isn't that
ice cream, isn't it?
It's a cartoon. It's a cartoon.
Okay.
No, Tom and Jerry.
Tom and Jerry, sorry. That's the other
Frankie
one's an
Boyle.
ice cream.
Do you like Frankie Boyle?
Ben and Jerry is an ice cream.
I met Tom and Jerry.
Frankie Boyle is good. But it's difficult to listen because he's very, very Scottish.
Yeah. That is true.
Nerdy said that Brexit definitely caused our dwarf shortage. I don't know what country has the most short people.
Japan?
Probably the one with the most people.
How do you figure?
Just statistically, testicularly. I mean, just
Testicularly.
Testicularly, it's more probable if there's more people that they're going to be a lot more shorter people if there are more of them. Don't you think?
Oh, yeah.
It's just a guess. Just a guess.
Yeah. No, technically, the country with the most people should have the most short people, but I think.
Yes, it's statistically speaking.
But do you mean on average though?
Yeah, yes. No. So the country is Est Timor in English, Timor-Leste, which is somewhere in Indonesia somewhere.
Indonesia, yeah.
Which 5'1" on average.
It's the average height. Wow.
Well, average, that's different.
Yeah. Does it have a list?
That's kind of short.
The list? I don't know.
So
the
sometimes it'll tell you like the top 5 or something.
Netherlands.
I wonder if they have building codes that reflect that, because people are so short. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like they can only have a window can only be so wide, and the doorway can only be so tall, and the switch can only be so high, and all that stupid shit.
I don't think they have to worry about it, because from what I remember, they usually build in stone.
Oh, still building in stone? Well, I guess you could still build in stone. Why not? Well, what are they? Flintstone? They use Flintstone technology, right?
Lord of the Rings. Think Lord of the Rings.
Hanna-Barbera was right.
Dwarves. Lord of the Rings.
So the tallest average human is in Netherlands, which 184 centimeters. I don't know what is that.
Average.
Oh,
Yeah.
average. Okay, right. I was going to say.
Average. What was that? 5'11", 5'10"?
6 foot. Yeah, average male height is 6 foot. The tallest.
Oh,
wow.
In the Netherlands?
In Netherlands, yeah.
In the Netherlands.
Netherlands and in the Balkans for some reason.
What are they eating? What's in the water?
Yeah, they're in the water up their knee. That's why they're under the sea level, isn't it?
Are they?
Netherlands, yes.
Oh, I meant there's a turn of phrase like what's in the water where they are that they drink that makes them so tall.
Tulips.
That's just a silly colloquial thing.
I think Netherlands is the biggest exporter of agricultural produces in the world.
I wouldn't have thought so.
Yeah,
I'm surprised to hear that.
Flowers, maybe, but have you seen the size of the American prairies?
Well, they don't do it right then.
American prairies are vast.
And they grow wheat across most of them, don't they? So.
Oh, yeah.
Don't they call it like the fruit bowl?
Well, they might
or
not export it. I mean, that's another point, actually.
Yeah.
When you say export, it could be that they just don't keep much for themselves because there's not many people there.
Okay, so yeah, United States is on the first, but it is followed by Netherlands.
Okay.
Let's see producers.
I'm going to have a cigarette.
Okay.
Of course, China. I mean, it's logical. They have to feed 1 billion people.
Yeah, there you go.
1 billion, 1.6 now.
Jeez. It's going to be going up much quicker as well.
Well, India's meant to take over by 2050.
Not anymore, because they got rid of their one-child policy.
Oh yes, they did. Yeah,
China. Last I looked, though, they still say it. But who knows? Yeah.
But was the one-child policy just because of the population or overpopulation?
Yeah, I think so. They thought it would be okay, but because everybody just had boys, it turned out to be quite disastrous.
How do you make boys as opposed to girls?
Yeah.
Abortions?
Ah. Okay.
Well, that's not really making boys, is it?
No, I know. I was being diplomatic.
Yes. You were.
Come on, it's an atheist country. What do you expect?
Of course.
Baby murderers. Well, that killed the conversation.
Quicker than a baby girl in China.
Let's see if there's a topic in the chat. Nothing beats a Dutch rudder. What is that?
I've added some measurements there. Someone nerdy wanted to know what's the average male width. I can't say that properly. Width.
Does it tell you?
Yes, it does. Google tells you everything.
Wow. So what is it?
14 inches.
14 inches at the shoulders.
The shoulders, yeah. And for men it's 16 inches.
How many?
For men it's 16 inches. For the American man, at least.
Oh, okay, yeah.
What's a Dutch rudder?
No, I don't. Yeah, I was wondering that myself. Ask Simo's sister, Sammy. Okay. I'm just gonna Google it.
Sorry, I was muted. I think it's a female contraception.
Having someone complete the act of masturbation by pulling up and down on the forearm while the male holds his own penis. Okay.
What the hell is that?
A Dutch rudder.
Okay. I've no idea. A rudder. Oh, sorry. I read it as rubber.
Oh, it can be nerdy. Surprise! It's
Depends how
it's
stupid
a It's a heathen panel tonight. All atheists.
Wow.
That's why it's so quiet.
Yes, because we all disagree. So, how are you saved?
By the bell.
By the bank.
Faith alone or faith
Saved
and works?
Saved by the Bell. Great series. Just saying.
One of those great mysteries.
You never heard of Saved by the Bell?
Yeah, I have.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Terrible. Terrible American sitcom.
What?
Oh, well, they're all... Sorry. That's an oxymoron.
How dare you?
They're all terrible.
It was a cult sitcom in Romania.
It's iconic.
It was a what?
It was an iconic sitcom in Romania.
Okay.
In the 90s. First thing we got was Saved by the Bell.
But
And
I still
Dallas.
agree. I still agree with what Simo said.
I don't know. Who was the star?
Some guy. What's his face?
Some guy.
Some guy.
Some fucking guy, huh?
Some fucking guy.
He did something
Was that the show with the Screech character?
Yes, Screech.
Oh.
He went on to
And
big,
you're
to
proud of
big
that?
things. He went on to big things. Who did he box? I think he boxed somebody, didn't he?
He boxed?
Yeah, he boxed. Actually, boxed somebody.
Yeah, I think he did. Yeah. Yeah.
I think he got his butt
As a
kicked.
joke. As a joke. Pee Wee
Oh.
Herman style.
Well, there you go.
No, I'm not bashing the USA. I don't bash the USA. I'm just bashing like sitcoms in the USA.
It's not Wild Heart.
And I can't think of any great sitcoms. Oh no, I can. Of course I can. Soap.
Soap.
Yeah. MASH. Oh, there's two straight off.
MASH.
Yes.
MASH was
MASH was
great.
good.
Soap was good. If I remember Soap. Used to tune in every week for that. I did.
One of
Do you
my
remember
favorite,
I'm sorry. Go on, Jim.
one of my favorite was Sanford and Son.
Don't know about that. Rockford Files. Used to watch that. Rockford Files. I thought that was pretty good.
Do you remember those cartoons about that robot that got you into biblical times? I think Memo the robot, and the girl Sandy or something. It was a Christian cartoon. The robot that took you into biblical times and explained to you biblical.
I think Brojo has a clip from that, doesn't he? So the one where the black guy turns white after he becomes a Christian.
Don't know.
Is that the one? Brojo, if you're still out there, let me know if that was from that.
It's possible.
No, I think that might be Mormonism, actually. I could be wrong.
Superbook. It was called Superbook cartoon.
No, I don't know that.
It was made in Japan.
That explains everything. Right there.
I didn't start watching TV like regularly until I was like 25, 24, 25 years old.
Really?
Yeah.
Were you much into newspapers?
Yeah, well, I was into the newspaper, and going to the library, and
You missed out on quite a bit, actually.
yeah,
Happy
I missed
days.
out on a lot.
The funds. Come on.
Well, I
hey.
did, but that was only because there weren't any TVs in the home, but when I went to friends' homes, I was able to watch TV, so I watched whatever they watched.
Right.
And since they were like quote unquote normal Americans, they watched all this stuff, all that stuff.
We used to watch Blue Peter. Anybody remember Blue Peter?
I don't know
In
that.
the UK, yeah.
In the UK, really.
But I watched all the TV shows at other people's houses.
Yeah,
It's
fair enough.
Weird.
Yeah.
It was weird.
Hong Kong Phooey.
Hong Kong Phooey.
Yeah,
that was a cartoon.
UK cartoon. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a cartoon. I remember that.
Yeah, racist cartoon. Everything was racist back then, to be honest.
Yeah. You ever hear Chew?
Yeah. That's
it was an Eskimo.
Monkey.
No,
okay. I'm sorry. I
It was an Eskimo, and he had this power. He would sneeze, and it would he'd go Chew, and he'd blow like everybody out in front of him.
Nice.
And his name was Achu, and he'd run around and they'd have adventures, the adventures of Achu.
Yeah, limited on imagination back then as well. That was
the sneezing Eskimo.
Yeah. Do you remember Monkey?
Monkey.
Yeah.
No.
Series, presumably from Japan, because it looked like it was shot in Japan, but it was a program called Monkey, where these 4 characters were cursed by the gods or something and became like half monkey, half man. The monkey was like, the main character, and one of the other characters, who was a fish or something, used to go, "Oh, monkey, don't hurt him, monkey," and the monkey would go, "Hurt him! I'm not going to hurt him. I'm going to kill him." Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Used to love that.
Yeah.
Monkey used to fly around on a cloud and stuff. It was pretty cool.
You guys seen Orgasmo?
Orgasmo? No.
That sounds a little bit strange.
Adult Swim?
Orgasmo? Are we sure?
Orgasmo was the Mormon guy who, I think he knocked on a porn studio or something.
Oh,
I don't remember.
That does ring a bell, actually, now.
Does it? I'm too busy watching Thundercats.
Thundercats.
Let me just.
Thundercats?
I remember.
Thundercats, yeah. Thundercats Ho.
Thundercats blow.
Thundercats blow. I mean ho. I mean
go.
Where you do it doesn't sound right.
I forgot. I keep putting links in the chat, but I can't.
Okay, let me just.
Hang on. Where are you?
Can you share my screen for me? There it is.
And I'll give you
Monkey.
I loved Monkey Magic, by the way.
Okay,
that was my favorite show growing up.
Brilliant.
I used to play it as a kid.
The one on the left was a pig. The woman was a priest. That's monkey. The next one, and the last one is the fish. Very good.
Is it like a readaptation of the Wizard of Oz kind of thing?
In a way,
I think
because
it's
they're on a journey to find the Buddha.
Yeah, that's it. Yes, you're right. Yeah. You're absolutely right. That's what it was. Yeah, they're trying to become human.
Yes. Oh, Monkey wants to get back to heaven.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure. But yeah, he's supposed to become human, but he wants to go back to heaven.
Back
I
to
think he
heaven?
gets back there in the end. Yeah, the Chinese heaven.
There was a kerfuffle, and he got sent down because he did something wrong, which wasn't really his fault. But yeah, good. It was real good.
I'm
The scenery was
giving-
amazing. Well, not really amazing. It was mostly shot in a shell quarry, but it was not normal scenery. Let's put it that way.
You can post links now.
Oh, thank you.
Silverhawks. I don't remember Silverhawks. Does anyone else?
Silverhawks, no. Thunderbirds, yes.
No.
Orgasmo. Oh, I remember this. I don't know if I've seen it though. Isn't it the two dudes that make South Park and Team America?
Naive young Mormon Joe Young.
Trey Parker and Matt Stone.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. They're the guys that created South Park.
It's a horrible movie.
Oh my god!
It's one of those movies that is that bad that is good.
Are they Mormons?
It is not made by Mormons.
No. I know Trey and Matt aren't. I mean, in the show, they're wearing white shirts and black ties. They look very Mormonish.
Yeah, it's the story of a Mormon dude.
Ah, okay.
Okay.
Let's watch the
recruited to do porn.
Okay.
Okay. If you could just
tell me
share
if
that.
there's sound.
Share that again before you do. I just want to show you what happens when things get moved to America.
Yeah, I tried to watch it. It was absolute garbage. What did you think?
I've never seen that one.
Oh, yeah. I don't think I got past the second episode. It is so different. It is not like it's a flop.
Was it too much CGI?
No, like it was awkward. The humor's lost, and maybe I had like too much expectation of the original. I don't know.
Right. You compared it with the original.
Yeah.
It was so entertaining though, the original, that I'm not really that surprised, you know. Anyway, there you go. Just to point that out. That's what happened. And it's not just America, obviously. That's the woke movement as well. Right? You know, well, we can't have the monkey actually looking like a monkey because that would be, you know.
Too close to evolution.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, there you go. Oh well. And Soap, you should definitely check out Soap. Oh no, I say definitely. No, don't definitely check out Soap, but because it's
I
acquired
haven't
taste.
shared it.
But it had Billy Crystal in it. Is it Billy Crystal? Was that his name?
Yeah.
Do you guys watch movies or TV series in other languages from other countries?
No.
I
can barely understand English.
Yeah, me too.
What would you say if someone offered you peace and happiness through all of eternity? Have a nice day.
Meet Joe Young.
Hi.
He's a man and on a mission.
Please don't want to get married in the temple, but I don't think I can afford it.
Who just got an offer.
Have you ever considered acting? I got offered a part in a movie, and it pays $20,000.
He couldn't refuse.
What are you acting in?
It's
An action, adventure, porno.
Porno.
Now,
You look bafoo.
the squarest guy in town
Yes, sir. For Christ's sake.
How would Christ benefit from me putting my tongue in someone's mouth?
Do you want your money or not?
has been born again
I'm a bad Mormon.
as the biggest star in the business.
I'm so badly wanting it.
Oh my gosh. Jesus. Where?
But when things get out of control,
Can't believe I'm doing this.
he can't get out
You're gonna finish this film.
You don't own me.
You wanna bet I don't, punk?
without a fight.
I'm pissed off.
Ah, heck!
Criminy. Jesus. Where?
Now,
What is it?
It's the Orgasmerator. Go ahead, give yourself a treat.
Oh, hey!
What?
he's becoming the superhero
Bye-bye. God bless.
he was always meant to be.
I'm Orgasmo.
Now you're a male! Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my!
Orgasmo,
Did someone say my name?
the biggest thing to hit adult entertainment
Now I have enough silicone in my body to kill a small elephant.
since plastic surgery.
Ah.
Now you're a moron!
No, that looks good. That looks good.
Never seen that.
No, me either.
That's the South Park people, is it?
Yeah.
Is it? Oh yeah, Matt something or another.
Yeah, Matt Stone and Trey Parker.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, I'm going to have to make a shifty. Thank you very much, gentlemen. It's been great.
My pleasure.
Okay, Simons.
And yeah, I'll see you all on the next go round.
All
If
right.
reincarnation is a thing, and if not, probably on the next hangout. All right, bye.
Yeah. See you, mate.
Good night, Simons.
There is, but what did I ask, Odin? I can't remember. You should come in. There it is. And I'm not sure what he was getting at there. Even computer games based on the story, such as Enslaved, Odyssey to the West.
You think?
No idea. I don't know why, but all this talk of Mormons reminds me of Bad Taste. I haven't seen that. What is that?
Bad Taste. I don't know.
Let's see.
Is that a movie?
That's what I'm thinking.
1987.
Population of a small town disappears and is replaced by aliens that chase human flesh for their intergalactic fast food chain. Oh my goodness. Fuck, the aliens are pretty weird looking. I'll share it.
It's a bit gore, like in late 80s.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm working on a new video clip.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm almost done. I'm adding, I don't know if you know what a swoosh is.
No.
Wash?
What is a swoosh?
A swoosh?
Oh, is that the Nike tick?
Kind of like that. Animated swoosh.
Yep.
Know what I mean? No?
Yep.
It's
A
just,
tiny tornado.
it's just like a white kind of thing that swooshes around.
A swoosh.
It's called a swoosh. SWOOSH. Swoosh.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
Yeah.
I'd love to see it when it's done.
Okay, I'm exporting it right now.
Huh.
It's good. Yep.
Oh. Oh.
Yummy. Oops.
We've got trouble. Good word. Right, we're on our way. Wherever you How are we gonna do if we're spotted, Frank? Go, Frank!
Ooh.
That rail's again. There, the spot's all along. Look down. That's the end of us again now, boys. What's up, boss? You go on. I'm gonna go back and stop those
Guys.
God's sake, guys, put that thing down. Let's get in there and hit the leader.
Oh.
The level of CGI, isn't it?
Yeah.
Incredible.
Is that what that is? CGI?
No, it was puppets. Puppets.
Those are practical effects.
Yeah.
That's pretty good, though.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Was that Australian or New Zealand? Oops. What a weird old movie. Gee, they had some shitty B-grade movies back then, didn't they?
Oh, they sure did. Oh, hey, I finished you know how I had one that said, "Thanks for watching."
Yeah.
Are you interested in that still?
Yeah. I messaged you actually and asked if you might be able to change it back. Oh, you saw that, did you?
Yeah, that's why I'm doing it.
Oh, yeah,
I read your
absolutely.
message. Because I finished it. You want to see it?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. Let me show it. It says, "Thanks for watching." And I added a swoosh.
Oh, awesome.
But you'll see
the swoosh.
Yeah, let me play it. Where did I put it? Oh, I put it in your folder. What a funny place to put it.
Yeah, that makes no sense.
Yeah, why would I just put it in Sammy's folder? Why would I do that? Makes no sense at all. Here it is. It's that same font. Do you remember the font?
Yep.
And it has like a purple slide, kind of like barn door that slides out from to the left. Purple. For no reason, just because I just chose a color.
Because it looks good.
And the color was purple because it kind of matched with the background.
Yeah, I like it.
I can play it on my own screen so you don't have to share anything. Just make me large or leave me the way it is. It has no audio yet. Well, actually, it has the same audio as it did before.
Yeah, awesome.
You see the swoosh?
Yep. So you could almost, yeah, you couldn't really call it smoke because it's just the one or two swooshes, but it's kind of smoke-like, isn't it?
Yeah, it's kind of just around the name and the thanks for watching. It's the same swoosh repeated about 6 times around the text. That's all. What do you think? That works?
Yeah, I love it. Definitely. Awesome. Thank you.
I got a lot of light. I got the lights here, lights in front of me. I got the window open. I got that light on. I got the lights over there on. I got I'm bombarded with lights today.
You're a black hole, huh?
So the great thing about this video is that I have all the elements saved.
Yeah.
So they could be readjusted and changed and whatnot in the 3D program.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna split.
That's really handy.
I think I'm
no worries, Ed.
6 hours and I forgot how to walk.
Yeah, same. I should probably try and get some rest before work. You're a fucking legend, Gio. Yeah.
Well, thanks.
That's a long stream. Yeah, cheers for coming, Ed. Great conversation. It was a nice, calm chat tonight. No yelling people came, so that was good.
Good to see you, Ed. I know you left already, but.
And I'm going to show the other one because I've got it loaded up.
Oh, is that? Oh, okay.
The anti-theist one. Where is it? It's not a background. It's a video clip.
The font.
Sorry.
The font that's used in this video is interesting name. Has an interesting name, but I'll tell you after you play it. I'll tell you what it is.
Love it.
Thanks for watching. No one's really watching. Yeah, thanks for watching. No one's going to be able to tell the difference, I don't think.
No.
You know, I was running when I was with Delicious Danish. We were running an intro and an outro with the misspelled words, and nobody even realized. Not even me. And I made the damn clips.
What word was it?
It was actually delicious. It was spelled incorrect. Her main name, and she finally pointed it out to me. And I was like, oh, Linda, oh, I'm so sorry.
So did she know and just didn't want to point it out for a while, or she didn't notice either?
Well, I don't know.
Yeah.
She let it go for so long. I'm thinking maybe she didn't notice, and then maybe one day she noticed and then finally said something. But I didn't even notice.
Yeah.
But you know, like Brojo, I made the thing for Brojo, the 420 thing, the new one, and with the thing coming in and the thing going out and the thing's going back, whatever.
Yeah.
The E, the little E at the end of 420, at the end of cafe, for some reason is blocked out. It's not. It should be hollow, but it's blocked. I'm like, and that's all I see whenever I watch the fucking clip, as I see the stupid mistake.
Is it like that in your original file though, or is it like something after he uploaded it?
It's something that happened. I think it has to do with the light, the lighting, the lighting setup within the 3D program. It didn't show it on the render, but it showed it in the program. I can't adjust that because I don't have. I'm trying to find a file and I can't find the fucking file that has that clip And that clip was really well made because it flips up and it goes back and forth, and it comes in and out. It's like, and now I can't find the design to recreate it. So now I'm still looking for it. I know I have it. But I got to find it because there's a lot of files I have to go through. But it's a small little thing.
Yeah.
But I pointed it out one day on Brojo's live stream.
Yeah.
And I think now if I point it out, that's all you'll ever see. Oh, look at the E. It's supposed to be a hole. It's supposed to have a hole in the middle. You know, a little E has a hole.
Yeah.
There's no hole.
Now I'm going to say it.
Now you're going to see it in the 420 every time he plays it. I shouldn't have said anything, right? You would never noticed.
Yeah. Does Brojo know?
Yeah, he knows. I pointed it out. He noticed. He noticed now. He's going to notice, I'm sure. I mean, he was there. He was there when it was on his show. But you know how things happen in an 8-hour, 7-hour stream. You can't remember every little thing, right?
Oh God, no.
So yeah,
I can't remember what the start of this stream was about. Hey, Brojo's out there.
Brojo.
Kip on Pine Creek now later. Hey? Now or later? I'm confused.
Who's Kip?
Oh, is the show called Kip on Pine Creek now? Or the show's called Pine Creek Now?
I don't know.
I'm really struggling with that sentence. It's only got 5 words in it.
Yeah, they're all kind of. Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about. What are you talking about?
Yeah, no. So on that note, I'm gonna have to go get some sleep.
Hey, you want to hear? I made this song called "Normal Everyday Atheist." Have you heard it?
Yes. No.
No? Oh, you haven't heard it?
No.
Maybe you should play it.
I'd love to hear it. Yeah.
It's a song I put together. Let me see. I gotta find it though. I don't remember where I put it. Now I can't find it when I want to. See, that's funny. I make things and I forget where I put them. Sucks.
You need a system.
I thought I had a system, but I guess not.
Your system probably got too big.
There's so much shit I have clogging up my system. Well, it's not really. It's just like I have to add so many things. Because I actually got 2 more clients, paid clients, this month. Well, not one last month and one this month.
Nice.
Yeah, 2 more paid clients that want designs. Hey, I crank them out, man. I don't fool around.
Yeah.
You know, let's see. Maybe if I do a search for them, I'll find them quicker. You think?
That usually helps. As long as you remember what you named the file.
Yeah. That helps a lot too. Called Regular Everyday Atheist. Regular. I look up regular and I get all these fonts. Never mind. Regular everyday. Let me open up this path. Oh, well, it goes like sort of like this. I'm just a regular everyday atheist. Nothing special about me, motherfucker. I'm just a regular everyday atheist. When I look up at the trees, I see the trees, motherfucker. I'm just a regular everyday atheist. And I don't care about your sexual preferences, motherfucker. I'm just a regular everyday atheist. I watch Pine Creek twice a week, motherfucker. I'm just a regular everyday atheist. And Earth's an ibloid spheroid, motherfucker. I'm just a regular everyday atheist. I don't assign
love it.
agency. I don't assign agency where there is none, motherfucker. I'm just a regular. It just goes on and on and on.
You have to send it to me when you find it. G'day,
Well,
Hillary's.
I have the music and everything. I just have to refine it.
My internet went
Please
out
do.
earlier. That's why I disappeared suddenly.
No
Hey,
problem.
Hillary. We're about to leave. We're about
Okay.
to end it.
Feel free to keep chatting. I'll listen to your dulcet voices as I fall asleep.
Oh, sweet.
And thank you so much, Jody McCann. You've been out there commenting all night. Brojo, if you're still out there. Ox, Sandy. Thanks for coming, everyone. And have a good night. And let's do this for 20 seconds or so.